to the top with a collar that was too tight, and wearing one of Dan's ties so long that I had a portion of its length tucked between the buttons of my shirt. It was some kind of cancer with a long and unfamiliar name that had killed Nancy off. I could never remember what it was. As I watched the shiny box full of Nancy's skin and bones, there really wasn't much more left. Lower into the ground, amidst the tearless perspirers, I noticed with a boy's attention to trivial details that the coffin's boards didn't stack smoothly on the sides. The corners didn't look square. The hardware had flecks of rust and peeling chrome. Had the Harpy, Nancy's only living family, somehow managed to find a hand-me-down coffin for her? In retrospect, I knew it had to have been some sort of shoddily constructed discount coffin. But that was just as bad. Maybe if I had ever been to see a psychiatrist and they had asked me that ever-so-trite question as to when I started hating my mother, I would have told them about that day. That was the day when all of my loathing and years of fear solidified into a core of stony hate. Chapter 11. When I came to, I was disoriented and laying on a grassy lawn looking up through a canopy of oaks at a sky that was changing color from an early dawn gray to cloudless blue. My head hurt. My arms were rolled over behind me, and I was damned uncomfortable. As I tried to part the clouds inside my head, I felt pretty sure that I hadn't gone to sleep on the grass. I couldn't remember doing so. I remembered getting ditched by Freitag. I'd nearly been drowned afterwards. I remembered the big, bouncing woman and her leathery partner. Then I remembered getting jumped while I hid behind that mailbox. My arms wouldn't readily come out from behind my back. The position in which I'd lain, with my arms pinned behind me, had cut the circulation and left them numb. Looking to my right, I saw the dying grass of someone's front lawn on which I was lying. To my left, my eyes followed a length of chain for 3 feet to where it was connected by a padlock to another loop of chain wrapped around the throat of a sleeping white. The white had a backpack strapped over his shoulder and a bulging canvas shopping bag at his side. I raised my head to get a better look around and realized that I too had a heavy chain around my neck. I was attached to the string of whites that I'd seen in the wee hours of the night. Shit. Anger started to simmer. Did I really get captured by a stupid fucking white and get harnessed like some kind of dray horse? I managed to pull my arms out and wiggle them about until feeling returned. The white that lay next to me snored through all of my efforts. With hands I could use again, I went to work on the chain around my throat. It wasn't choking me, but it was too goddamned tight to pull over my head. The only way out was to open the padlock that held it all together. My anger passed through the simmer stage and reached the boiling point. My frustration with my situation targeted smack dab on Freitag. No. Breathe. Be cool. Anger makes you stupid. Think it through. Solve the problem. Escape, obviously, was my top priority. But how? What was my fate if I didn't escape? Pack mule for a couple of peculiarly greedy whites? More anger. I wanted to scream out and beat something with my fists. Get it under control, goddammit. Breathe. Put it in the hole. Deal with it later. I lay my head back on the grass and stared up between the leaves and tried to slow my breathing, calm my anger, and get back under control. Chained. Nothing made any sense whatsoever. But that didn't matter. It didn't need to make sense. It only needed to have a solution. Productive thought started to flow. I had no advantage save one. My brain still functioned at full capacity, so I knew I was the smartest motherfucker in my new little band of stupid whites and crazy bitches, and none of them knew that. Intellect and surprise. That had been enough of an advantage for slow, weak, hairless monkeys to evolve into the dominant species on a planet full of big-toothed predators. It would be enough for me. Over the next few hours, the sun heated up the morning and my chain gang comrades slowly woke. Each one sat up and remained still and quiet. So that's what I did. I sat still and quiet. It would be best to fit in while I watched and learned. The 7 of us sat there waiting for something to happen, tethered to a front porch support pole at one end and with me at the other. All of my comrades were male in varying stages of health. The weaker among us seemed to be near the front, the healthier in the rear. I made the very easy deduction, assuming new guys were added to the end of the chain, that staying on the chain gang was detrimental to one's health. It was late in the morning when the leathery woman came out through the house's open front door, followed closely by the animated obese one. Behind them came the obese woman's pet, the big man, and 4 other infected men. They squatted on the porch or in shady spots in the grass. The women sat down next to one another on the porch steps and had what I guessed was a lengthy conversation in whispers through cupped hands over each other's ears. All the men watched obliviously, patiently. When the 2 women reached an apparent decision, the leathery woman waved each man over to her individually and spent a moment whispering in his ear. It was a curious thing, watching the communication, trying to understand which ones were intelligent and which ones weren't. Certainly, they all understood speech, and the 2 women still possessed the ability to use it. They all had the stark white skin of the infected. Like me, they were all slow burns, at least to some degree. How had they managed to band together under the direction of these 2 women? That would make for an interesting academic question, but it was irrelevant to me at the moment. With all of the individual communicating done, the leathery woman waved her arm and wrangled all of the free men over to her as she got up off of the porch and went over toward the gaunt man at the head of the chain gang. All of us in the gang were on our feet at that point. The leathery woman started jingling through a set of keys on a wire bracelet she wore around her wrist. On the lock that attached the lead man's collar to the long chain, she tried each key in turn until the hasp sprung open. Hands were immediately on the gaunt man, pushing and guiding him out into the center of the lawn. His backpack came off and fell to the grass. His shopping bag dropped as well. Still tethered to the post, the rest of us on the chain gang watched. The obese woman on the porch started to giggle and play with her fingers. The free men surrounded the gaunt man in a tight huddle. By some silent cue, the free whites started beating the gaunt man with their fists and tearing at him with their teeth. His scream ripped the morning air, and he fell under the assault, his brilliant red blood splattering into the air. His last shriek stopped abruptly as the free men fell to the ground to bury their faces in his entrails. It was time to feast. The chain gang surged toward the warm flesh. They wanted to join, but the chain looped around the porch post held fast. A week before, I was Null Spot the Destroyer, rider of the storm, slayer of whites, living on the edge of my luck. But the luck was gone, and I'd become a pack mule and feedstock. It took nearly an hour for the whites to fill their bellies, and the rule I derived from the al fresco brunch was that those of us on the chain gang were going to get worked until near death, and then we'd be eaten. The alternative, that I hoped wasn't true, was that they ate whomever was on an end of the chain, which meant my chances were just 50-50 at the next mealtime. When brunch was over, the whites each emptied their bowels nearby in the grass. 3 of the men had diarrhea. 2 of those were bloody. Either their bodies weren't adjusting well to their new diet, or the unsanitary conditions under which they were eating and drinking were taking a toll. I suspected that diseases could be transmitted through the consumption of raw human flesh, especially viruses like HIV and herpes. I wondered about more immediately deadly diseases, though never having paid much attention in my biology class, I couldn't think of one. I did know that deadly disease could spread through unsanitary drinking water, and I wondered how the infected were handling the acquisition of that. The drought had left most sources of groundwater dry. There were few running creeks, and I'd heard news stories over the previous summer about many Texas springs drying up. Where could an infected mind be smart enough to find water? Perhaps in a toilet tank, a freshwater aquarium. I didn't think they'd be smart enough to drain a water heater. They might figure out how to open plastic bottles, but sodas and sports drinks on convenience store shelves were a finite supply. That left the rivers, lakes, and larger springs. I'm sure Jeff Aubrey's math didn't take water into account. How many infected would just die of dehydration? Maybe most of them in Texas would. At least all of the ones either too far from a river to find one, or too dumb to remember where the closest river was, would die. That, of course, led to the conclusion that the infected would tend to be much more numerous near the natural water sources. So the further that normal people could find a defensible place away from a natural water source, the lower their chance of coming into contact with the whites. Eventually. That led to another possibility, a way to kill them off en masse. Perhaps dumping bodies in the river would lead to polluting the water with so many diseases that the whites who drank from it would die. But dead bodies contaminating a water source was a truism I'd learned from watching movies. Best not to put too much stock in that solution until I talked it over with Steph. The sated whites found comfortable spots to squat in the shade or lie on the porch. Some napped. We empty-stomached pack mules squatted where we were in the dappled sunlight and grew thirsty. With the shredded remains of the gaunt man buzzing with a black layer of flies, hunger didn't cross my mind. At some point, boredom and my own lack of sleep over the past weeks took its toll, and I nodded off. When I woke again, it was late in the afternoon. My stomach was rumbling, and the chain around my neck was being yanked. The free whites were loitering, and the leathery woman, Nancy, or so I unfairly labeled her, was wrangling her mules. Once we were all on our feet, Nancy came around behind me with the gaunt man's backpack, and in very much the same way I dealt with Russell, she dressed me in it, leaving 40 pounds of weight on my shoulders. She next retrieved the dead man's canvas bag, which she placed in my right hand. It weighed 20 or 30 pounds, and was filled with every shiny-looking piece of jewelry that could be imagined. Most of it was costume junk, but it was weighty nonetheless. There was more whispering in ears between Nancy and the obese one. Bubbles was her new name, before anything else happened. But once we were organized, Nancy took hold of the long length of chain left where the gaunt man had been, and led us across the street and down toward the river. We pack mules followed, of course. Obese Bubbles pranced along beside leathery Nancy. The free whites who filled out the entourage came along. We crossed over the front yard of one of the houses that I'd checked for a boat the night before. We weaved our way around the landscaping and then out across the backyard. Once at the river, all either squatted or lay on the bank and drank. I was more than reluctant at first, but I knew I wouldn't last through a blazing hot day under a burden of 70 pounds without water. So, contaminated or not, I dropped to the grass and put my face to the river's surface, sucking in as much water as my empty belly would hold. Once full, I sat back and observed the others. I was a captive, but determined not to let despair eke its way in and make my situation anything but temporary. I was going to free myself. Of that, there was no doubt. I also decided that it was not captivation that I was suffering, rather tuition that I was paying. It was a chance to learn not only what I needed to know to get myself free, but to learn about my enemy. And that's what the whites were, my enemy. They were not sick people, nor were they unfortunate people. What they were in the past had little to do with what they were now. They were semi-brain-dead, infected white monsters who would feed on my innards at the first chance. They did not deserve my empathy, nor my mercy. But the more I knew about them, the longer I was likely to live. The whites around me were all still nervously drinking. For them, it was a slow, difficult process. They'd each inch down to the water's edge. Lips would touch the surface, or a single hand would reach in and scoop out handfuls, while the other gripped the sod in white-knuckled fear. No feet, not even toes, ever touched the water. They were all afraid of it. At least it seemed so. That was good information to have, or at least good information to confirm. The girls on the riverboat had said as much to Murphy and me a few days before. And what of Murphy? Was he still alive? Had the bullet bruised his brain, swelling it into bodily paralysis? Or was he awake and joking with Mandy? Thoughts for another hour, perhaps. Once communal refreshment time was over, Nancy led us back across the lawn and over to the house's wide and thankfully shaded back porch. Bubbles bounced along with us with her big white pet, Bluto, close behind. We came to a stop at the back of the house, and Bubbles pulled Bluto close and whispered instructions into his ear. After, he stood up straight and looked at her with his blank face and dead eyes. Was he choosing to obey, or trying to interpret the instructions with his weak brain? Either way, after a few moments, he turned his attention to the back door, then ran toward it and slammed it with his massive shoulder. The door flew off of its hinges. Bluto stepped back from the open doorway, and Nancy pointed one of her long crab-leg fingers into the house. Without hesitation, the free whites ran inside, and the sounds of rummaging and breaking echoed out. We pack mules stood in the shade and waited. None in the train seemed the least bit curious about what was going on in the house, or even curious about anything going on anywhere around them. They all stood and stared, awaiting instructions with empty eyes and closed mouths. Mimicking them, I tried to appear just as mentally passive and disinterested. The first of the free whites to come back out of the house was the one that I'd seen Nancy beating the night before for bringing back handfuls of silverware. He dropped to his knees in front of her, and, unfortunately for him, raised 2 more handfuls of silverware. Oops. Bubbles giggled like a warbling turkey. Nancy's furious, bony hands slapped at the silverware and sent it clinking across the patio before going to work at slapping the white in the face 5 or 6 times. Once her anger was vented, she leaned over, spent a good while whispering through cupped hands into White's ear before pointing back into the house. He hurried inside. For a moment of personal entertainment, I speculated about what he might come back with next. While the whites rummaged for no reason that I could see, Bubbles started to prance around the patio floor on her toes. Unfazed by the dancing, Nancy glared through the back door and into the dimness inside. Bluto watched Bubbles. As discreetly as I could, I looked over the scattered flatware. Forks, spoons, butter knives, standard dinner sets, nothing that would serve as a practical weapon. Still, anything was better than nothing, or so I told myself, not considering what consequences might attach themselves to a weapon found on my person. The nearest butter knife was 8 or 9 feet away. I'd likely not get a chance to sneak it into my bag, but patience could work in my favor. Another white came out of the house. This one had handfuls of blue glass beads, the kind that might be at the bottom of a clear glass vase with fake flowers. Nancy recognized the shiny beads for what they were, and was none too shy to express her displeasure in the usual way. After his beating, the white hurried back into the house. The third white came out with the good stuff. Nancy made a frighteningly joyous shriek. Bubbles giggled her way over, and the two of them squatted on the patio with animated fingers. The white dropped the booty at their feet, and Nancy pulled his head close to her mouth and whispered into his ear. He hustled back inside. Nancy and Bubbles set themselves to work, sorting with meticulous attention through the necklaces, earrings, watches, and rings, tossing some aside, trying on others, but building a little pile of keepers between them. After the free whites had ransacked the house to Nancy's satisfaction, they squatted near the back wall of the patio and squabbled over a box of baking powder, a half can of Crisco, and some saltines, all of which was disappearing bite by bite into their mouths. When it was all done, Nancy took her time in distributing the pieces between the backpacks and shopping bags that we pack mules carried. When it was all done, we moved to the next house down the street and repeated the process. And that was the whole of my existence for the coming days, as my energy level drained away in the incessant heat and my body withered from lack of food. I struggled each day to carry my growing load. I daydreamed about a chance to eat. I glared hatred at Nancy and Bubbles when they weren't looking. Once, as I was glaring, I got caught. My reward for that was few bony-handed slaps from Nancy. No matter what I observed, no matter what I imagined, I couldn't find a way to escape. The hopelessness of slavery started to leach away my resolve to be free. It was late in the afternoon on some day that I'd lost count of. The tuition that I was paying to learn about the infected had surpassed what I could afford. Having successfully dehumanized my captors in my mind, I was having a little trouble accepting that the brain-dead bunch of them still had me in their control. I was slipping into dark anger at myself, a state of mind that wouldn't help me get free. We were working our way up a gently sloping street away from the river. Wrinkly Nancy was leading us across an intersection with a four-way stop when the sound of a nearby gunshot to our left locked all of us in our tracks and turned every head. All sounds were stifled in our throats. Ever-busy fingers froze in anticipation. All eyes were wide. All faces pointed in one direction. These infected knew exactly what food sounded like. A second gunshot sent two of the free whites running up the street and started a third's feet to shuffling like a toddler's pee-pee dance. Only Bluto and the stupid one with the silverware fixation stayed put, eyes on Nancy and Bubbles, waiting for instructions. Bubbles pranced up to Nancy and leaned her ear close to Nancy's mouth. Nancy cupped her hands and whispered. Bubbles whispered back. Nancy told her one more thing, and then threw a bony finger into the direction from which the gunshots had echoed. Bluto, the dumb one, and the pee-pee dancer bolted up the street. Big round Bubbles bounded in deer leaps after them. Nancy yanked our chain and we followed at a fast walk. We'd passed a dozen or so widely spaced houses, set back in the trees, when Nancy turned off of the asphalt and guided us toward a house where a dozen whites were dragging their hands across the brick walls, pressing their faces to the windows, tripping over the shrubs, and stomping down the dead flowers. Bluto and the dumb white were standing near the curb, looking around at the other houses, but mostly following the movement of whites around this particular house. Nancy took only a moment to assess the situation. She led us across the yard and found a suitable tree at a corner of the garage, looped the length of chain around it, and padlocked our tether in place. I was stuck, again. If the whites' instincts were right, there were normal people inside with at least one gun, a gun they shouldn't have fired. Outside, there were more than a dozen whites, 2 of those were smart ones, and 4 could follow verbal commands. While the feral whites continued their futile activity around the house, Nancy gathered up her pets and took her time in getting in the ear of each to provide instructions. She had formulated a plan of attack, and she was capable of conveying that plan. Or so it appeared. That was not good. It was so not good. I racked my brain for a way to warn the people inside the house. They were in more trouble than they knew. I couldn't yell a warning. To do so would be certain death for me, with no guarantee that those inside would hear it, let alone heed it. Crap. I shuffled my feet and urged my chain gang buddies around to the side of the house, out of sight of Nancy, Bubbles, and the other whites who were starting to gather in a group near the front door. I looked for a window that I could tap on, but there was nothing. We were on the outer wall of the garage, but not far from a privacy fence made of vertical cedar boards, and not far from the gate in that fence. With my free hand, I gripped the chain and pulled hard, trying to take out all of the slack. The whites connected to me didn't protest. They let me have my way, apparently willing to accept anyone's rule. But in the end, the 3 and 4 foot lengths of chain between each of us didn't add up to enough chain for me to lay a hand on the latch that opened the gate into the backyard. I deflated, but immediately chastised myself. Could I just quit when normal people's lives were at stake? Giving them a warning was something that couldn't be done. Pushing the limit of my imagination in that moment produced only unworkable ideas. I turned my thoughts to escape. I put my bag down, knowing that Nancy would beat me if she saw that I had, but she was preoccupied. I put my effort back into tugging at the loop of chain around my neck and tried vainly to pull it up over my head. It was just too damned tight. I knelt down and started rummaging through my shopping bag, looking for anything that might be used to pick the lock. Not that I had any experience with that. In fact, it was likely an endeavor born from the desperation of having no other ideas. A crash at the front of the house alerted me that Bluto had busted open the front door. The whites howled. Time was up. Escape was still on the table, but helping those folks in the house was not. That option had just expired. There was a muffled scream from inside. Lots of noise, more gunfire, 1 shot, 2 shots, 3. More yelling, words I couldn't make out. A sound from the back of the house caught my attention. More gunfire from inside. Without warning, the cedar gate swung open. A girl and boy, late teens or early 20s, rushed out, eyes wide with the surprise of seeing my surprised white face right in front of them. The girl swerved to her right as she passed, keeping out of my arm's reach. The guy, slow to react, lost his balance, teetered through a few running steps as he passed me, and tripped over his own feet, landing on his face. The girl was immediately bent over beside him, tugging his shirt to get him back to his feet. With the boy suddenly lying so close, the chain gang froze, as virus-slowed brains processed the good fortune that landed so very suddenly within reach. Before they could surge toward the boy, the girl's eyes went wide with terror. Movement just past me inside the gate caught her attention. I interpreted the fear as a warning and snapped my head around to look. A white, with arms swimming in the air and mouth agape, was running through. Without a thought, I stuck a foot in front of the crazed white. He tripped and tumbled into a disoriented pile. While he was trying to figure out which way was up, I charged toward him. Too bad for him, he looked up just in time to catch my boot in a full kick right under his jaw. Bone cracked, blood gushed, and the white's face dropped to the dirt. One of the whites in the chain gang gasped loudly. I realized as I watched blood flow from every orifice of the white's head that it was one of the free whites, one of Nancy's pets. Good, 1 down. I cast a guilty look over my shoulder to be sure that neither Nancy nor Bubbles had witnessed my crime. They hadn't. The girl who'd just gotten the boy to his feet looked at me, confused and surprised. I gave her a nod, and she turned and ran into the trees between the houses with the boy right behind. A moment later, another white ran out of the backyard, but totally missed the fact that the boy and girl had run off into the woods. The white instead ran to the corner of the garage and made a left turn into the front yard. There was another gunshot from inside and some more noise, and then the only sounds I heard were elated yowls. The whites had won. They were starting their feast on the dead.
At least none of us pack mules would be on the menu for dinner.
I'd live through another night. Chapter 13. As the sun sank behind the trees and the lights started to fade, I wondered how many people had died in the house. Neither Nancy nor Bubbles had come out to check on us. I guessed that they were still gorging themselves on uninfected flesh, or had passed out with bloated bellies into tryptophan-induced comas for the night. Maybe Nancy and Bubbles were dead. Perhaps they'd been shot in their greedy rush to feed. But that was just wishful thinking. Well, sort of. If Nancy never came out of the house with the keys, I'd die of thirst chained to a tree. Wrinkly Nancy certainly would have been smart enough to let the other whites go in first and catch the bullets. As much as it pained me to think of them that way, Nancy and Bubbles were smart ones.
They not only knew how to survive, but they were smart enough to organize other whites to do their irrational bidding and to domesticate draft animals, namely me. They were far from stupid. The free white that I'd kicked in the face never moved again. He breathed for a long time through bubbly red snot and cracked teeth, but eventually that petered out to lifelessness. Unfortunately for the whites on the chain, I was the only one able to reach the downed man, which meant that none of them could get their teeth into his cooling flesh. That pissed them off for a long time, their agitation expressed in the bloody sores on their necks from the chain that yanked each of them back whenever they lunged for a bite. But all of that had come to a stop as they eventually accepted that it was going to be another long, hungry night under a buzzing blanket of feasting mosquitoes and crawling fire ants. Through our boredom and hunger, the chain gang had slowly shifted into a semicircle of prisoners, squatting in the sandy dirt off of the corner of the garage. The one chained closest to the front of our line, closest to the tree, now the skinniest of us, had passed out and was lying with his head on the tree roots. Whether he was asleep or something worse, I couldn't tell. I just knew that my fate, if I didn't find a way to free myself soon, was down the road that he was near the end of. I thought about the people who had been inside the house. I wondered whether they'd still be alive if Nancy, Bubbles, and Bluto hadn't been drawn in by the sound of their gunshots. The whites, who were already at the house when we arrived, seemed perplexed. Walls, windows, and doors, taken for granted by normal people, were hard problems to solve for the infected mind. But for the smart ones, they were easy. Too easy. I crossed and uncrossed my legs while I looked up at the sky and watched it slowly grow dark. Little pinpricks of yellow and white sparkle grew out of the deepening blue. Several solar-powered landscape accent lights flicked on around the dead garden. Something bigger than your average bug scratched my knee. I brushed it away without looking. Thinking back to Jeff Aubrey's calculations, the thought of just staying alive for 12 months hadn't seemed like that difficult of a thing. I mean, it both did and it didn't. But I thought at the time what a hopeful thing his idea was, that just hiding out from a bunch of stupid cannibals would be enough to save at least some of humanity. It would save enough of us to start again. There was a future out there for mankind that I wanted to hope would be better than our past. But the smart ones, they were changing those equations. The very real possibility existed that they might eventually root out all of the normal people left. If that happened, mankind would go extinct when the last of the whites died of stupidity. Again, something touched my knee, and I swatted it away, irritated that some bug, fat on the carcasses of the dead, had the audacity to interrupt my thoughts. Were those thoughts an indication that I was falling into one of my black moods? Or was it a logical conclusion, inevitable given the evidence? I thought it all through a few more times, and the more I thought, the clearer it became that the infected were a big problem. But the smart ones were the problem. Stupid whites could be avoided.
Smart whites, though, might kill us all. Again, the scratching on my knee. I looked down, expecting to see a fat tree roach or one of those creepy-ass fuzzy tarantulas on my knee. Instead, I saw a twig, and at the other end of the twig was a human hand. The infected man, 2 mules up in the chain gang, was poking me. "What the fuck, dude?" I glared at him, but of course said nothing.
The white looked down at the dirt. I leaned my head back on my shoulders and looked back up in the sky, scratching on my knee again. I jerked my head up and gave the white with the stick my meanest, "leave me the fuck alone" look. He looked down at the dirt in front of him. Irritating fucker. I huffed to emphasize my anger and to discourage him from bothering me again. Instead of scratching me again with his twig, though, he tapped the twig on the ground in front of him. I turned my body so that my knee would be out of his reach, looked out across the wide lawn and empty street, and tried to think of a way to get myself out of my predicament. But scratching on my arm flared my anger, and I jerked around ready to fight. The guy with the twig very slowly, very deliberately, averted his eyes. Somewhere between my angry thoughts of pummeling him with my fists, it occurred to me to follow his gaze down. Holy shit. There in the dirt at the end of his twig was written the word, "Hello." Chapter 14. Nico was his name. A man of 40 years with a 9th grader's face and slim body. Nearly emaciated and a little effeminate, Nico was definitely not masculine. He'd probably been picked on a lot when he was in school, but made up for it by earning a ton of money sitting behind a computer as an adult. Considering the circumstances, Nico didn't look bad. His short black hair wasn't out of hand yet, his jeans didn't show much dirt, and his shoes were in good shape. His shirt wasn't stained or torn. The only things that gave away anything about Nico's predicament were the shadow of a beard on his chin, the bug bites on his neck and exposed hands, and the dirt collecting around his cuticles and under his fingernails. Oh, and of course, there was his blazing white skin. He probably wasn't much for getting outdoors before the virus hit. Given all of that, I should have noticed Nico earlier. The other infected on the chain gang had the disheveled, dirty look of violent transients, months past their last shower, with a penchant for messy cannibalism along with grime-smeared mouths and blood-stained shirts to prove it. And the stench. The stupidest among the infected had forgotten their potty training when the virus had fried their brains. Through scribbling in the dirt, Nico told me that he'd been on the chain gang for 5 days. Bluto had nabbed him while he was sleeping off the fever alone in a house up near Bee Cave Road a few miles south of where we were chained to that tree. The house he'd been captured in wasn't his. His neighborhood had been overrun with the infected and gun-toting do-gooders who didn't, shortly after the outbreak. Nico, with a lot of luck, had made his way to the well-stocked Bee Cave Road house and had been waiting for things to settle down when the virus found him. Bluto found him next and pressed him into Nancy's service. On the subject of escape, the question that dominated our tediously slow dirt-based conversation, Nico was at a loss. He'd been watching and learning, just as I planned to do, but no opportunity had presented itself. The routine was much the same each day. Drink from the river in the morning and sometimes in the afternoon. Carry looted jewelry from Nancy and Bubbles while their pet whites methodically worked their way up and down the streets. They'd kill and eat normal humans, dogs, cats, squirrels, anything they could get their hands on. They'd just discovered the magic cornucopia of stocked pantries a few days before, and that slowed the rate at which the pack mules were eaten. When Nancy and the other whites did eat one of us from the chain gang, it was always the most tenured member on the front who filled the dinner bill. New chain gang members, always males, were added to the rear. The day before I was collected for the chain gang, Silverware Boy had come out of a house with several kitchen knives. Nancy got pissed. The knives were scattered on a driveway, and Nico managed to stash a big butcher knife in his canvas bag beneath the gold and silver jewelry. Unfortunately, the knife only stayed there for a few hours. Later that afternoon, while Bubbles was rummaging through his bag, trading out her bracelets and necklaces, she found the knife in the bag, squawked, grimaced, and threw it away. Nancy, Bubbles, and their pets slept in the house that night, among the bodies of those that they'd murdered. Nico and I slept in the dirt with the rest of the chain gang. When the sun came up the next morning, it became apparent that the guy in the lead, the one chained closest to the tree, had died. That left 4 of us, Nico, me, and 2 whites. It didn't take too long for the 2 with the rotted brains to figure that one of us was dead and start gnawing on his limbs. Near noon, Nancy waddled out of the house, still carrying a bellyful of holiday feast. Unfazed by the dead white attached to her chain, she wrangled Bluto and gave him his whispered instructions. An hour later, 2 new whites were attached to the chain behind me. We were 6 again, but Nico was just 1 position off of the menu. The sun was high in a cloudless sky by then. It was going to be a scorcher. We crossed an estate-sized back lawn, heading toward the river for our first drink of the day. The grass, however, didn't slope down to the edge of the river like it did on most of the riverside lots. The yard had been leveled as flat as a pool table and spread all the way from the back of the house to a concrete retaining wall with the river lapping at its base 3 feet down. The only practical way to reach the water's surface was immediately apparent to anyone with any mental capacity left. Nancy saw it and led us to a set of wooden stairs that we descended to a wide, covered pier that extended 25 feet out into the river. The planked deck of the pier was less than a dozen inches above the surface of the river, putting the cool water within easy reach of us all. Of course, Nancy squatted first and set the example for the rest to follow, and we all lined up along the edge of the dock and started to scoop water up to our mouths. Bubbles, however, with her uncontainable enthusiasm for whatever caught her attention, started skipping up and down the dock, frolicking to the sound of her feet clomping on wood. When I'd wet my parched throat with the smelly green water, I took some moments to look around. It was hard to see anything but Bubbles as she bounced up and down. Apparently, the joy of eating fresh, uninfected meat the night before had added an extra spoonful of happiness to her energy level. She reached the end of the dock out in the river, pirouetted twice, then started back toward the stairs. But I didn't see her return that time. There was something down at the end of the dock that was immensely interesting to me. I stared. All the components of an escape were right there in front of me. 3 scuba tanks with buoyancy compensators and regulators attached were lined up neatly along the edge of the dock, perhaps the remnants of somebody's half-baked escape plan gone bad. The icing on that cake bobbed in the current, tied to a dock across the river. A canoe. Thankfully, Nancy was infatuated with a large fish with glittery scales that was swimming just beneath the surface, near where her toes were peeking over the edge of the boards. She didn't have a thought to spare for me. The wheels in my brain started to turn and spun quickly off of their axles. The money I'd spent on getting scuba certified was about to pay a dividend. My half-baked escape plan came together. I checked out my captors to see how much attention they were paying to us on the chain gang. Nancy, I already knew, was fixated on the fish. Bluto was very busily scratching himself in a way that he never would have done in public a month prior. Bubbles still pranced. The 2 remaining whites sat on the stairs up to the lawn and seemed very interested in nothing at all. Only Nancy was between us 6 and the end of the pier, between us and the scuba tanks. I discreetly reached across the white between Nico and I nudged him. When he looked up at me, I motioned with my head toward the end of the dock.
He turned and stared for a moment, then looked back with a big question on his face. I motioned again. He looked again and turned back with the same question on his face. With Nico's attention on me, I cupped a hand over my mouth and dramatically drew a deep breath. The sound of that caught Nancy's attention, and I quickly put my hand back down to the water and scooped a palmful up to my mouth. That satisfied her suspicion, and she looked back at the fish. A few moments passed, and I chanced a look back up at Nico. He was wide-eyed and shook his head very subtly, but definitively. He was not on board. I didn't blame him. The plan sucked. There were so many ways it could fail. I had no way of knowing, given the amount of time that would be available to me, whether the tanks had air in them. Cross that out. No, unless the regulators were leaky, the tanks almost certainly had air in them. They were probably brought out to the end of the dock to prepare for a dive, which meant that they'd be full. And at the likely depth of the river, I could stay under for at least an hour and maybe 2 with a full tank. If the tanks had been left there by divers after cleaning the bottom of a boat, doing dock maintenance, or futilely clearing duckweed off of the river bottom, then the divers wouldn't have come up when the tanks were empty. Divers always surface with air still in the tank. To do anything less would be courting disaster. The least that might be in a tank would be 10 or 15 minutes worth of air, sufficient for my purposes, but not leaving much room for other errors. Good enough chances for me. To stay on the chain gang was to choose death, if not from getting eaten, then by starvation or dysentery. I chose my path. I was going, and I was taking the whole chain gang with me. Nico's best chance for survival was to accept that and go along. I started to think about all the things that could go wrong, but I forced those thoughts into the delete bin. There was no point in second-guessing. I held up 3 fingers for Nico to see. He subtly shook his head again. It didn't matter.
He wasn't getting a say, just a warning. I pumped my arm once and dropped a finger. I pumped it again and dropped the second. By the 3rd pump, my pulse was already racing. I jumped to my feet and screamed the most shrill, fearful scream I could manage and started to run toward the far end of the dock. Human nature, being what it is, knows at its reptilian core that when your neighbor screams and runs, your best chance to survive another day isn't in spending time in evaluating the threat, but in simply accepting that a threat is real, and then screaming and hauling ass right along with the first screamer. My bet was that the virus hadn't destroyed that part of the white's brains. It turned out that I made a good bet. I didn't have to drag any of the whites on the chain gang. In fact, within a second, they were all running toward the end of the dock, screaming, outpacing me, and dragging Nico along for me. Before Nancy had any idea what was happening, our leash was ripped from her hand. With the air suddenly full of unqualified fear, she backpedaled away from the most likely source, the shore. Similarly, Bluto, Bubbles, and the others were tentatively putting some distance between themselves and the stairs that led up to the lawn. Knowing at that point that I had nothing to lose by talking, I yelled to Nico, "Grab a tank! Hold on to my belt! Don't let go! I'll take care of you!" And with those last words, the chained whites started to process that one of their number was speaking, that one of us was Tasty, and they slowed to an abrupt stop. But that stop put them right at the end of the pier. I didn't slow. I pushed one into the water ahead of me as I grabbed a scuba tank by the valve, grabbed the chain around my neck with the other, lest I hang myself, and fell into the water. I didn't need to pull anyone else. I had a backpack with at least 40 pounds of jewelry. The white that I pushed in had a backpack and a bag. We were both sinking to the bottom and dragging the other 4 with us. Arms, elbows, knees, and skulls were suddenly thrashing wildly under the water. It was cold, dark and disorienting. My chain was yanking hard in both directions. I pulled myself into a ball, pinched my nostrils between my fingers to equalize the pressure in my ears and relieve the sharp pain that came with the depth. I opened the air valve on my tank and ran my other hand down one of the 4 hoses coming off the valve. The first hose I followed led to the connection on the buoyancy control device. My hand instantly flew back to the valve and followed another hose. In seconds, my hand was on a regulator. I pushed the purge valve to clear it, and the familiar sound of rushing gas bubbling through the water let me know I had air. I pushed it into my mouth and inhaled deeply. I needed to take care of Nico before he drowned. The heroic thing to do, I guess, would have been to take care of Nico first. But that was also the stupid thing to do. With my own air source stabilized, I could be a lot more help to Nico. Without air for myself, I'd risk drowning and killing him in the process. Given his reluctance to go along, I could only guess that he had very little or no scuba experience. Or maybe he was just smarter than me. With the flailing arms and hands of the drowning infected pushing and punching from all around, I ran my hands around the circumference of my belt and found a hand grasping tight near the small of my back. I followed the arm up to a shoulder, to a neck, and found a face. From what I could tell, Nico was being very calm as the weight of his pack settled him onto the river bottom. I pulled the regulator from my mouth and shoved it into his, pushing on the purge button as I did so. I needed to be sure and put as little river water in his mouth as possible. As soon as the regulator pushed against his lips, Nico's hand let go of my belt and grabbed hold of the regulator in his mouth. With maybe a foot of visibility in the murky water, I was able to see relief in his open eyes. I followed the hose back down to the tank and again ran my hand up another pressure line of the octopus. In a second, my hand was on the second regulator. Thank God for safety-minded divers. I purged the regulator as I pushed it into my mouth and breathed deeply. It worked. So far, anyway. The struggling of the other whites declined quickly as, one by one, they drowned. That left us in a jumble of chains and bodies in 15 feet of water. But Nico and I had air for the moment. Chapter 15. Sunlight filtering down through the green water dimmed in the turbidity left after the struggle of the panicked whites in the mud of the river bottom. But the murky water slowly moved downriver with the current. Relatively clear water flowed in to replace it. Nico and I, weighed down by our backpacks, sat on the bottom in a small clearing in a duckweed forest. Around us grew an inexplicable garden of the tiniest white flowers. I used hand gestures to keep Nico motionless and calm. The situation needed to stabilize before we moved to the next step. Our only 2 enemies were panic and a lack of air, and we had plenty of air. The octopus on each tank, of course, had a combination pressure and depth gauge. The tank we were both breathing on stood at 2,600 pounds per square inch, nearly full. The other had 1,000. When the crawdads, frightened into their holes by the struggle, started to come back out again to investigate, I figured that we had been sitting still long enough. With some difficulty, I helped Nico to shed his heavy backpack full of jewelry, and then, after ensuring that he wouldn't let go of it, I mounted the tank with the most air on his back and clipped the buoyancy control vest across his chest. The backpack went back on, only backwards so the bag was on his chest. He needed weight to stay under. Similarly, I put the other rig on my back and rearranged my jewelry weight. We were both breathing our own air at that point, and we were nearly ready to go. I spent a good while disentangling the 4 drowned whites and getting their backpacks off so that they'd be easier to move underwater. That only left me with 500 pounds per square inch in my tank, and that concerned me. I checked Nico's tank pressure. He'd burned off nearly as much air just by watching me work, probably from anxiety. Understandable. I indicated to Nico to keep an eye on his tank's pressure gauge and managed to get him to mimic me as I handled the chains of my dangling whites. Together, we started a slow trudge across the soft river bottom. We weren't too far into the colder, deeper water when my air tank ran dry. Having practiced that drill in my certification classes, coupled with the close eye I kept on the gauge, I didn't panic. I already had the extra regulator from Nico's tank in my hand when it happened. I just held my breath for a second and switched regulators. The tank I left on. I was coupled with the buoyancy control device, and it would make for a good flotation device should it become necessary for Nico and I to surface and drift downriver for a bit. We were down to a depth of 30 feet, and I was purposefully veering left as we mushed through the muck to compensate for the current that was pushing us to our right. In a nice surprise that couldn't have come too soon, the river bottom suddenly sloped up rather steeply in front of us. We were headed up toward the far bank, and the going got clumsy and slow over the big slippery rocks. Dragging the marginally buoyant bodies behind added to the difficulty. I checked Nico's pressure gauge. It wasn't dangerously low, but we were using air very fast. I was thinking hard about inflating the buoyancy control devices and going to the surface when I stepped up onto a big rock and my head broke the surface. Thank God. The hardest part, I hoped, was behind us. I reached down for Nico's hand and helped him up onto the rock beside me. With the water just under his chin, Nico spit out his regulator, put a hand on my shoulder to steady himself on the algae-slick rock, and said, "You've got some big balls." Thanks. I turned to look across the river. Nancy and Bubbles were standing at the end of the dock, looking down into the water where we'd all gone in. That was more persistence than I'd expected. Off to our right, about 30 yards, was the dock with the canoe tied to it. Quietly, I said to Nico, "Let's try to make it over to the dock underwater so that they don't see us." He gave me a nod, and we put our regulators back in and slipped beneath the surface. Once underwater, I checked our air pressure. Just a hair under 600 pounds per square inch. We'd make it. It was slow going, but we weren't in a hurry by then. When we came to the surface beside the dock with the canoe shielding us from the other side of the river, neither Wrinkly Nancy nor ebullient Bubbles saw us. "What next?" Nico asked after spitting his regulator out again. "You're not going to like this next part." "How's that?" I looked at the bodies of one of the attached whites who had just floated to the surface a few feet away. "You know as well as I do that we need to get rid of these guys." Nico looked up at the dock. "I don't suppose you spotted a pair of bolt cutters over here when you formulated your plan?" I shook my head. "I've only got one idea, and it's not a very good one for a couple of reasons." Nico asked, "And those are?" "It's a fucking disgusting solution." We push the bodies up on the dock, then use the air tanks to smash their heads until they deform enough to slip through the chains around their necks. Nico's face hinted at nausea, and he looked at me as if begging for a different solution. "I can't think of any other way, Nico." Nico sucked a long breath between his teeth. "It can't be any worse than most anything else I've seen lately." "I suppose not." "You said a couple of reasons," Nico observed. "Yeah, if Nancy and Bubbles are still over there, they'll probably make a ruckus. If that happens, we won't have long to get in the canoe and get out of here before more whites show up and put us at risk." Hold on. Nico raised his hands. "Nancy, Bubbles, whites?" "Oh, slang, I guess. My buddy started calling the infected whites, and it sort of stuck with us." Nico nodded. "Nancy and Bubbles, your made-up names for the two infected women?" "Yeah." "I get Bubbles. What's with Nancy?" "Just a name." "Your buddy, I guess since you're alone, he's dead?" "I don't know." "And what about Murphy?"
The only way I was going to know was to take the next step in getting back to Sarah Mansfield's house. Let's get this going. Nico and I got into position along the edge of the dock so that we could work together to push the bodies up onto the planks one at a time. After struggling for some time to get the first limp, slippery corpse out of the water, only to have it splash back in, Nico said, "I've got an idea." I listened, and a moment later, we shed our scuba equipment and climbed up onto the dock. Once we were standing on the boards, the risk of getting out of the water was clarified when Nancy and Bubbles recognized us. Hungry screaming followed. "Do you want to pull or smash?" Nico asked me. "Do you have a strong stomach?" I asked. "I'll pull." With that, Nico pulled on the chain that led to the white linked between us.
With some effort, he dragged the white up out of the water just far enough for his head to flop over onto the dock. Then it was my turn. I closed the valve on my tank and removed the regulator. With one hand on the valve and the other on the bottom, I lifted the tank high into the air. From shoulder height, I smashed the 25-pound cylinder into the head of the dead white. Bone cracked. Water spurted out of the mouth. The nose and ears spewed blood. But the skull didn't collapse. I had to lift the tank and smash the skull against the dock 2 more times before Nico was able to slip the chain over what was left of the head. The corpse slipped into the river. We wasted no time in giving number 2 the same treatment. Catching my breath while I waited for Nico to pull number 3 out of the water, I looked up at the nearest houses and saw nothing. But I did hear the excited wails of whites. They weren't far away. Nico pulled number 3 up and placed the head in the blood spot on the dock. Bits of skull and brain lay all about our feet, but I couldn't let that bother me, not at that moment. The whole experience was prime material for memory repression. I smashed down again. It took 4 blows with the cylinder to deform the skull to the point where Nico's yanking on the chain freed the corpse. But whites were coming into the yard. "That's it," I told Nico. "We need to go." "But get in the canoe." The urgency in my voice was enough to put a fire under Nico. In a flash, he was in the canoe and working his way down to the far end, almost losing his balance a few times. I laid the cylinder inside, pulled the loop of rope off of the cleat on the dock, and pushed us off just as the first whites came running onto the pier. "Would they have heard us, do you think?" Nico asked, motioning toward the whites we'd just evaded. With Nancy and Bubbles over there screaming like banshees, why not?
I pulled at the chain connected to the one white still in the water. "Look, dude, you're gonna have to paddle. If I let go of the chain, I'll get choked to death dragging this guy down the river." "Okay." Nico paddled the boat out into the middle of the river, giving us 50 or 60 yards of open water to either bank. The farther we got downriver from Nancy, Bubbles, and the whites at the dock where we'd stolen the canoe, stolen, such an outmoded concept, the easier I breathed. Knowing it wouldn't last, knowing that I'd have to be back on my toes sooner than I wanted, I savored the momentary illusion of safety. Of course, I was still chained to Nico by a neck collar, and behind me I dragged a white corpse that bobbed just below the surface. Such was my definition of safety and comfort. Oh, how my standards had changed.
As the canoe rounded a bend in the river, and all of our interested parties went out of sight behind the trees overhanging the river's banks, Nico asked, "Zed is your name? Did I get that right?" Looking at the banks and waiting for danger to materialize there, I softly replied, "Yeah, Zed. Zed Zane. And you're Nico, right?" "Right. Nico Wright. How'd you know my last name?" "Say what?" "Right. Are you fucking with me, Nico?" Nico smiled and shook his head. "My last name is Wright. You know, like Orville and Wilbur, with a W." "No shit." "None," Nico confirmed. Ezekiel Zane is my full name. No wonder you go by Zed. Yeah. I'm surprised that scuba tank thing worked, Zed. Me too, I admitted. What? I thought about ignoring Nico's implicit argument completely, but in the end I chose to say, I'm not going to claim expertise on anything here. But one of the things I've learned since the virus hit and the infected took over is that taking the initiative and taking a chance goes a long way toward keeping your ass alive. Nico paddled a few more strokes and looked back at me. You know, I've never scuba dived before. I shrugged. But you know enough about how scuba diving works that when I stuck the regulator in your mouth, you knew to breathe, right? Yeah, Nico answered tentatively. That's all I was depending on you to know. And if I didn't? If you didn't, I paused, deciding how honest to be. If you didn't, then there'd be 2 bodies floating behind me now instead of 1. Nico huffed and shifted around to look back out over the bow of the canoe. Is that how it is then? Nico, grow up. Let's be honest here. You're an American. You've probably had a TV in your home your whole life. On TV, you've probably seen about 1 million guys stick a regulator in their mouth and breathe underwater. If you were so oblivious to the reality around you that you didn't know that basic fact, then you'd probably have been dead a long time before we met. But you did know, Nico. The odds were way, way in favor of your knowing. I knew enough about scuba diving to do the rest. That's pretty callous, Nico responded. I shrugged. That's just life, Nico. You know that as well as me. Look, I don't know where you're going with this, but here's the deal. I don't want to die. That doesn't mean that I'm going to put your life at unnecessary risk to save mine. But risk is part of life now. That's just the way it is. If we'd stayed on that chain gang, we were both going to die. First you, then me. If not tomorrow, then the next day. Tell me you know what I'm talking about here, Nico. Nico nodded and paddled a bit more. Yeah, I'm just being grouchy. I knew where things were going. I guess I wasn't ready to take the chance. I can't even swim, Zed. Doesn't matter, I answered. I know this isn't going to sound true, but I thought about all of this stuff before I herded everybody off the end of the dock. For it to work, you didn't have to know anything about scuba gear, and swimming was irrelevant. The only thing you and I needed to do was hold our breath and avoid getting tangled with the drowning whites long enough to get the regulators in our mouths. That's it. I put us in that situation. A situation where we had the only advantages that people like us are ever going to have over the infected. Those advantages are intellect and knowledge. I had the knowledge of how to keep us alive underwater. The equipment to do it was available. You had the intellectual ability to control your panic and trust me after I put you 15 feet underwater.
You held onto my belt as instructed. You waited patiently, even though the animal part of your brain was telling you to panic and try to get your head above water. And because you were able to make the intellectual deduction that holding onto my belt was your best chance to breathe air again, we both lived. Nico let all of that sink in. Either you're really good at bullshitting, or you think on your feet better than anybody I've ever met. Well, I shrugged. I don't know. But I did think about all of that before I jumped off the pier. What's the plan now? Nico asked. A couple of miles down, just a little ways up from the dam, there's a marina that I think has an engine repair shop. Yeah, Nico nodded. I know the place. I'm hoping we can sneak in there and find some tools to cut these chains off, or at least get rid of Whitey back here. Whitey? Nico smiled. I picked it up from my buddy. Chapter 16. Nico Wright was a talker. He used to be a financial planner,
had 3 kids and a wife, emphasis on the past tense, made good money, lived in this part of town, had a nice house and a German car. And if it weren't for the dams on the river, he could have talked the canoe all the way down to the Gulf. I pretended to listen for a while. I guess he needed to talk about it all, the loss of his family, his dog, his cat, the kid's goldfish. I'm sure that talking was the mentally healthy thing to do. It's not easy for a person whose concept of risk is defined by high volatility in an undiversified portfolio to change that definition to something measured in agonizing, bloody death. Perhaps for Nico, words were a salve for the emotional wounds he suffered watching his children get murdered by the neighbors on the front lawn. His wife had died trying to save them.
Nico, the analytical type, knew they didn't have a chance. Knew his wife didn't have a chance when she ran out of the house to try.
But Nico had to live with never knowing whether it was the coldest of pragmatic analyses or cowardice that kept him in the house that day. I think his choice not to attempt escape from Nancy's and Bubbles' chain gang on his own was a way to punish himself for that choice. He told the whole story without shedding a tear. He didn't even look troubled. The further he went into the disturbing parts, the more matter-of-fact he became. It sounded like a recitation of a quarterly report for a boring company with average earnings. Perhaps, one day way off in Nico's future, when he told the part about his little blonde-haired 5-year-old daughter wearing a party dress, gasping her last breath with the neighbor's jaws clamped on her throat, he'd cry. Maybe then, he'd have a chance to find some peace with it.
Until then, Nico was damaged, distanced from emotions he was ill-equipped to process. In that, we had a kinship. I felt like I understood Nico. And out of being able to identify with Nico grew a smidgen of trust. I wasn't ready to bring him back to Sarah Mansfield's house with me. Freitag had burned that bridge when she crossed over. Trust was going to be a hard thing to grant going forward. Freitag. The thought of that bitch sent my thoughts back into a very dark place. A place where I murdered Mark in my thoughts and slaughtered whites out of spite. It was a place where I would have killed Nancy, Bubbles, and Bluto if I had the means. If only I'd had the presence of mind to throw a loop of chain around Nancy's skinny neck as we all ran toward the end of the dock. The world would have one less smart one, and some normal people on the south side of the river would probably live to see a few more days. The smart ones needed to die. All of them needed to die.
That's the marina you were talking about, right? Nico pointed to the south bank. Yep.
I looked over the docks and into the shadows by the buildings on shore. I didn't see any whites, didn't spot any movement, but they were there. The infected were always there, and for the next year or two, always would be. What's the plan? I pointed to the longest of the 3 docks. Let's pull up to the end of that one. We need to get rid of this guy before we can do anything. I thumbed back at the floater. Nico looked at the body bobbing along behind us. His face slacked into a sickly expression. It's messy, but we have to, I told Nico. We can't carry him with us. He's only manageable now because we're in the water. I know. Nico's tone told me he didn't need or want to be told that obvious bit of truth. Same as last time. You pull the chain, I smash the head. You don't have to look if you don't want to. Nico shuddered. You make it sound so easy, I finished for him.
Nico nodded.
You don't feel... Into the long pause, I said, It doesn't matter what I feel, Nico. The luxury of having good choices was a peculiarity of the modern world. For most of human history, life was brutal and bloody. Humanity just took a big backward step toward that. We can handle this. Humans are built for it. We're just not used to it. I don't need a history lesson, Nico responded petulantly. Of course he didn't need a history lesson. But a slap on the head wouldn't hurt. Paddle us to that dock. Let's make this quick. As soon as we're done, let's get back in the canoe and go back to the center of the river. Why? We'll be pretty close to the shop. Why not just go over there? You can do what you want. Well, maybe you can't since we're still chained together. But I'm not your boss.
I'm just telling you that I'd like to be careful and go back out into the water for a bit and make sure that we haven't riled up a bunch of hungry whites with all the noise we're going to make before we go on shore. Nico deflated.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. He paddled us over to the dock until the bow hit wood. I steadied the canoe as he climbed out and looped our bow line over a cleat. The next few moments were awkward. I walked down the length of the canoe as it drifted with the current away from the dock. Dragging along 200 pounds of floating corpse didn't make it any easier. But I managed, and together, Nico and I got the white in place before realizing that the scuba tank was still in the canoe. Shit, I hissed. Nico looked scolded. Not your fault. I stood up straight and looked around again to make sure we were still alone. We were.
Let's get this done.
It took several long minutes to retrieve the scuba tank and get the white back into position with his head on the dock and his body in the water. Then it was time to smash. Nico closed his eyes and looked away. I brought the cylinder down hard, once, twice, thrice. Damn! The guy had a hard head. I hammered it 3 more times with the tank before it was malleable enough to push through the loop of chain around his neck. The body slipped off of the deck and into the water. A slick of blood pooled around the deformed head as it drifted on the slow-moving current. There was blood on the dock and 5 or 6 teeth laying on the wood between my feet. Nico stared at it all for a moment, and then fell to his knees and heaved out the clear, sticky liquid contents of his stomach. I gave him a moment and kept a lookout for dangers before saying, "Come on, man, we need to go." Back in the center of the river again, we waited. I reached down and splashed my face with the cool water a couple of times, closing my eyes and reveling in another moment of feeling good. "I don't see any of them," Nico informed me. "Give it a minute. We should go check the shop. I don't feel comfortable sitting out here in the middle of the river." I wanted to ask Nico why he was even alive. Hadn't he learned anything? But then I remembered how much my own life depended on luck. "Nico, it pays to be careful. And when you fuck up, you usually get killed. But anyone can see us out here. You know the whites don't like the water. You saw that, right?" "What?" I looked up at Nico and put little effort into hiding my contempt. "What do you mean, what?" Nico saw the look on my face and turned indignant. "What makes you think they don't like the water? Just because they can't swim?" "Nico," I started, but stopped and took a deep breath before my anger ran off with my words.
Nico, I noticed when we were down by the water, they went to great pains to keep their toes out of the water. They drink, of course, but they were weirdly neurotic about touching the water with anything but their lips or their hands." Nico looked at me with storm clouds growing behind his eyes. In soothing tones, I added, "Sometimes I notice little details. Besides, I talked to some girls up the river a few days ago. They were hiding out on that riverboat thing they take the tourists on sunset cruises with." "I know that boat," Nico said. "Anyone who spent any time on Lake Austin would know it. It was hard to miss. The girls said that sometimes the whites would see them on the boat, but they'd never come in the water to get them. I just put 2 and 2 together. I think they're all afraid of the water for some reason." Nico looked around. "Somebody could shoot us out here." I was going to ask why, but nobody seemed to need a reason for that anymore. Instead, I said, "Anybody with a gun who's still alive has figured out by now that you only shoot as a last resort."
"What if they haven't figured that out yet?" "Then they're already dead, Nico," I said, with enough finality that I hoped to shut him up. I was getting peeved. Really, why was he still alive? I think we're cool to go in, if you're ready. If we see some food, any kind of food, a vending machine, a sugar packet, an armadillo, a squirrel, I could really use something. I smiled. I'm with you, man. Cautiously, Nico and I took extra care to be quiet while we paddled the boat back toward the marina. We glided between the boat slips, heading toward a boardwalk built over the water. On the other side of the boardwalk stood the workshop. Once the bow bumped wood, Nico took the bow line, looped it over a piling, and we both carefully climbed up out of the boat, doing our best to keep our links of chain from jingling.
We crossed the wide boardwalk and sidled up next to a faded blue corrugated steel wall. Still, there was nothing moving anywhere that I could see. Nico pressed his ear to the metal wall to listen. Good idea. After a moment, he pulled his head away, and I whispered, "Anything?" He shook his head and opened his mouth to say something, but it hung there for an awkwardly long time before the words finally came. "I know you think I'm useless, but I'm not. I'm just out of my element." In a whisper, I lied immediately. "No, Nico, I don't think you're useless. Sorry, I'm just edgy. Murphy says I have a tendency to be a dick for no reason." "Murphy is your buddy?" I nodded. "Do you think he's right?" I nodded again. "Nobody's perfect. So, no one inside?" "None that I could hear." There were several rolled-down garage doors on our side of the building. They were all padlocked shut. "I think I saw a door on the other side," I said. I started to move. Nico grabbed my arm to stop me. "I know you're probably going to ditch me as soon as we get these chains off. But you don't have to run off and leave me stranded or anything. If you want to go solo, just say so. I'll respect that." Nico's eyes told me that he feared that possibility more than he respected it. "I'll be honest, Nico. I am thinking about ditching you, but it's got nothing to do with you." "What's that mean?" "I've been running into some real problems when I trust people lately." Nico's vulnerability was starting to show. "You're the first person I've talked to since my wife died. We could work together. We'd both have a better chance that way." I nodded. "Nico, I won't run off and leave you when we cut the chains off, cool? I'm not making any promises beyond that. Let's see how all of this plays out, and then we'll go from there." "Okay," Nico nodded. "Have you been with Murphy this whole time?" I shushed Nico. "We'll talk more once we're back in the canoe." I started off toward the corner. There was indeed a door on the side of the building, painted white and easy to spot. I led Nico down to it, past a window with the blinds closed. I slowly turned the knob and was disappointed that it was locked. I looked back at Nico. He shrugged. "We can try the other side." Nico nodded agreement. Together we stealthily worked our way around the whole workshop. It was completely locked up. Frustrated, we found ourselves standing by the wall where we'd started, with the canoe across the boardwalk just a dozen feet away. Nico suggested, "We could break in." I shrugged. "Yeah, we probably could. I'm afraid we'd make too much noise and draw the whites in. But mostly, they leave us alone, right? Not if we're being noisy. When they hear certain noises, they think of food. It's never good to sound like food with whites around." I looked around out of good habit while I came to a decision. "We can head upriver." "Yeah? I've got some people up there. I don't think they have any tools." Well, maybe they do. We had a big toolbox on a pontoon boat a week or so ago,
but I don't know if they ever brought it back to our place. Either way, at least we'll have a safe place to sleep tonight. Nico didn't give me an answer right away. "Were you going to tell me about these people if we got the chains off?" I shrugged. "I don't know." Thanks for being honest. I'm not being honest. I'm being pragmatic. If we'd gotten the chains off, I was probably going to help you find a place to stay, and then I was going to leave you and go back on my own. Nico looked like I'd punched him in the gut. It's not you, Nico, really. I don't know. I trusted some people, and my buddy Murphy got shot. My buddy Jerome got shot for pretty much the same reason, trusting the wrong people. Zed, I'm not going to shoot you or anybody else. Nico slipped down into an uncomfortable introspective slope. I think I'm a coward. Come on, let's get going. It's a ways upriver.
It'll take us the rest of the afternoon to paddle up there.
Chapter 17. So, what's your deal, man? In the front of the canoe, I was struggling to paddle upriver on a stomach that had been empty for nearly a week, and it was hard. Any degree of exertion rushed my breathing and elevated my heart rate. In that state, it was easy to pass on the minimal effort it took to listen to Nico tell me about whatever he was telling me. So, what's your deal, man? Zed! Zed! Are you awake up there, man? Pulling my paddle up across my lap to rest for a minute, I looked back at Nico. What? Man, you must be totally zoned out because I asked you like 3 times. Asked me what? I know you're ignoring me, but you could at least pretend to listen. I thought I was. You must be in worse shape than me. We need some food. I suppose you're right. We should slow the pace a bit. I'm really tired. I gave Nico a nod. We can go easy for a while. So what's your deal, man?
I've practically told you my whole life story, and I don't know anything about you. I shrugged. What did you do before the virus hit? I hated that question, but there was no point in hiding the answer. I worked at Starbucks. That gave Nico a pause. Did you ever think about going to college or something? I'll bet you could get into the community college. That's always a good place to start. I mean, if school isn't your thing or whatever. It's kind of a halfway house to a real college, you know what I mean? I have a degree, Nico. Oh, Nico was at a loss for words for a moment. But just for a moment. The economy does kind of suck. A lot of people can't find good jobs right now. What's your degree in? Philosophy. Yeah, that might make it harder, but you can work pretty much anywhere with that kind of degree. You know, an entry-level gig. You seem like a smart guy. How long have you been at Starbucks?
I shrugged out of habit and put my paddle back in the water for an easy stroke. A couple of years, I guess. You've been looking for a job for a couple of years? Man, it must be worse out there than I thought. Nico, I work at Starbucks because I want to. Nico was perplexed. Are you a manager or something? I shook my head. What then? I'm curious. Barista. I don't understand. What's to understand? You seem like a bright guy. You're educated. Why work at Starbucks? I thought about evading the question as I had so many thousands of times in the past. But really, what was the point anymore? One job is as pointless as the next, Nico. That sounds like some philosopher's answer. Maybe. Don't you ever want to get married? Have some kids? Buy a house? I'm not sure those questions are valid anymore, Nico. You know what I mean.
Didn't you ever want those things?
Not really.
Why?
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
What do you mean, yes, you do? Exactly that? What are you, some kind of psychologist or something? I thought you were a financial planner. You remind me of my daughter. What the fuck are you even talking about? You're like my daughter, Zed. I turned back to look at him with an unasked question hanging in the air. She's distant and tight-lipped, too. If his daughter was anything like me, I deduced that it was probably for many of the same reasons,
and replied with a tone dripping in accusations. Yeah, why do you think that is, Nico? What? Nico was taken aback. What are you saying, Zed? I shrugged and went back to paddling. Nothing. Nico pulled his paddle out of the water and got his dander up. No! What are you saying, Zed? I paddled a few more strokes. What the hell? None it mattered anymore anyway. I let all of the accusations linger in my voice. You tell me, Nico.
Why does a little girl, what'd you say, 5 years old? Why does a little girl get tight-lipped and withdrawn, Nico? Why would she do that? Nico became dead serious. What are you asking me, Zed? Why don't you stop dodging the point and just tell me what you want to say? Okay. You say your daughter is just like me, quiet, distant. That's not normal, Nico. That's how broken kids are, Nico. Broken? Mistreated, Nico. Was she mistreated? What? Nico was shocked. What are you saying? You were a mistreated child? I turned back forward and paddled some more, shaking my head. So you're not going to answer the question? Whatever, man. You pushed it. You want to hide from it. Why should I care? None of it matters anymore. Bam! I jerked around to look at Nico. He'd slammed his paddle down across the gunnels. His face was red, his eyes were full of tears, his hands were shaking. His voice cracked when he spoke. You listen to me, you little punk. I love my daughter. She may be gone, but she'll always matter. You hear me? And just so you know, I would never, ever, ever raise a hand to her. That's just the way she was. Some people are just hardwired to be that way. They just don't relate to people as well as others. That's it, Zed. It's not any more complicated than that. And I sure as hell didn't abuse my own damn daughter, so fuck you, Zed Zane. Fuck you. It was my turn to be taken aback. I believed him. And then I felt like a turd for making the accusation. We floated silently on the river for a long time after that, lost in our own thoughts, fearful of saying any more until tempers settled. It was me who finally mustered the courage to speak. I'm sorry, Nico. That was dickish of me. Nico shook his head as he accepted. I loved my daughter, Zed. You don't have kids, I assume, so you'll never know how much a parent loves their kids. I'll have to take your word on that, Nico. I turned to start paddling again. We paddled together for a little while upstream with no words passing between us. Nico deduced, Your parents must have been real shits. I shrugged without looking back. It's not important, Nico. They're gone. Are you sure? Positive. Did you ever reconcile everything with them before they went? I told you, Nico, it doesn't matter. It makes it easier to move on when you close the books, so to speak. They're dead, Nico, just like everybody else. How do you feel about that? Are you sure you're not a psychologist? I told you, my daughter Stacy, she was hard to talk to, too. I'm used to dredging answers out. I'm truly sorry about Stacy, Nico. I'm sorry I said what I said. It's okay. You didn't know. It was getting late in the afternoon. There were shadows cast over the water by the trees near the shore, and it was tempting to paddle closer to the bank and take advantage of the shade. But so many dangers could be hiding among the trees and bushes there. We continued upriver, and the conversation hit another lull. I was as comfortable as I could be with that. I was guessing that Nico was feeling a little burned by what I'd implied, and was afraid to pursue another topic. But he finally asked, "What are your friends like?" "They're good people." "Did you know any of them before the virus hit?" "Nope." "You met them all afterwards?" "Yes." "If you don't mind my speculating, I'm under the impression that you're pretty attached to them."
I shrugged. Does that mean no? No. So you are. Yes. Given what I think I know about you, considering your childhood and all, you don't seem like the type to bond easily with other people. Are you calling me a sociopath, Nico? I turned back to him and gave him a wan smile to let him know that I was kidding. You know what I mean. I don't know about that, Nico. Why is it important? Just talking. I paddled a few more strokes. Would you say that you're attached to them? Sure, Nico.
I'd say that. Would you say that? Or would it be true? I'm sure Stacy loved it when you cross-examined her. The sarcasm came easy to me. As much as you do. I'm attached to them, Nico. More than other people you've known? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. I think you have. Why do you say that? You got a degree in philosophy for a reason, I think. You probably like to think about the reasons behind things. I'm guessing this is one of those things you've thought about. I've been kind of busy lately, Nico. You had plenty of time when we were on the chain gang. Yeah? Yeah. So, did you think about it? Fine. It's true. I'm probably more attached to these people than most other people I've known. Why? A, it doesn't matter. B, I don't know. C, if all your theories about me are true, then I'm probably too socially handicapped to know. D, I think that's the boathouse down there on the right. Do you see it? It looks like the door is open. Chapter 18. How the fuck did they get in there? My anger carried my voice across the water and caught the full, screaming attention of every naked white in Sarah Mansfield's boathouse. Nico said nothing. The question was clearly rhetorical. My knuckles bleached stark white as I clenched my hands on my paddle. The boathouse door was open. The ski boat was gone. The jet skis were still inside. Life jackets were scattered. A few floated in the water. Everything that had been so organized inside was strewn where it shouldn't have been. The infected had apparently scoured every inch of the boathouse in search of something to eat. A dangerous calm came over me. Everyone I had any attachment to had been in that house up on the cliff. Mass murder was back in my black thoughts. The darkness was blazing fire, but I didn't care that it was. I needed answers to suddenly open questions, and I felt a strong need to exterminate some whites. I looked at Nico, banal, blabbering Nico, and I was leashed to him. But through my mannequin's calm, he couldn't tell that I felt like a rabid dog. I drew a deep breath. Nico, we need to get these chains off. But Nico looked back at me. I don't know what he saw at that moment, but he got enough information from it to make him nod in agreement instead. I pointed to some houses on the north shore, right on the edge of the water a few hundred yards upstream. Nico looked at the houses and looked back at me, worried. Rightfully so. They were crawling with naked whites, the same ones that were in Sarah Mansfield's boathouse, the same ones that overran Dr. Evans's farm. Or so I deduced. That meant there were tens of thousands of them up on the mountain. Let's try a house on the other side of the river, Nico pleaded. I looked at the forested bank across the water. The nearest house on that side was back downriver, and maybe a quarter-mile away. I looked back to the row of upstream waterfront mansions with hundreds of whites rampaging over the property. Safety first, I reluctantly nodded. Good, Nico smiled feebly. He cast another fearful glance at the overrun mansions. Good. We paddled the canoe over to the far bank and sped up as we turned into the current. Before long, we neared the first of the waterfront houses. I pulled my paddle into the canoe, and Nico did the same. As we drifted, I surveyed the lawn and scrutinized the windows, looking for anything with arms or legs that might be a danger to us.
Nico turned back to look at me. It's as good as any, I suppose. Translation: he didn't see any whites either. I shrugged, and we angled the canoe toward the bank. There was no boathouse, no dock, just green grass sloping down to a ragged bank that stood a meager 12 inches above the surface of the river. Gravel ground under the keel as the bow neared the bank beneath an overhanging tree.
Nico reached out and looped the bow rope round the tree trunk and put a single loose knot in it. I used my paddle to pull the rear of the canoe around parallel with the bank. I had to step into the shallow water to get out of the canoe, and then step up to the bank onto the sloping grass, slippery with river water running off of my boots. Nevertheless, Miko and I found ourselves tethered by our chain, standing side by side, looking across a lawn at the back of a 1950s-style house, sharing the same hopes and the same fears. I took the length of chain to my left, a length that had 2 unoccupied loops, and drew it back through my hand until I had a couple of dangling feet of iron weight left, enough for a passable weapon. Nico saw what I was doing and copied with the length of chain on his right side. There was nothing that could be done with the length between us. Through the back door, and then we find the garage? I asked, guessing that Nico would agree to whatever I suggested.
I guessed right. He followed me across the grass until we stepped up onto a wooden deck covered with a maze of disorganized patio furniture. I didn't see any blood, no torn clothing, and no human remains. There had been no attack by the infected here. Perhaps the owners were just sloppy people. From my position on the raised deck, I was able to peer over a hedge into the next yard. Nothing there either. Nico looked, then seemed to relax a bit before marching off toward the back door. I gently tugged the chain on his neck to slow him down. I raised a palm, imploring patience. Just because we didn't see the danger didn't mean it wasn't there. Nico caught my meaning, and his show of bravery came to an end. He let me lead. The back door proved to be locked. That presented a dilemma. Go around front and expose ourselves to visibility from the street, only to come to a sturdier, probably locked door, or bust this flimsy-looking one down.
The noise would draw the attention of any whites that were lingering silently nearby. I looked at Nico. I think, bust it down, he interrupted me. That was decisive. I gave Nico a nod and stepped back to give the door a good hard look. Old. It looked old and flimsy, like an interior door repurposed to the wrong task. I gave Nico a here goes look, aimed my shoulder at the middle of the door, and sprinted forward with all the momentum I could gather in 3 steps. After so many years in the humidity by the river, the door had to have been partially rotted inside, because when my shoulder hit it, it splintered through the center and broke. With one of my feet caught on the lower edge of the door, I fell. I covered my eyes with my hands to protect them from shivered wood. When the sound of the crash faded and I pulled my hands away from my face, I was on the floor, covered in pieces of wood, large and small, and... oops. The business end of a rifle barrel was just inches from my face. Up at the other end of that rifle was an old man with a round, wrinkled face behind black, plastic-rimmed glasses that tried to sit on a nose so flat and small that they rested more on his cheeks. "Don't shoot?" It came out sounding like something between a question and a plea, as I tried frantically to imagine any words more convincing to say that might save my life. The bullet didn't materialize, though. The old man's expression was slowly changing from determination to confusion. "I'm not like them," I added, hoping that would help my case. He drew a deep breath and backed up a few steps. He clearly hadn't expected to see a talking white. "Who are you?" From outside, Nico whispered in, "Zed! Zed, are you okay?" "I'm Zed," I answered. "Sorry about the door." "Zed?" the old man asked. "That's my name,"
I nodded, then called softly out the door. Nico, be cool for a sec.
There's somebody in here. Ignoring my request, Nico stuck his head in through the hole in the door and spotted the gun.
Oh. The old man seemed stuck with his indecision, not moving, not speaking, probably trying to figure out what to do with us, trying to figure out whether I was about to attack him or not. I'm not a danger to you, I tried to soothe his fears. We're just as normal as you. You just broke my door down, he was peeved. Yeah, but, I started to answer, but we didn't think anybody. Anybody what? He asked, with an edge to his tone. I didn't think anybody would be alive in here. And why would you think that? His voice was notching up with anger. Well, none of the houses we checked. You're looters, he concluded. No, I argued. Because of everything that's going on. And what's that? Come on, I responded, disbelief dripping from my voice. I motioned around at the world outside the house's walls.
How could you not know about the virus? I know about the virus, he answered.
Then you know, I concluded. TV and radio have been off the air for a while now. But you know. I was at a loss for a new argument, so I stuck with the one that didn't seem to be working. You know that pretty much everybody is either dead or one of them, right? When you say one of them, you mean like you, don't you? Albinos. No. I raised my hands, palms open. We're not like them. I got sick, but I got better. I'm normal now. Well, except for my color. The gun didn't point away. I asked, when was the last time you talked to anybody? Family? Neighbors? The old man took a moment before he answered, reluctant to get drawn further into a conversation. I haven't talked to my son since I heard the news out of Dallas. That's where he lives with my grandkids. I haven't talked to a neighbor since the last one turned last week. How do you know he was the last one to turn? She, he corrected.
How do you know she was the last one to turn?
'Cause I seen 'em all.
What do you mean?
I seen 'em all out on the road, one or two at a time. First, I wouldn't see 'em for a day or two, then they'd turn up out in the road, walking down the street or tearing stuff up, trying to break into houses. And I seen 'em kill some folks out front. Look, I said, I'm really sorry about your door, but it kind of just fell apart when I hit it. Angry again. Are you trying to tell me that was an accident? No, I'm just saying that it broke a lot easier than I thought. Yeah, me too, the old man agreed. Hey, I ventured a change of subject. Do you have a hacksaw or something? Nope. The old man's eyes followed the chain from my neck up to Nico's neck. For them chains, I reckon? Yes, I confirmed. I got some bolt cutters that'll cut right through them locks. You're a lifesaver. I breathed a sigh of relief. Can I get up off of the floor? The old man lowered the rifle.
Maybe.
How'd you get them chains? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, I answered. You in some kind of trouble? I laughed out loud at that. Chapter 19. The garage smelled of machine oil, sawdust, and gasoline. It was clear that the old man used it for a workshop. What he worked on wasn't at all clear. I'm Nico Wright. Nico extended his hand toward the old man as he stood in the center of his garage, looking at several toolboxes stacked on shelves against the wall. Mr. Mays, the old man answered, but didn't offer to shake Nico's hand. Don't want to catch it. Hope you understand. Sure, Mr. Mays. Nico dropped his hand. Not sure where I left them bolt cutters. Don't use 'em much. Thanks for helping us out, I told Mr. Mays. Yeah, Mr. Mays didn't look at me. Don't know what I'm gonna do about that door now. This house ain't safe with no door. You're welcome to come with us, I offered. In for a penny, in for a pound. Where to, Mr.
Mays looked at me and grinned, exposing his old, yellowed teeth. I'm guessing if you boys had a place to stay, you wouldn't have been breaking into mine.
Well, I didn't really have a response to that. Nevertheless, I pushed on. My friends and I were staying up on the hill across the river. Upper with all of them naked ones? They weren't always there. I found myself getting defensive for Sarah's neighborhood. I need to get back to them. Think I'll just stay here, Mr. Mays told me. I don't know how you boys was raised, but it seems like you owe me a door before you go. Nico chimed in. I've an idea, Mr. Mays. After you cut these chains off, I could stay here and help you find a door. Zed can get back to his people. His people? Mr. Mays asked. They ain't your people too? While Mr. Mays went to work shuffling through the junk on the shelves, Nico and I related the story about how we came to be chained to one another. Of course, Mr. Mays didn't believe us.
Nevertheless, he did eventually find the bolt cutters, and he freed us. Afterwards, he apologized to both of us for being unable to offer us the hospitality of a meal. He'd run out of food in the house a week or so prior, but had been tying fishing lines each morning to tree branches that overhung the river. He'd been having decent luck with that, but hadn't caught anything that day. It was after 7 o'clock, and the sun was low in the western sky, taking the sharp edge off of the heat. The mosquitoes were starting to swarm, and I gave Mr. Mays and Nico a wave as I pushed the canoe out into the river, wondering what the chances were that I'd ever see them again. Chapter 20. It was Steph I thought about as the canoe glided over the glassy surface of the river. I remembered what she looked like on that first afternoon in Sarah Mansfield's house, when we were alone together in the living room. I watched her walk across the floor toward the kitchen in a pair of salvaged blue jeans that looked like they had been tailored for her, effortlessly looking like the last beautiful thing left in the world. Or maybe it was a mundane memory, enhanced by the hydrocodone that she'd stuffed into my mouth. Stop being a dick about everything, Zed. Let it be real. Let it feel good. Did she escape when the naked whites overran Sarah Mansfield's house? Or did Freitag fuck her like she fucked me? What of the others? Was Murphy's body, or the remains of it, up there in that theater recliner rotting away? Oddly, my anger didn't boil. I wasn't depressed over the possible death of my friends. Maybe I was past that. Maybe I was letting a cold malevolence toward Freitag grow in my soul, pushing everything else out. As the water's surface turned golden under a sun that was nearing the horizon, my canoe floated in front of Sarah Mansfield's open boathouse. 7 or 8 naked whites were inside howling and slavering at the sight of me. I guess the canoe made me look like a normal human, a tasty morsel, but not daring to enter the water and come for a bite. Paddling the boat right up to the dock was probably a bad idea. Instead, I scooted up the river for a bit and paddled the boat over toward the shore, where I let the current carry me back down in the direction of the boathouse. Due to the overall secure design of the Mansfield estate, the boathouse had no windows. All of the walls were solid. So by coming at the boathouse from the side, the infected inside couldn't see me. They were quieting down when I pushed the boat up onto the bank, just a dozen feet upriver from the boathouse. I didn't tie it off. It seemed to be planted firmly enough on the bank that it wouldn't float away by itself. In a move I probably should have skipped, I looked down at myself as I pulled my t-shirt off and threw it into the canoe. My God, I was thin. My stomach muscles had definition that I hadn't seen since high school, but my ribs were just as prominently displayed. When was the last time I'd eaten? I couldn't answer that. I was losing track of the days. All I really knew about that was that it had been long enough that I no longer felt hunger. What I did feel was an oppressive fatigue that made even the effort of paddling the canoe across the river difficult. I needed to get some food,
But first things first. I took off my boots and socks and left them in the bottom of the canoe. My pants fell down around my feet on the bank and then followed. I hesitated at the skivvies, all of those puritanical prohibitions against being naked in public kept the elastic drooped on the jutting bones of my pelvis. That, and the fear that starvation might have shrunken my manhood along with the rest of me. But all of the infected in Sarah Mansfield's house were naked. The only way to fit in would be for me to be naked as well.
With the slightest of efforts, I tugged down and my underwear dropped to my feet. Nice surprise. If anything, the lost weight made my favorite parts look larger by comparison. Only a kitchen knife, a parting gift from Mr. Mays, separated me from the savages at that point. I was ready to fit in. The only tricky part would be swimming up to the dock and climbing up out of the water. What would the whites in the boathouse think of that? Into the cold water I went, wading through patches of sticky muck and over slippery stones. Sharp rocks seemed to animate themselves in their efforts to poke my bare feet. When the water was waist deep, the duckweed became a nuisance, dragging prickles and slime over my skin and finding its way into crevices where such things should never go. Once I was within a few feet of the boathouse, I reached out a hand to the wall and slipped off of a wide, flat rock into water that was up to my neck. But as I went down, I got a grip on one of the metal bars beneath the boathouse. Underwater, it was constructed as a cage to let water flow through and to keep people like me out. On the top edge of the cage walls, just above the water's surface, the solid walls were built. With nowhere to put the knife and wanting to keep my hands free, I put the blade between my teeth, cowboy movie star style, and pulled myself along the wall of the boathouse. Hand over hand on the underwater bars I went, until I came to the wide boat door on the front. The deck inside was constructed in a U-shape along the back and side walls of the structure. The boat door, though, was offset from the center of the building, so that one side of the doorway ended right at the edge of the interior decking. The other side, the side where I was, couldn't be reached from the deck. Ducking my head beneath the water, I confirmed that the bars of the underwater cage stopped at 2 or 3 feet beneath the surface where the boat door opened. That made perfect sense, of course. The boat and jet skis needed room for their draft. Moment of truth. I moved over in front of the open boat door. The infected inside immediately saw me and started to howl. 12 feet of water separated me from the nearest of them. Any one of them could easily have jumped in and waded across, but I was betting that they, like all the others so far, were hydrophobic. That proved to be a good guess. Not one dipped so much as a toe in the water. Using the boathouse wall for balance, I climbed up onto the top edge of the underwater cage and stood up straight in the open door. With the water up to the middle of my thighs, I wanted the whites on the decks to see that the bobbing head they first spotted in the water wasn't food at all, but a naked white just like them. More importantly, a naked white with a knife. I don't know if they understood what the knife was, or whether it implied a degree of status among them, but I hoped that guess would prove correct as well. As I stood there waiting patiently, the infected in the boathouse came to realize that I wasn't food after all, and one by one stopped making a fuss. So far, so good. The next part would be tricky. I needed to get over to the deck without them forgetting what I was. For all I knew, they had the memory span of goldfish and would start thinking I was food again 3 seconds after I was back down in the water. Or was that 3-second thing just another spurious urban myth of which I needed to disabuse myself? How many outright falsehoods had the protective umbrella of civilization allowed me the luxury of believing through the years? Without a single question in most cases. With no mortal consequences waiting in the wings, there were few limits on the indulgence of personal ignorance. Mistakes are paid for with blood. A first corollary had to be,
don't take it on faith, or, if you learned from watching TV, don't bet your life on it. Carefully, I slipped back down into the water, taking the knife out from between my teeth and gripping it in a much more utilitarian fashion. A couple of the whites became immediately agitated. I worked my way along the length of the underwater fence toward the deck. All eyes were on me. Of the two agitated whites, one ran over to take up an intercepting position on the deck. The other followed, but kept a little distance. Damn. But that didn't concern me as much as another white I spotted glaring at me from the far deck by the back door, simmering, but calm. That one looked like trouble. When I got near the deck, one of the two agitated whites started grabbing at me. Well, that just wasn't acceptable. The water was up to the middle of my chest, leaving me the freedom to move my arms and torso.
The bottom was mucky, but not so slippery that footing was difficult. Another swipe of the white's paw nearly touched my nose. I leaned forward, just enough to tempt the white to try again. He did. I slashed back with my 8-inch blade and sliced a long gash on his forearm. The wound didn't seem to bother him so much as pique his curiosity, as he lifted his arm to his face to watch the blood flow. But that didn't hold his attention long. He was hungry, and he thought I was food. I turned the knife around in my hand so that instead of slashing, I'd be stabbing when the next swipe came. And came it did, just as I tightened my grip on the handle. The hand came at my face, throwing an arc of blood through the air as it swung. Leaning into my stabbing motion, I put all of my weight into jamming the knife straight through the white's forearm. The blade hit skin and went right through muscle and tendon, nicking bone and lodging between the ulna and radius. The white immediately tried to jerk his arm back, but only succeeded in losing his balance and falling into the water. I pulled the knife free as he fell. He howled. He splashed. He was frantic. That was my chance. With all attention on the white flailing in the water, I scrambled up the slippery, algae-covered underwater fence, using the garage door rails as handholds. Just as I got my left foot onto the wooden deck, I noticed the glaring white who had been by the door poised just a few feet away, ready to pounce. Shit. How did he get over here so quick? Challenging him, I held his eye and very deliberately moved to get my feet below me on the deck, keeping my knife ready to jam into his skull at the first chance. But he was smarter than I gave him credit for. Just as I was planting my second foot, the white charged. I wasn't in a good position to stab him, though I tried anyway. He deftly took advantage of my imbalance, swatted at my arm, and somehow punched me in the head as I fell. Without knowing how I got there, I found myself empty-handed and laying on my back on the deck, with the alpha white's foot triumphantly pushing down on my chest. I didn't know what he planned to do next, but I guessed that his rot-brained plans weren't likely to turn out in my favor. And that's all the thinking I needed to do, because with his leg propped up on my chest, trying to smash me like a bug, his genitalia were terribly exposed above me and within easy reach. You're not gonna like this next part, bitch. I grabbed 2 tight handfuls around the base of his penis and testicles and put everything I had into trying to rip them all the way off. Of course, nothing detached, but God, I know it hurt when his balls squeezed through the vise of my grip, because he howled with an expression of pain the likes of which I'd never heard before or since. I rolled toward the water, and my chest pressed up on the foot that was planted there. So focused was the alpha white on the pain in his nuts that he lost his balance. Of that, I took immediate advantage and pushed harder. He fell into the water, splashing and howling just like his comrade. Ha! I jumped to my feet and grabbed the first solid something I could get my hands on, a wooden boat paddle, and brought the blade down edgewise on the alpha's skull. It was a glancing blow, but it was enough. He was dazed and lost his footing on the river bottom.
Using the paddle again, I pressed it into his chest to hold him underwater. He should easily have been able to push it away and regain his feet, but he was past panic, with a severely debilitated brain. He drowned. When it was done, the boathouse was silent. 2 white bodies were floating in the water. 5 whites were gawking at me in some sort of reverence. And I had learned that going pantless held disadvantages too significant to ignore. Looking around for my knife, I realized that it was gone.
It was probably in the mud on the river bottom. The 5 whites were all inching closer to me, but keeping their eyes averted like beaten dogs. I weighed the possibility of crunching their skulls with the boat paddle, but thought better of it. Better to know their full intentions before I went up the elevator, where there had to be many more. If things went badly with 5, I knew I could get away. With the water just to my left, escape was as easy as falling in. On the other hand, if things went badly up in the compound, surrounded presumably by hundreds, well, that wouldn't end well. So I walked confidently down the deck toward the back door of the boathouse. The first white I came to bowed her head and scooted out of my way. Creepily, just as I passed, I felt her hand on my back. Not aggressively, though. It was more of a caress. I kept moving. Another white passed, and another pair of hands was on my skin, then in my hair.
A pair of whites in front of me were less inclined to move, and were downright stubborn when I tried to bull my way through. The 5th white joined, and then 10 hands were on my body, up on my shoulders and throat, then, suddenly, in my face and on my head. Their sweaty, rank skin pressed on mine. The first handful of hair they ripped out pissed me right the fuck off. There was no pain, of course. My reaction was all violation and surprise. I pushed at the hands and tried to get away. More of my hair was pulled away, and suddenly the hands were on my head, yanking at whatever they could grasp. Their bodies were slick and oily with weeks of unwashed sweat. Soft breasts. Oh, such a desirable thing in a previous life. Pressed me in a cage of poking elbows and bruising knees. Every breath I drew was full of their exhalations of maggot rot and spit. Their nails bit my skin, and their soft vocalizations were perversely orgasmic.
It wasn't until all of the hair on my head was gone and blood was running off my scalp in rivulets and drips that the 5 let up. Hands rubbed over my head, and palms dragged down my body from shoulder to buttocks before they separated. I was a red and white monster, striped in my own blood. The 5 went docile again and gave me some space. I rubbed blood out of my right eye and looked at the whites harshly. I rubbed a hand over my hairless scalp, and it came back solid red. I checked the whole of my head. There were no major wounds, just patches where the hair took some skin when it was ripped away. I gave another thought to picking up the oar and bashing bloody the skulls of each of the whites, but came to the realization that they'd actually done me a favor. Whatever kind of perverse acceptance ritual that was, I now looked like them, perfectly camouflaged to fit in, hairless and ghastly. Fuck it. Forward. When I turned the knob in the back of the boathouse door, the 5 were wide-eyed with amazement. Apparently, the problem of the doorknob had been beyond their abilities to solve. When I went through, though, they crowded in behind me and played follow the leader with me all the way to the elevator, where 2 more whites were apparently stranded, staring at the silvery door. I pressed the button next to the elevator door, and it immediately slid open, empty. Sweet. All 7 whites shoved into the elevator with me. Not so sweet.
Pushed against the back wall, it was difficult squeezing through the crush of bodies to push the button to get upstairs. Unfortunately, one of the whites just wouldn't fit, and the door wouldn't close because he was in the way. That was frustrating, but as I was coming to realize, nothing was going to go as smoothly as I wanted ever again. Shoving and pushing came next, as I worked my way back out of the elevator.
Of course, they all followed as soon as they realized what was happening.
Once back out in the hall, I looked over the 4 females and 3 males. At least one of them needed to go, picking out the smallest of the men, an old guy with spindly arms and bad posture, the weakest one. Without warning, I punched him hard in the face. Before he even knew what was happening, I punched him a second time. When I tried to knee him in the gut, he was staggering away and I missed. 2 of the whites, closest to me though, had already joined in and were slapping and pummeling as the old guy retreated. He started to run. Blood was in his mouth and fear was in his eyes. Several of my whites went after him, but let up after a dozen steps, looking back to see that I wasn't pursuing. They stopped and made monkey howls at the running man. The guy got to the boathouse door far at the end of the corridor, put his back to it, and looked at us with terror in his eyes.
Whites weren't bright, with notable exceptions, but they understood enough about social order and death to know when to run.
The elevated door had automatically closed while I was thinning my herd, so I pressed the button to open it back up. It was still empty, and I stepped inside. This time, my entourage fit, the door closed, and we were lifted up towards Sarah Mansfield's compound. The elevator came to a stop at the rooftop pool deck, and the door opened up to the remains of a burnt orange and blood-red sunset out across the western hills. The pool deck was in disarray. Some of the loungers had been pushed over. Cushions from others were strewn about. Over in the far corner, I spotted bloody remains. The whites had fed there. But on whom did they feed? That question would need an answer. It took some shoving to get my whites going through the door.
As soon as we started to move, the 2 that had been stuck staring at the elevator downstairs ran immediately to the edge of the pool and knelt down to drink. The others had had plenty of water where they had stranded themselves. Following the 2 to the edge of the pool, I found that I couldn't take my eyes off of the blood and bones in the corner. I needed to go examine them and see if I could figure out if those were remains of my friends. But damn it, I didn't want to. I'd come into the house looking for proof that my friends had escaped, that they were alive. I wasn't ready to deal with the opposite case. Spinning up reasons in my mind to hold my position, I wondered how many days it had been since I'd last eaten. I wondered when I'd last gotten a full night's sleep. I wondered what day it was. Had a record-breaking hot and dry August been replaced on the calendar by an equally brutal September? Would the heat ever abate? The sky overhead darkened as the last glimmer of sun sank below the horizon. Lights inside the pool winked on, casting a turquoise light over all of us naked whites on the roof. The lights. The electricity still worked. I turned and looked at the door that led into the house. The glass panel was broken out, but the hall inside glowed with night lights. The house was not a total loss. That was good. But even better, I recalled something that I'd spotted on my first night up on the roof with Dahlhover. Paralyzing procrastination disappeared as I turned and stepped toward the outdoor kitchen. There was one white in the kitchen area, squatting on the floor by the grill, playing with his fingers on his knees. Annoyingly, 3 of my entourage followed me into the area and seemed to be doing their best to stay between me and whatever I wanted to get to. A stainless steel cabinet built on top of the counter just to the side of the empty refrigerator opened right up on smooth hinges. After all, why lock it?
The purpose of the stainless steel cabinet was not theft protection, but weather protection. Inside, a 6-head soda fountain gleamed, ready to meet my needs with Coke Diet Coke, Sprite, Dr. Pepper, root beer, and tea. I pushed a finger against a lever beneath a soda head. It clicked, and out poured a stream of cold, brown soda. Calories. Beautiful, sugary, carbonated, caffeinated calories. I grinned. The whites around me, alerted by the noise, stared at the soda machine and me. Not wanting them to get agitated and start having the wrong kinds of thoughts, I squatted behind the counter and searched the cabinets underneath. When I found several tubes of disposable cups, I took them out and laid them on the counter next to the soda fountain. All of the whites were still watching with great curiosity or hunger. It was hard to tell the difference. I pulled off the plastic sleeve protecting the cups and lined up a dozen beside the soda fountain. Stop and think, Zed.
I put 2 hands on the counter and leaned over, staring at the soda machine. It was chock full of sugary calories and caffeine. I was starving. If I drew out the sodas, would the whites drink with me, or decide that I was being too much like a normal human to not eat me? Looking over to the far corner of the roof where the bloody mess of bones lay, I decided that these guys weren't nearly as starving as I was. Pure rationalization? Maybe. Did I mention that I was starving? Well, here goes nothing. I picked up 2 cups, 1 in each hand, shoved them under a couple of soda heads, and pressed. The soda heads clicked. Something underneath the machine hissed, and the soda flowed out with the sound of a tiny jet engine. Ignoring the whites for fear of what they were doing, I held the cups under for as long as I dared, and then spun around, shoving a cup in the clenching hand of the closest white. At the same time, I brought my cup up to my mouth and drank. Monkey see, monkey do. Don't fail me now.
Something going into a mouth froze the attention of all 4 whites in the kitchen area. They were eager learners where food was concerned. The one with the cup, though, must have been slow, because he just looked at me and licked his lips. I hoped because of what I was drinking. Without lowering my cup, I reached out a hand, put it beneath his cup, and lifted. A little priming was all he needed. He proceeded to put the cup to his lips and tilt it up. Root beer flowed into his mouth and down his chin, but enough of it got where it was going to have the desired effect. Grinning, he lowered the empty cup. As quickly as I could, I filled 2 more cups and thrust them into the hands of my spectators. 2 more cups followed, and by that time all the whites in the kitchen area were crowding around me, trying to get their mouths under the soda heads to drink as the soda flowed out. I managed to squeeze out of the melee with 2 full cups of soda that I greedily chugged. It took a span of time measured in seconds, maybe minutes, for the sugar and caffeine to hit me with the power of a nose full of cocaine. Energy and optimism, absent just moments before, bulged at my seams. Every white on the roof figured out that some kind of food stuff was flowing from the soda machine, and they all crowded around, pushing and shoving, trying to get their share of empty calories. My cups were empty, so I rejoined, and after getting jostled a bit, I had myself another nearly full cup of at least a couple of kinds of soda and a pretty good measure of spit. But fuck it. If drinking out of the river with its occasional floating body hadn't killed me, zombie spit wasn't going to do the trick. I gulped it down. My belly was bulging and gurgling. No more soda would fit for the moment. Laying myself over one of the kitchen counters, I was able to access a utensil drawer. Out of sheer luck, the first one I opened contained knives. I grabbed one with a good long blade and substantial handle. At that moment, the urge to whiz hit me, just as hard as that energy and optimism had a few minutes before. Squirming back off the counter, my feet hit the deck, and I hurried over to the edge of the roof, where I rained a little unhappiness down on the whites below. That's when I noticed the long wall that bordered the front of Sarah Mansfield's property. Holy shit. The entire length of wall had fallen over. How did that happen? The compound below was covered with naked whites,
Some were lying down, resting for the night. Some squabbled. There were howls and screams. Some fed on their brothers and sisters. Some chose fucking to while away their nighttime hours. The cedar trees beyond the remains of the wall were full of them. There was scarcely a space I could see that didn't have a naked white body in it. In the culvert between the main house and the garage, the tiny Mercedes sports car was laying on its back. Rammed into that with its rear end pointing up to the sky as it leaned against the side of the culvert, and more importantly against the catwalk, was one of the Humvees, a 3-ton ladder. It was time to get back on task, and the first task was investigating the dead at the end of the pool. It could be avoided no longer. There were 2 skulls down there, that much was clear enough. As I walked along the side of the pool toward the corner, gory pieces of skeleton stood out from the mess: a tibia, the remains of a hand, a rib cage with the lungs and heart dug out through the bottom, a pelvis draped in yellowish-red tendons, but no clothes. I looked around the area. There were no torn clothes anywhere, no bloody clothes, none. That meant it wasn't Steph, Murphy, or any of the others. In their hunger, the whites had eaten some of their own. The Aubrey equations were at work. Good.
But there were still 3 floors of Sarah Mansfield's house below me. Startled by a sound behind me, I jerked around to see that a couple of the whites that I'd picked up in the boathouse, apparently full of all the soda their stomachs could hold, were coming toward me. I put some distance between myself and the roof's edge, just in case. But they had no nasty intent. Instead, they stopped and watched me, dogs waiting on a treat. There were 5 of us in the elevator that time when the door opened into the lobby in front of Sarah Mansfield's theater room. Before I was able to make sense of anything that I was seeing, the smell hit me. Sweat, death, feces, and urine. My stomach heaved, and I stumbled against a couple of my followers. The smell didn't bother them, though, not in the slightest. Through the elevator's open door, I spied 15 or 20 infected scattered across the marble floor.
The floor was no longer white, but smeared in the most disgusting mix of blood and shit. There were gnawed bones, and just about anything that could be torn or broken was. Amidst that mess, the whites on the floor were scouring through remains for bits of anything fleshy. The fetid little prizes found promptly went into their mouths. I feared that the plan I'd formulated before arriving was not going to work. The entourage and I exited the elevator, and none of the infected already there took notice. That much was good, at least. Off to my left, the glass walls of the wine cellar were smudged, but unbroken. Inside, hundreds of bottles of wine were still safe. Good to know. To my right, there were whites standing in the doorway of the video room. They weren't jostling one another, nor vocalizing. Even their nervous hands were still. Calm? I led my group over among them and systematically pushed myself between their stinky bodies and got inside. Thank God. The video monitors were all intact and functioning, showing views of the road, the walls, inside and out, the house's common spaces, and the boathouse. All the infected inside the video room were motionless, mesmerized by the flashing colors on the screens. There was no sound to go along with the video. Either it had been turned down, or the speakers had been broken. Probably best that it was quiet. Sound was a trigger for the weak-minded infected. A cursory glance at the monitors showed whites in all of the common areas of the house. What's more, every bedroom door was open. So the remote possibility that the others had locked themselves into one of the bedrooms did not pan out. Good, I guessed. I'd have no way to get them out if they had locked themselves in. Pushing my way to the front of the hypnotized whites, I knelt down by the desk in front of the wall of video monitors. Where was the chair? A keyboard was pushed to the back of the desk, and I slowly slid it out so that I could type. With no previous reason to look at any of the historical video footage, I didn't know how much, if any, was stored, nor how to access it. Doing my best to type lightly, no good reason to draw attention away from the pretty colors on the screens, I fumbled with shortcut key combinations for a while, and finally lucked into the right set of keys to switch one of the 42-inch monitors over to a graphical interface with all of the menu options that I was going to need. A wireless mouse lay on the floor under the desk. I retrieved that and put it to work selecting the menu option for historical video. I scrolled down through archived increments of an hour each. There looked to be a full week's worth of them. For better or worse, I'd soon have my answer as to what happened to my friends. I selected a video roughly 80 hours back in time and clicked.
Once I saw whether there were whites in the video, I would know which half of the rest of the videos contained what I was searching for.
All of the screens flashed black, and the patience of the whites in the video room with me lasted through about 2 seconds of that. They started to shuffle and grunt. My heart raced. Before things got ugly, the bright, colorful images returned, filling the screens with video from 80 hours earlier. The whites calmed, mesmerized once again. Whew. The video on the screens showed that the compound and the house were free of the infected. I watched for a few minutes, not anxious to turn the screens black again. The timestamp on the video read 6 a.m. several days ago. The surveillance camera in the theater showed me a view of 5 sleeping people: Dahlhover, Murphy, Harris, Russell, and the vindictive cunt Freitag. She'd come back. I wondered what she told them to explain my disappearance. Steph and Mandy were nowhere to be seen.
But the video room had no camera in it, so they were probably in there. Out on the street, there were dozens of whites, mostly squatting in sheltered spots under the cedars at the edges of the asphalt. There were 8 or 9 infected sitting on the driveway and leaning on the gate, perhaps tired from a long night of beating with their fists. Back on the archive list, I jumped forward 24 hours and clicked on that set of videos. The screens went black. The whites in the room got perturbed, but the video feed returned just as before and displayed a compound overrun with whites. I had a 24-hour period bracketed, and in that time, the infected had swarmed the compound. The next set of archived videos, from 12 hours sooner, showed much the same thing. My bracket of time was a 12-hour period 3 days prior.
I had to reload several more sets of archives before I'd bracketed down to the hour in which everything had happened, sometime during the 10 o'clock hour that morning. I let the video run. My friends were moving around in the foyer area, agitated. Steph appeared to be directing Harris and Freitag, who were collecting things and ferrying them down to the ski boat. She periodically stopped and spoke toward the video room. Dahlhover was probably inside, and they were conversing. Turning to look at the monitor with the theater view, I felt instant relief. Murphy was sitting up in his recliner, rubbing his head. Mandy was attentive, with a hand on his back, urging him to stand, I guessed. They were preparing to leave. Good, very good. They didn't know what was about to happen, but they were preparing for the bad possibilities. At 20 minutes in, the camera outside the front wall showed hundreds of whites assaulting the front gate with their fists and the combined weight of their surging bodies. The gate was flexing with each push. Down in the boathouse, the ski boat was loaded. Steph, Dahlhover, and Harris couldn't be seen. Presumably, they were in the video room by then. The others were in the foyer. Murphy was sitting on the floor, looking half drunk. I had no way to gauge his state of recovery, but he was awake and he was mobile. That was good. When everything went to hell, it started much like it had at the Evans farm. Helices of whites emerged from the cedars across the road, slimy tentacles of an enormous white beast.
There were 3 or 4 helices when I first noticed, but that quickly became a dozen, then more. In minutes, the helices were gone, and there was only the horde, washing across the road and through the cedars, splashing against the compound wall. The whites didn't focus on the gates.
Whether through planning or the sheer weight of the mob just pushing forward, they spread out along the front wall, filling in the gaps between themselves and compressing together, shoving from behind, leaving no empty space. There was no inch of the wall that didn't have white hands and infected bodies pressing against it. The gravel road was hidden by the mass of bodies. The thicket of cedars was alive with them. The street was full, and still more pushed through the forest from the other side of the road. Then, what I'd have bet was not possible happened. The wall swayed. The flexing of the wall energized the horde, and they redoubled their efforts. All along its length, the wall leaned, then suddenly fell over. The pushing whites fell on top of it, only to be trampled under the feet of those behind as they rushed onto Sarah Mansfield's green grass. After that, everything happened way too fast.
The failure of the wall marked bug-out time for everyone inside, and they hurried into the elevator. At the last second, there was a short, tense conversation, and both Mandy and Harris ran up the stairs. The elevator containing the others descended to the boathouse. Outside, the horde had already covered most of the tiered compound. Fists were beating on the concrete walls of the house and the metal doors of the garage. The culvert below the catwalk was full of whites, running or jumping to grab the catwalk that was hopelessly out of their reach. Whether or not they knew that human meat was inside was irrelevant. For some reason, they believed it. The elevator got to the bottom of the shaft. Freitag ran down the corridor to the boathouse. Steph assisted Murphy, who was slow and wobbly. Russell meandered along. Dahlhover, with his rifle at the ready, kept an eye back up the corridor. Harris and Mandy were in the kitchen by then, entering the pantry. What the hell could be so important? Go! Go!
From within the mass of whites in the courtyard, the Mercedes sports car unexpectedly emerged, pushed by 100 hands. It fell into the culvert, crushing a dozen whites as it flipped and landed upside down. In the kitchen, Harris and Mandy both heard the sound and snapped their heads around to look from whence it came. They were frozen with indecision. They had no way of knowing what it was. I urged them to run. None of us, me in the video room, or them across the span of 3 days, realized how urgent that need was. Mandy ran across the dining room to look out the windows. She saw the Mercedes in the culvert. She saw the whites climbing on top to try and reach the catwalk that was still too far above their heads. Down in the boathouse, Freitag jumped into the ski boat, opened the outer door, and started the engine. If she decided to desert the others, there'd be little they could do except die.
Steph, Murphy, Russell, and Dahlhover were still 20 yards from the door that led through the backside of the boathouse, and moving slowly. Up in the courtyard, the horde parted, and the Humvee that had been parked in the courtyard appeared as though being birthed by a massive white beast. Just as they had done with the Mercedes, the infected pushed it over the edge of the culvert. It smashed headlong into the other car and leaned over against the catwalk. Just like that, the whites had access to the house. Mandy's face twisted in a silent scream, and Harris bolted out of the pantry with his rifle at the ready. He looked out the window. I couldn't see his face then because of the angle of the camera, but his shoulders slumped, his knees seemed to bend. It was the body language of, "Oops, I fucked up." Both Harris and Mandy ran. The whites were climbing over the Humvee and were pouring onto the catwalk.
Freitag loosed the lines that tied the ski boat to its cleats on the dock and quickly planted herself in the driver's seat. She looked at the closed door on the back side of the boathouse.
She looked out the open door to the river. She was thinking, "Don't you do it, you bitch." The whites running up the catwalk hit the front door hard enough to shatter the glass. If not for its vine-patterned wrought iron innards, it would have given way, and the infected would have caught Mandy and Harris right there in the foyer. The pair of them nearly tumbled down the stairs, they descended them so fast. But the catwalk was filling with pushing whites. Down at the boathouse, Murphy and Steph reached the back door and pushed it open. Russell followed them through. Freitag was still there, but didn't budge an inch from her seat to assist Murphy into the boat. Bitch. Dahlhover took up a position in the corridor just outside the boathouse's back door and aimed his rifle up toward the elevator. Up in the main house, Harris and Mandy got to the bottom of the stairs and ran across the white marble floor to the elevator. Mandy pressed the button, but the elevator didn't open. They didn't know it, but the elevator was still at the bottom of the 200-foot shaft. Shit. The wrought iron front door gave way, and the infected tumbled over one another into the house. Harris and Mandy froze, staring at the stairway they'd just come down. They had to have heard the door fall. Mandy was horrified. Harris's face turned to stone. He drew a pistol and pushed it into Mandy's hand, pointed at the elevator, took up a position that gave him a full kill zone on the last flight of stairs, and aimed his weapon. Mandy pounded on the elevator doors, begging it to hurry. Whites started down the stairs, and Harris's rifle erupted with fire. Down in the corridor to the boathouse, Dahlhover perked up. He'd heard the familiar but muffled sound.
Steph and Murphy were both in the ski boat with Freitag and Russell.
"Come on!"
I pleaded along with Mandy for the elevator to hurry. But the stairway was full of whites now, and Harris was firing as fast as he could aim and pulled the trigger. Still, they came, and each infected, grasping hand got closer and closer in spite of his efforts. He was going to die. They were both going to die. Harris ejected an empty magazine and pushed in another, but that respite in the flow of bullets was enough to seal that outcome. A white had fallen at his feet and latched onto his leg. That threw him off balance, and his next shots missed their mark. Another white grabbed a handful of his shirt. He turned to Mandy just as the elevator door opened. Mandy's face was running with tears, and she was screaming. It was clear, even as Harris was being overwhelmed, that he was urging her to run. Mandy fell into the elevator and pressed the button to close the door.
A white bypassed Harris and ran toward the closing door, but Mandy fired 3 shots. Blood and brains exploded from the white's head, and he fell short. The elevator door closed, and the mass of bloody whites shredded Harris's body as he screamed. Harris had made a bad choice, but he was a brave man. In the end, he'd sacrificed himself to save Mandy. How the hell did he get stuck with Freitag? Pausing the video, I made a mental note of the timestamp and took several long, deep breaths. It was hard to watch. They're going to make it. They're going to make it. Apprehensively, I started the video again. After many painfully long seconds, Harris stopped struggling. By that time, Mandy, staggering under the weight of her tears and grief, had fallen onto Dahlhover, who took a moment to understand what had happened before guiding her into the ski boat. Moments later, the ski boat rumbled out into the river and headed upstream, leaving only dead Specialist Harris behind.
It was only video, but I still felt a sense of abandonment.
Back on the chain gang, I'd never doubted, well, almost never doubted, that I'd get free. Never doubted that I'd be reunited with my friends. But I knew then exactly where they were. Now, I didn't. Disconnecting from those emotions, I focused instead on an academic question. I slid the progress bar on the video back to where the first of the white helices emerged from the cedars across the street and did the simple math in my head. A feeling of helplessness fell on me so deep
that it roiled nausea up from my stomach and through my throat. 23 minutes. That's it. 20 minutes after the first of the helices came out of the cedars was all it took for Specialist Harris to fall under an onslaught of hungry whites, while the elevator door closed on Mandy's tears. Fast forward. It took 17 minutes for the horde to amass enough strength to push the wall down.
After that, just a hair under 6 minutes was all it took for the whites to figure out how to push the cars into the culvert to gain access to the catwalk, break in the front door, and get their grip on Specialist Harris. How long had Murphy and I been in the compound before we finally got inside? An hour? 2? The whites were inside for 6 minutes. But it wasn't the thought that the combined intelligence of the horde was smarter than me that was strangling my hopes. In Sarah Mansfield's relatively hidden, seemingly well-defended compound, we'd fared no better than the hospital staff had at Dr. Evans's farm, in their 100-year-old farmhouse with easily breakable windows and flimsy doors. The emergent intelligence of the mob, along with the guidance of the smart ones, had broken down the defenses with ease. With smart ones in the world, perhaps no hideout was safe. The real lesson that I needed to learn, one that I kept avoiding with all of my running and hiding and hoping, was simple. If the smart ones lived, humanity would die. Only one conclusion made sense after that. Genetics and luck had burdened me with the perfect camouflage for hiding among the infected. And with that luck, nature had granted me a license to kill them, especially the smart ones. Chapter 23. Sorting back through the video archives, I found the one that contained Freitag's return after she abandoned me down the river. Dahlhover and Steph had been in the video room at that moment, so before Freitag had even closed the boathouse exterior door, they knew that she was alone. When Freitag exited the elevator into the theater lobby, she stepped into a hornet's nest of taut emotions. Everybody but Murphy was in the brightly lit foyer. Steph's face was hard, and her eyes were cold. Her body language was confrontational, and she didn't hesitate 1 second in starting her interrogation. But she didn't get outwardly emotional. Not so much for Mandy, who, with every word she spoke, spewed her emotions all over the lobby. She was yelling, she was crying, she was mad as hell. It was Specialist Harris's big, restraining hands that kept her from physically assaulting Freitag. Dahlhover stood back, his poker face gone, his eyes ablaze. His hands were on his rifle, and I had no doubt he would have used it if the situation escalated. Or maybe if he had any good excuse to do so. Freitag, for her part, was motionless. She let Steph and Mandy blaze through their anger and silence. When they wound down, though, tears were running down her face. Good. At least you feel guilty, bitch. Then Freitag said something, maybe 5 or 6 detached words. Mandy exploded and screamed at her again. I don't know what Mandy said, I'm no lip reader, but she repeated it several times. Harris gently pulled her away from Freitag. I wanted to turn up the volume and listen, but felt sure that that would cause a problem with my infected peanut gallery. When Freitag spoke again, she gestured to her shirt and opened it up. The buttons were gone. The t-shirt underneath was torn. What the fuck? Her garments had not been in that state when she ditched me. Had she stopped on the way back and been attacked? Freitag proceeded, and her tears flowed in earnest. She gestured dramatically. Without the context of her words, it was impossible to know exactly what she was telling them, but it was clear that she was conveying a story of violence. She had been attacked. Steph seemed to soften. Specialist Harris's face darkened. Mandy was having none of it. Then it occurred to me. Her tears were a ruse, an act. She was selling them a load of bullshit about me.
She was painting herself as a victim and me as some kind of villain. I hated her. In the end, I don't know if they believed her, but they appeared to accept her story.
What other choice did they have?
I wasn't there to present my side. Dahlhover eyes still blazed, however, and his face was as cold as a chunk of weathered granite. He didn't buy a word of Freitag's bullshit. Back on real-time video, I spent some time looking at the whites in all of the common areas. Some were feeding, some lying down to sleep, others very disturbingly engaged in sexual acts. I hoped that my guess about body temperatures being too high to produce sperm was correct. I shuddered to think what would become of babies born to infected, brain-fried mothers with insufficient calories and nutrients. How many would be stillborn or deformed? Would the survivors grow up to rule the world in a giant, intellectually backward step, or would they become bloody little dinners for the other infected? Surprisingly, the garage remained secure, protecting a Humvee and several very expensive cars in climate-controlled sterility.
That prompted me to search on the computer for a program to manage the keypad codes on the doors around the compound. Having already figured out how to access the menu system, it was easy to find. It appeared to be a web-based application, and to my greater surprise, when I opened the admin screen, the password had been cached. I got right in. From there, it was a snap to grant my ATM PIN number, one number I was sure not to forget, a virtual all-access pass to the compound. I didn't have any plans about what to do with that access, or if anything useful would be left of the compound when the whites finally cleared out. It was just an inexpensive hedge against uncertainties in the future. When I looked at the camera that had the best view of the living room, I was taken aback and switched the video feed to the one of the big screens. My first impression of the scene was that of Caligula's throne room. Like every other room in the house, there were whites eating, squabbling, and fucking. But there was more going on there. The couches were rearranged along the walls. On those couches lounged a few dozen whites, all men. Around them, servile, infected women attended. The coffee tables were pushed together at one end of the room, creating a dais. In the center of the dais was a single chair where a naked white with intense blue eyes sat, looking out over his court like King Monkey Fucker. Was this guy the head white in the naked horde, or just a successful opportunist riding a wave of emergent behavior? No, fuck the emergent behavior theory. Sure, there was probably enough of that going on, but it was the hand of the smart ones that multiplied the lethal effectiveness of the whites. Whether right or wrong, I concluded that the bald-headed leader's dumbass was the reason all of these whites, including me, were bald and naked. Damn it, Zed. I chastised myself for calling the dude a dumbass. He was at the head of an infected army tens of thousands strong, and very effectively destroying every pocket of human resistance in Austin. I was just a dipshit burglar with a stolen canoe, not in any position to besmirch King Monkey Fucker's intelligence. I hated him. But until that day in the future when I put a bullet into his squirmy, infected brain, I knew that I'd better respect him. And just as it had been when I was chained up by Nancy and Bubbles, intelligence and knowledge were humanity's only advantages in fighting the whites. After Jeff Aubrey's lecture about the infected cannibalizing themselves, I had thought that time was on the side of humanity as well, but the smart ones were handily negating that advantage. While thinking all of that through, the goals of my mission back into Sarah Mansfield's house changed. I had learned what there was to be learned about Freitag and my friends, but I was, for the moment, in a unique position to garner a wealth of intelligence about the naked horde and its leaders. I'd likely never get that kind of chance again. So I sat and I watched, and all of my new, bright,
white friends in the video room helped. I fumbled with keyboard for a few minutes to get the living room camera to pan and zoom. Once I had control, I started with King Monkey Fucker. I zoomed in and paid close attention. He sat still and confident. He definitely didn't have that blank Forrest Gump-like stare I'd seen on the faces of so many of the infected. He was watching those around him, and he was scheming. A white came running into the room. The lackeys on the couch showed no interest. The white jumped up to the dais and bent over to whisper into the bald-headed leader's ear, exactly as Nancy and Bubbles had conversed with their collection of half-wits.
Eventually, the conversation came to an end, and the bald guy pointed to a couple of indolent courtiers, whispered a final instruction, and the runner went to the two whites who had been pointed out. The runner passed along the whispered instructions, and the three of them got up and jogged out through the house's broken front door. Very curious about what instructions could have been passed along, I watched the various cameras to see where the trio went. Out onto the catwalk, down the Humvee ladder, across the compound, over the fallen wall, through the cedars, and down the street. I lost track of them among the infected in the distance. I didn't have any faith in the efficiency of a command and control system based on whispers and runners, but the results couldn't be disparaged. There just had to be a significant emergent behavior component driving the horde. It had to be that the bald-headed leader and the other smart ones were adept, talented even, at nudging the horde in the direction that most fit their desires. And as happens so often, my imagination, built on a foundation of 1,000 grossly unrealistic action movies, switched gears and ginned up a plan to slaughter King Monkey Fucker, his courtiers, and a pretty good number of his horde. With some luck and the right wind direction, I might kill off the whole damn bunch. I smiled. Switching the camera feed on the main screen to one of those in the garage, I had a look around in there. I switched to another camera in the garage, spent a moment scanning, and found that which I hoped would meet my needs. Excellent. I can make this work. And not like last time. I didn't want any suicidal Tarzan moves in my future. Luck had its limits. After switching back to the main menu, I searched around and found the house's climate control system.
I discovered that I could control the water purification system.
I saw the status of the battery levels. I could change the house temperature and change when the outdoor lights came on and off. I could even see historical energy consumption reports and projections based on the schedule changes I was about to make. Pretty spiffy. I experimented with the lighting on the roof and found that turning the lights off and setting them to turn back on at any time in the future was as easy as a few clicks. Good. I turned them off and killed the water in the misters attached to the pergolas as well. Before getting up to leave, I gave some long, hard thought to whether I should spend more time surveilling the smart ones in the living room. In the end, my anxiousness to implement my plan eclipsed my desire to learn more. Besides, they'd all be dead in a few hours anyway. I knew enough. Turning toward the door of the video room as I prepared to stand, I was startled.
Standing just to my right and looking down at me were two tall, wiry whites, one male and one female, yin and yang in a match set. They didn't look happy, and they were looking down at me. That one look up at them was enough motivation to make me tightly grasp my knife and prepare to use it. I could spring up and jam the blade up into the base of the brain through the throat just under the jaw. That would get one of them. The question was, would the other attack me if I did so? Deciding which one to kill first came down to the eyes. In spite of the gender difference, they were equally formidable in appearance, covered with lean, athletic muscle. The male looked a little dim behind the eyes.
The female looked just as sharp as King Monkey Fucker. That settled it. Just as I was about to launch myself at her, the female raised a finger to the side of her head. She left it there for a second, then pointed it at her mouth, and then pointed it at me. What? She repeated the series of gestures.
I glanced at the man. He just stared. The girl did it again. She was trying to communicate with me. Not knowing exactly how to react, I finally chose to mimic her gesture. In return, I got the faintest of smiles. But the smile was only on the girl's lips. It didn't touch her eyes. She stepped back, pushing a mesmerized white out of her way as she moved. She gestured with her hand, making it clear that she wanted me to come along. I hesitated. She took another step. The guy moved to stay by her. She gestured again. Steeling my nerves for what might come next, I slowly stood and followed, keeping my grip tight on the handle of my knife. If they'd found me out and had decided to kill me out on the lobby floor, I wasn't going to go easily. The girl continued to push through the whites. Soon, I was following her out of the video room and across the marble-floored foyer. She guided me toward the ladies' restroom, and as we neared, I spotted in the corner what I could only guess were Specialist Harris's remains. In that bloody mess of clothing, boots, and bones, I saw his rifle and his Molly vest. He'd never had a chance to reload when the whites flooded down the stairs. Some of the magazines in that vest had to be full. If I could make it work, those items were coming with me when I made my exit. The girl and the guy went into the bathroom, and I followed them in. Inside, it was just like any public restroom you might come across. There were 2 sinks on one wall, along with a hand dryer. 2 stalls were on the opposite wall. The woman checked one stall to ensure that it was empty, and then she led me, reluctantly, I might add, into the other stall. Her man squeezed in with us. It was definitely not the kind of place for 3 people who, through choice or necessity, had given up on personal hygiene. Unexpectedly, it was the guy who spoke first. He leaned in close, cupped his hands over my ear, and in a harsh whisper said, "Kill the him, kill the her, kill the all." What the fuck was he telling me to do? He pulled his cupped hands away, leaving the stench of his rotting breath hanging in the air around my head. I leaned away in what little space was available. He looked at me with the same dim eyes I'd first seen in him. Did he expect something from me? I looked at the girl, and she leaned in close with her own whisper. "Blade Hand has talk?" It was a question. Was it advantageous to answer or not? She leaned in again, breathing out a rotten halitosis that was as bad as her twins. "Blade Hand has talk?" We were in a confined space, and I decided that if push came to shove, I could kill them both before they did me any serious harm. Why not see where this would go? I nodded. The insincere smile turned up on the girl's face again, and she nodded at me. I shrugged. She nodded at me again. I shrugged. What? She reached out and pulled my empty hand up to her ear. I figured that she wanted me to say something. That made me very nervous indeed. Nevertheless, I complied. Tiptoeing to reach her ear, I whispered, "Yes." When I pulled away, the guy leaned in close and cupped my ear. "Kill the him. Kill the her. Kill the all." Jesus, what a creepy bastard. The girl leaned in. "More say." I was already impatient with this, but there was no way around it. I tiptoed up to her and asked, "More say? What do you want?" When I pulled back, she looked astonished. She whispered to me again, with some urgency in her voice, "More say." I was perplexed.
Their speech was obviously impaired by the virus, but how much could they understand? I whispered back, "I don't understand what you want from me." Again she was astonished, and right away she whispered to me, "Many talks." The guy leaned in close. "Kill the him, kill the her, kill the all." I ignored him and thought about what the girl was asking or telling.
I wasn't sure. I whispered back, "I can talk. Can you understand me?" The girl was perplexed. She whispered back, "Underpants?" "Say what?" "Kill the him, kill the her, kill the all." That dude needed to back off. Inspiration struck. I tiptoed up to the girl. "You must follow me." She looked confused. She asked, "The Joel asshead?" I nodded, and after a second of decoding, I confirmed with my whisper, "The Joel has said." "Who the fuck is Joel?" She nodded at me and then whispered something to the male. Who knew what was going on in his insufficient maggot brain? But I think I just put myself in charge. With all three of us crowded into the stall, it was difficult getting the door back open. Some very close contact between smelly, sweaty bodies was required to get it done. I led the pair out of the stall, out of the restroom, across the messy lobby floor and up the stairs. Wanting not to be seen by the smart ones in the living room, I led the pair through the dining room and then down the few stairs into the kitchen. Not going far enough into the kitchen so that I would be visible over the bar between it and the living room, I squatted down near a cabinet that I knew contained some pots and pans. Taking care not to clank them together, I withdrew the three largest pots and their companion lids. The guy leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Kill the him, kill the her, kill the all." Yeah. With the lids on, I placed a pot at my feet and at the feet of each of my companions, and then made a show of picking up the pot by the handles. The girl got it immediately, but the guy had trouble. I had to help him get his hands around the handles. Once there, he understood my meaning and picked it up with as little effort as any normal person. After going back out through the dining room, we crossed the foyer, taking care to avoid the glass shards, and exited the house via the catwalk. Thankfully, there were only a few whites on the catwalk between the house and the garage. There were no infected near the door that led through the side of the garage. Once we crossed the catwalk and reached the access control keypad beside the door, I flipped up the clear plastic cover and the buttons lit up from behind. The girl gasped in amazement. The guy got very nervous and couldn't suppress his urge to repeat his phrase in my ear 3 more times. I punched in my code, and the door's lock clicked. As soon as it did, I opened it and led the pair in, quickly closing it behind us. Leading them across the garage, I ditched my cooking pot and picked up a 5-gallon plastic bucket that was sitting beside a bank of stylish, lacquered cabinets. The search began in earnest after that. My plan called for a short list of items to MacGyver it to fruition. Some of those needed to be in the garage. The first cabinet contained only car wax and various automobile cleaning products, nothing of use to me. The next cabinet held something that made me smile, the one item that I thought I'd least likely find, a small electric air pump for inflating tires. Sweet. I stuffed it up under the woman's arm, and she understood immediately that it was now her job to carry the pump as well as the pot. Further searching yielded a clear plastic hose and duct tape. Only one more item was needed from the garage: gasoline. Inside the garage were the Mercedes, the Humvee, the Tesla, and the old Corvette. One of those was electric and 2 were diesel. But I needed gasoline. Diesel burns, but gasoline explodes. As I started siphoning gasoline out of the Corvette into my bucket, the female cupped a hand to my ear and asked, "For what?"
For Joel, I answered, guessing at that moment that King Monkey fucker's name was Joel. Happily, the bucket filled all the way up. After, I was able to fill the guy's pot and the girl's pot. Kill the him, kill the her, kill the all. Of course. I put the lids on our containers and looked around. Was there anything else in the garage that I needed? No, probably not. We hauled our booty out of the garage, over the catwalk, through the broken front door, and up the stairs to the roof. Without incident, we deposited all our stuff there before getting into the elevator. Whether good or not, certainly without my consent, I picked up 3 of my entourage from earlier, so the 6 of us headed down. The spindly guy with the slouch, the one I'd beaten before coming up to the house, was still stuck in the hall between the elevator and the boathouse. He ran and cowered in a corner when he saw me get off the elevator.
When I passed him to get through the door into the boathouse, he was softly crying. He was a dim-witted monster who would kill me and gnaw on my bones given half the chance. But empathy is hardwired in normal human brains, and I felt bad for the whimpering bastard anyway. God, I hate this fucking world. Turning back to the task at hand, the boathouse turned out to have exactly what I'd expected to find there. A large 100-quart cooler and a couple more gas cans with plenty of gasoline. I managed to get all of my slack-jawed followers on board and had them carry the items back up to the elevator and then back up to the top floor, where we deposited the items in the place I'd selected at a corner of one of the pergolas. I looked over my items, checking them off of my mental list. Gasoline, cooler, hose, duct tape, electric air pump. I still had my knife, so it looked like there was only one more optional item I needed. And of course, several of a specific required item.
Incandescent light bulbs. Leaving my stash where it sat, my entourage followed me around the rooftop pool deck, checking the light fixtures one by one. By the time I was halfway through, I knew what would be in the rest. Energy-efficient, compact, fluorescent bulbs. That kind would not suit my purpose. But that wasn't enough of an obstacle to deter me. I led my group through the broken glass door and onto the top of the stairs inside the house. We marched down to the interior catwalk that looked over the living room and Joel's lounging courtiers. At the far end of the catwalk was Sarah Mansfield's old room, the most likely place for me to find what I was looking for. On the way, I checked every room that I came to, but only found LED bulbs and more compact fluorescents. Frustration was starting to set in. We made our way through Sarah's expansive bedroom and into the master bath. Just inside, a 20-foot-wide floor-to-ceiling mirror stopped me in my tracks. I stared at myself.
My companions stopped with me, and because I was doing it, they stared into the mirror right along with me. I was just as white, bald, and crusted with scabs, blood, and grime as they were. We were all gaunt with wiry muscles, sallow cheeks, and desperate, sunken eyes. I was indistinguishable from them. In my heart, I told myself that I wasn't a monster, but the mirror insisted that I was a liar. In an alcove that looked to have been constructed for exactly that purpose, a digital scale lay on the floor. On the wall to the right of the scale hung a chart with Sarah Mansfield's weight, penciled in with dates, 3 or 4 weigh-ins per day, every day, with pages and pages and pages of aging sheets of paper, a history of her obsession. A small shelf by the chart contained a bottle of some diuretic, several kinds of laxatives, and at least a dozen herbs or supplements with which I wasn't familiar.
Without thinking of the possible risk, that of activating the scale, a machine, I stepped up onto the scale. It wasn't until I watched the black numerals on a silver LCD background illuminate from inside that I realized that what I'd just done
was put my life at risk. Such were the powers of old habits. The number that I'd just risked my life to learn was best left in the scale. A half-second of idle curiosity served only to depress me. I was wasting away. Picking up the bathroom scale, I pressed it into the female's hand, and she responded by cupping her free hand to my ear and asking, "Joel?" "Yes," I confirmed, in a whisper, of course. The male, seeing his chance to communicate his predictable message, leaned close. I brushed past him and headed for the stairs that would take me down to the maid's room and the laundry area. More searching for bulbs, but damn, there wasn't anything I could use. That left the bottom floor with the theater and wine cellar. Maybe I'd get lucky down there.
But not wanting to pass through the living room and get any unwanted attention from that room full of smart ones, I led the 5 back up the stairs from the maid's quarters to the bedroom level and started out across the catwalk toward the main stairs. Glancing down at King Joel Monkeyfucker and his semi-intelligent lackeys, wanting to know that they weren't paying too much attention to me, my eyes scanned across a couple of side-by-side couches in front of the windows, and I nearly tripped. Sitting on the couch was a familiar-faced, blue-eyed beast, gnawing on a hunk of raw flesh. I caught myself in a stare, looked away, then stared again at his dirty, bloody face. I nearly came to a dead stop. I couldn't believe it. It was only with a sense of near physical pain that I maintained my nonchalance and kept my feet moving forward. I looked again. I had to know. I had to kill the doubt. Holy shit, that flaming piece of shit. It was him. Fucking Mark. Fucking rapist, pig, rat-fuck Mark.
His bald-headed dumbass was right there. Right fucking there. Mark, Amber's killer, was sitting in Sarah Mansfield's living room on a couch with his rat-fuck smart buddies, chewing on something bloody and raw. Every single bad thing I ever thought about that piece of shit was justified. Every rationalizing doubt that had crept into my brain as a good reason not to hunt him down and snuff him off of this earth was a mistake. He needed killing, and I needed to know that I'd killed him. I needed that satisfaction, that way that I needed water to drink and air to breathe. And all of his rat-fuck friends in the living room would die right along with him. My cold malevolence was back. I led my simple-minded crew up to the roof, dropped off the bathroom scale, and then took the elevator down to the theater level. There, the light bulb search continued. There was nothing of use in the foyer, nothing of use in the theater, or on the marquee.
Nothing in the video room, and nothing in the wine cellar. And to think that there was a time when going green seemed like such a good idea to me. How in the hell could there not be one single motherfucking incandescent bulb in a house this fucking big? The lights in the old Corvette, of course. No, those all ran on DC and wouldn't fit in the sockets where I needed them to go. What to do? What to do? Anxiety was kicking in. I thought of missing the chance to kill Joel, a big chunk of the naked horde, and especially Mark. The solution was right there, just past the tips of my fingers. But it was trying its best to elude me. I found myself standing amidst the shit, urine and sweat smell of my entourage, in the middle of the floor with the theater in front of me, the wine cellar to my left, and the video room behind me. I noticed the soda machine sitting in the counter, and figured I'd get some more calories in me. Perhaps the calories could prime my brain to think of an alternative to the incandescent bulbs in my recipe for destruction. I marched my crew over behind the snack bar. First things first, the cups. I checked the cabinets one by one, opening each door in turn, and found not a single cup. Had the incandescent bulbs in the cups gone off to the moon with the fork and the spoon? Kill the him, kill the her, kill the all. All I heard was, please jam that knife into my head.
2 drawers under the snack bar counter proved as empty as the cabinets. I found napkins, salt, and butter-flavored popcorn oil, but no cups. A small waist-high refrigerator was built into one end of the snack bar. What the hell? You never know. Squatting down in front of the fridge, I opened it up. It didn't make any sense that the cups would be in there. But not everything makes sense. Nothing. Damn. I stared at the cold, empty white box and sighed. Couldn't I even get a soda? There was always the option of drinking straight from the nozzle. I swung the door shut, and just as it closed, a light bulb of inspiration slapped me in the face. I reopened the fridge and leaned in. The light bulb inside the refrigerator was incandescent. Oh, hell yeah! Reaching in to unscrew the bulb, I completely forgot about the cups and the soda machine. There was a refrigerator and a freezer upstairs in the kitchen, a small fridge in the maid's quarters, and a fridge in the outdoor kitchen on the roof. I was off on hurried feet, and my entourage followed. My footing on top of the pergola, atop Sarah Mansfield's pool deck, was firm but uncomfortable. There were 10 feet of cedar slats between me and the 50-foot drop to one of the lawn tiers below, with no railing to keep me from going over the edge. On the bright side, the sun had been down long enough that temperatures had fallen into the 90s, and the late afternoon winds, so common this time of year, had died off. Just as when I'd climbed over the wall with Dahlhover's and Harris's help, one of the deck chairs stood up on its end and leaned against a support pole, proved to be a pretty good ladder. Hoisting all of my cumbersome supplies up on top of the pergola made for slow going, but it had to be done. The electric pump, a necessary component of my Rube Goldberg contraption, would be noisy once activated and very attractive to the whites around the pool. Construction went slower than I'd have wanted, but I was meticulous with each element. I had plenty of time, but I only had one chance to get it right. I drilled a hole in the cooler with my knife and cut the valve off the air pump's hose, leaving an open end. That went through the hole in the lid of the cooler and was secured with duct tape. The clear plastic tube that I'd used to siphon gasoline in the garage got hooked up to the cooler's drain valve. The diameters didn't match, so it wasn't a perfect fit, but a liberal application of duct tape made it functional. I cut the water hose that fed into the misting system mounted into the pergola and patted myself on the back for having the foresight to turn off the water when I'd turned off the lights from the video room. Nevertheless, water that was still in the system drained out onto the heads of my entourage who waited below, watching everything I was doing with confused interest. I gave Kill the All Boy a wink, a nod, and a smile. He didn't respond. Oh well. With the misting system empty of water, I spliced the free end of the clear hose to the misting system hose. I turned the scale upside down and slid it beneath the cooler so that I'd be able to read it from the deck below. Most of the gasoline, maybe 20 gallons, went into the cooler, which I didn't fill to the top. I wanted to leave room for air that would be put under pressure by the air pump and would drive the whole system. I closed the cooler and used my duct tape to wrap it with several bands to ensure that it would stay closed. More of the duct tape went to securing the air pump to one of the cedar slats. I didn't want it vibrating its way off the edge. After climbing down off of the pergola, I pushed the incredibly heavy deck chair that I'd used for a ladder into the pool. Being made of ipe wood, it sank. I didn't know if any of the whites would be able to connect the equivalency of that chair with the other deck chairs, but I knew that one or two might be able to recall what I'd done with that particular one. I used the last of my duct tape to secure the electric pump's cord down one of the support poles, far enough to reach an electrical socket. It remained unplugged for the moment. I looked up at the scale and checked the weight. The weight was going to be an important bit of information to the timeline of my plan. Light bulb time. Breaking the glass off of the 5 incandescent bulbs without damaging the filaments took some care.
After that, it was easy work to spread them out into light fixtures built on the underside of pergolas. Of course, the bulbs would burn out within seconds of turning the lights back on, but I only needed those bare filaments to burn for a second or two, maybe not even that long. I walked over and stood by the pool, looking up at my contraptions sitting atop the pergola, and thought through every step in its construction. I reviewed all the steps that I needed to take next. There was no room to screw the pooch on this plan. Once I was satisfied, I went back over to the electrical outlet with the air pump's cord hanging in front of it. I took a look over at the outdoor kitchen area and made a note of the time displayed on the microwave clock. I plugged the pump in. It buzzed loudly.
Every white on the roof was immediately transfixed. 2 seconds later, they were running toward the sound or reaching up toward the pergola's cedar slats to get their hand on the air pump.
I was careful to stay out of their way as they congregated. I made my way over to the outdoor kitchen, got a good view of the microwave clock, and waited. 5 minutes to kill. All of the misting heads mounted under the pergola, emptied of water, started to cough and spurt as air was driven from their lines. The contraption seemed to be working. While I waited, a television commercial played through my memory, one that I'd seen as a kid. I had no recollection of what was being advertised, but for some reason, a masculine fellow with a gravelly voice held up a measuring cup with a quarter cup of gasoline inside and told me that it had the explosive equivalent of 1 stick of dynamite.
Pretty impressive stuff to hear as a little kid, when every cartoon and old Western movie I'd seen that had a demolition problem to be solved did so with a bundle of dynamite that would fit in your hand. Need to blow up a bridge? A bundle of 6 sticks of dynamite would do it. Need a safe blown up? A bundle of 6 sticks would do it. Need the Roadrunner blown up? Well, in the absence of some Acme TNT, a bundle of 6 sticks would do it. The misters had stopped coughing and were spewing a fog of gasoline vapor. 20 gallons of gas measured to 320 cups. That converted to 1,280 quarter cups, which, if the gravelly-voiced television commercial pitchman was correct, converted to 1,280 sticks of dynamite. Sarah Mansfield's house, formerly an architectural highlight of green construction in central Texas, had just been converted to a platform for a totally awesome gasoline vapor bomb. My eyes were burning from the fumes in the air. I was starting to cough, and there was a disturbing light oiliness on my skin, stinging in the open sores on my head, where my hair had so recently been. Gasoline. If nothing else, I just succeeded in turning myself into a holiday sparkler. The clock on the microwave told me that 5 minutes had passed. I checked the weight on the cooler and did some quick math. I had 25 minutes before all of the gasoline in the cooler would be misted out into the air above the house. I made for the elevator to get my flammable Tarzan ass back down to the video room. Time was short. From the computer in the video room, I needed to set the timer on the pergola lights to switch on in 20 minutes. The broken incandescent bulbs would spark the gasoline vapor, and I needed to be pretty far up the river when that happened, lest I participate in the coming conflagration more than I'd want to. Kill the him. Kill the her. Kill the all!
Wiping putrescent spittle off my ear for the last time, I glanced at my cooperative female, and then over at her annoying counterpart. We stood on the deck inside the boathouse, with nothing but water between us and the open exterior door. I was empty-handed except for my knife, but on the way out of the video room, I took a chance and waded through Specialist Harris's remains, then put the Molly vest into the girl's hands and the M16 in the guy's. They were both outwardly agitated once the rifle was in play, but they complied anyway, and subsequently followed me into the elevator and then down to the dock. Getting the items back was a different story. When I reached out to take the Molly vest, the girl wouldn't let go. I whispered to her in her peculiar vernacular, "The Joel asshead." She spent a moment having what passed for a thought in her brain, and concluded that I needed to have the vest.
Trying the same lie to circumvent the male's reluctance to let me have the M16 proved fruitless. There was only one quick way to resolve the issue. I put a hand on the rifle's handle, right beside his, held tight, and fell backwards, letting gravity carry me into the water. Unfortunately for the guy, he didn't quite figure out that he was at risk of getting wet until it was too late to recover. We splashed in together. The girl shrieked, the male howled and panicked, but he let go of the rifle. I pushed myself away from his flailing arms and legs and ignored them. They'd just become a non-factor as I waded into deepening water. Paying a heavy toll in stubbed toes and bruised shins, I moved quickly out of the boathouse and through the water toward my canoe, dunking myself a few times along the way to wash off as much of the gasoline on my skin as I could. I'd probably burned off 5 minutes since setting the light timer in the video room. Only 15 minutes remained until detonation. As expected, or maybe hoped, the canoe was where I left it, and with each step closer, the water got shallower and I moved faster. Once there, I dropped my knife, new rifle, and vest on top of the clothes that I'd left in the bottom of the canoe and quickly pushed it out into the water. A few hard paddle strokes put me out into the current, and I chose to go down rather than upriver. My destination was upriver, the direction that Murphy, Steph, and the others had gone, but I needed to maximize the distance between me and my bomb. Paddling downriver with the current would give me more distance than paddling against it. When I floated past the boathouse entrance, the female saw me and renewed her shrieking. To my surprise, the male was out of the water and pushing his dripping self up off the deck. Well, how about that? I wondered how that experience would affect his fear of the water. But at about that same time, I realized that it didn't matter. In 15 minutes, he'd be dead.
It was time to paddle like my life depended on it. Because it did.
It took just a few minutes to get my heart rate up to a pounding, rapid rhythm. I gasped for breath as I neared my physical limit, slicing the canoe through the water at a good pace. Mr. Mays's house passed on the far bank, and it occurred to me that my gasoline vapor bomb could be a danger to both him and Nico. Fortunately, or not, I had the detached presence of mind to know that those dice were already rolling. If they both were in the house and away from the windows when the bomb exploded, they were far enough away that they might be okay. My pulling the boat up to the bank and running up to the house with a warning on my lips wasn't likely to change the outcome for them. By the time I got up there and explained the situation completely enough that they'd be willing to do something about it, the bomb would have detonated. So I pressed on down the river.
Labored distance grew between my canoe and Sarah Mansfield's mountaintop compound.
Questions nagged my idle mind as I paddled. Would the bomb detonate at all? Had I screwed something up? I reviewed all of the steps I'd taken, all of the things I'd checked along the way. It had to work. How big would the explosion be? Was I far enough away? Did I have any hope of getting far enough away? Should I stop and watch the fire rip the sky and blow the top of Mount Bonnell into the river? Paddle on and let those questions answer themselves, dumbass. There was only one variable left in the equation that I had any control over, and that was the distance that I'd be from my bomb when it exploded. No matter what else happened, the likelihood of my being alive afterwards was dependent on how far downriver I was when the bomb went off. Paddle. More gasoline trivia bubbled to the surface of my brain. There was a conversion factor I'd heard once. No, I think I read it. I couldn't recall the source, but the conversion was for TNT to gasoline in terms of explosive power. The ratio was 10-1. 1 ounce of gasoline held something like 10 times more explosive power than TNT. Yes, that was it. Was it true?
How much gasoline had I used? 20 gallons or so. Keep up the paddling pace. I didn't know what a gallon of gasoline weighed, but I did know that water weighed something like 8 pounds per gallon, and that gasoline was lighter, so maybe 6 pounds per gallon. 20 gallons, then, would weigh about 120 pounds. It sure felt like it when I was hauling it up to the top of the pergola, and that implied the equivalent of an explosion with the power of 1,200 pounds of TNT. But that's half a kiloton. I just made a half-kiloton bomb? There's no fucking way. They measure nuclear devices in kilotons. I could barely breathe in enough air to sustain my effort after that.
I picked up my pace, going as hard as I possibly could, rerunning the calculations in my head. Surely that answer couldn't be right. Could it? Paddle, dumbass, paddle! I remembered hearing once that a gasoline vapor bomb was the most powerful non-nuclear device in the military arsenal. Confirmation? Under the strain of trying to pull in enough air to support my effort, I couldn't come up with where I'd heard all of that crap. Was it TV, hence bullshit? Or was it books? Oh, where was the internet when you needed it? More crap. It was the sound of somebody punching a giant marshmallow that announced the detonation. I snapped my head around to see. The glow from an enormous, disembodied flame burned in the sky above the peak of Mount Bonnell. More sound, more flame. Then, in what seemed like slow motion, the fire spread and nearly died, then spread again with 100 marshmallow punches as it crossed the mountain and spread down toward the river. An aurora borealis dying as it sank to the earth, torching a few trees as it settled over a mile span along the north bank, then down onto the river. Flames danced across the water toward me. I smelled gasoline in the air. Fuck. I pushed all my weight to the right and the canoe capsized with me as I fell into the water. Immersed in inky, cold blackness, the water around me lit up as though the sun had just gone supernova in the sky. As that light faded, I watched my purloined M16 sink into the darkness below. The blade of my knife twinkled as it sank 10 feet below, followed by my boots. Even my clothes drifted out of their place in the bottom of the canoe, semi-clad ghosts searching in greenish water for souls to torment. When it was done, my night vision was shot and I was out of breath, but I was still alive. Alive and disappointed. Coming up underneath the canoe, I took a few deep breaths, pushed myself under, and scissor-kicked hard back up to right the canoe, which readily turned over. Hanging on the edge, I looked in. Nothing but water was inside, and too much of it. Looking up at Mount Bonnell, I saw the crenellated rows of houses along the crest, their geometrically precise silhouettes intact. They hadn't exploded. Nothing had blown up but air and gasoline, too far above the ground and too dissipated to damage any property or kill any of the naked infected. The only result was some small, spotty fires in the trees. It was all a spectacular fizzle. King Monkey Fucker Joel and Mark were probably sitting in Sarah Mansfield's house, not even aware that I'd just tried to kill them and succeeded only in nearly barbecuing myself. Shit. Shit, shit, shit! Chapter 27. It was late. The fireworks show was over. A few small fires glowed dimly up on the mountain. I'd pushed the canoe in near the shore where I could stand, empty the water, and get back in. Except for the paddle. Everything I had was lost in the dark river. The only reason I had the paddle was that it was in my hand when I capsized the canoe. Had I waited another 4 or 5 seconds before capsizing the canoe, it would have been burned when the gasoline vapor flashed. Maybe that had happened to many of the naked horde up on the mountain. It was something to hope for, as the disappointment over my failure weighed heavily on me.
I'd been paddling back upriver for over an hour when I pulled the paddle out of the water and drifted, feeling in my muscles the toll I was paying for so many days without food and with little good sleep. Sure, I'd drunk at least a quart of cola from the soda fountain on the roof, but those calories were gone, burned off on exertion and fear. Mr.
Maze's house was far back downriver behind me by the time I started drifting. I realized that I should have stopped on my second time past, knocked on the door, and asked for a safe spot to spend the night. Well, if they had a door to knock on. The canoe floated slowly into a spin, caught in the current flowing one way, while the wind blew me in the other. I supposed I could drift back down to Mr. Maze's house and see if they'd let me in, but that bitter thought smacked of quitting. In the mood that was on me, one step onto that slippery slope would send me down a dark hole out of which I might not be able to climb back. To continue upriver was to endeavor toward the goal, to try and find my friends. Seeing Murphy get up off of that recliner and wobble his way down to the ski boat was troubling, but it did bring hope that I'd find them all alive. And that hope was something real. But I was so tired. I was naked, crusted in dry blood and scabs. I was hungry, really hungry, and dehydrated again. Steph, Murphy, and the rest could be in any of 1,000 places upriver, and I had no idea where. Or they could be dead. Such a likely possibility now. 0. That was the depressing word emblazoned on the flag that had planted itself on the sad mound of my thoughts. I was back at 0 again. No weapons, no food, no friends, and no clothes. Don't lie down. Don't quit. Paddle, just paddle. So I paddled, persistence for its own sake. Upriver again, slowly against the current, but I was moving. Houses along the shore passed by. I spotted a ski boat lifted on a hoist up out of the water, I guessed to protect the hull from the algae. I really wanted that boat. Motorized transportation was another of modern society's underappreciated luxuries. Pulling my paddle across my lap, I gave the boat a long, hard look and thought about what I could do to acquire it. I'd have to search the house for keys and then, assuming I lived through that, having only fingernails and fists to protect myself, I'd have to figure out how to manually lower the boat back into the water. The process of stealing the boat was that of unknown dangers and potentially unsolvable problems. The risk-to-reward ratio just wasn't high enough. Paddle on. As housing development on the banks thinned, leaving mostly trees and few dark houses, the miles slowly dissolved behind me. It was all black water, bends in the wide river, and old trees. Frogs chirped like fat crickets in the wet shadows, and the buzz of cicadas modulated in and out of obnoxiousness. Mosquitoes occasionally found me and had a meal on my bare skin before buzzing off to hide among the leaves on the banks. Up ahead, I spied a familiar shape on the north bank, and my hopes sank a little. It was the pontoon boat that Murphy had almost acquired a week or so prior. It was tied next to the dock in front of the house that he and I had raided and prepped as a safe house. The ski boat, however, was nowhere to be seen. The absence of the ski boat led to 3 possibilities. Freitag had killed them all and dumped the bodies in the river. They'd taken the food and moved on to someplace else because this house had become unsafe. Or this house was unsafe again when they arrived. I went with the odds and decided that going into the house was a bad idea. At least the pontoon boat was still there. That had been ready to go when Murphy and I had left it. I needed only to hop on, untie the ropes, start the engine, and head upriver with internal combustion assistance, which is exactly what I did. 10 minutes after seeing the pontoon boat come out of the darkness on the north bank, I was motoring up the river with the canoe on a rope, skimming along in my wake,
and feeling ever so slightly better about my situation.
The tourist boat with the 3 girls was my next stop. With any luck, they could give me some idea what had happened to my friends. It didn't take long for the riverboat to come into view, anchored just where I'd last seen it. Careful to keep a distance of 30 feet or so between our 2 hulls, I came up alongside, looking for the silhouette of a girl's head or a hunting rifle sticking above the upper rail. Of course, I didn't see one. It was such a minor thing, not seeing at least one of the girls immediately, but I was starting to shade toward pessimism on every uncertainty I stumbled on. I called across the water. "Hey!" I waited. "Hey, this is Zed!" They were a timid, cautious bunch. "Amy? Brittany? Megan, are you there?" There were still 3 ski boats tethered off the stern of the faux paddle-wheeler. The girls had to be on the big boat. "Hey!" Nothing. Along the top rail, I thought I saw the barrel of a rifle peek over. 3 shadowy head silhouettes popped up as well. "Amy, I'm Zed. I came by a week or so ago with a couple of other guys and left you some food and a gun."
"Why do you look like that? Where are your clothes? What happened to you?"
"That's a long story." The girls whispered amongst themselves for a minute. "Trust me," I called up. "It's really me. How else would I know your names and my name if it wasn't me?" It seemed like a silly argument, but it was the only one I could come up with.
"We thought you were dead."
"Why?"
"A couple of days ago, a girl came by in what looked like your boat."
"A girl? Was she alone?"
"I asked about the boat when she came by. I said it looked like your boat."
"And?"
Amy's tone turned to disgust and anger. "She said you raped her."
"What?"
"Did you?"
"No!"
Feeling like I needed to add more to my defense than just a denial, I said, "She's a crazy bitch. She tried to kill me." It occurred to me then that I should have said nothing else. The crazy bitch addendum made me sound guilty even to me.
I slumped down in my seat. "Did she say anything about my friends? About where they were, if they were okay?"
"No."
Could she have really killed them all? Was she that wicked? Or had she abandoned them somewhere?
"Did you think that was kind of weird? Her being all alone in my boat and not with Murphy or Russell or anybody?" "Murphy. He was the one that tried to get on our boat the first night we met you?"
"Yeah."
The girls conferred for a minute. "It did seem a little weird. We didn't trust her, so we didn't let her come aboard."
"That was a good choice."
There was a silence that lasted a bit, while I thought of what else I could ask. They weren't trying to help at all with the conversation. "Are you girls keeping a watch all the time, even at night?" Suddenly suspicious. "Why do you want to know?" "It's just that it took a little while for you to figure out that I was out here." "We knew." "Fine.
"Can I ask a favor?" In a tone that carried a harsh laugh, Amy said, "You can ask."
"It's really late. I'm really, really tired."
I pointed up the river.
"Can I anchor my boat over there tonight and get some sleep?" "As long as you don't try to come on our boat. Just, if you don't mind, kinda keep an eye on me. Maybe warn me if you see danger."
"Like what?"
I looked around. "I don't know. Any of the usual stuff, I guess." The girls huddled again. "You were nice to us before. You gave us food and a gun. Yes, we owe you a favor. We'll keep an eye on you if you want to sleep over there on your own boat." That was a relief anyway. "How are you guys set for food? Did that stuff we dropped off last? Are you out?" One of the younger girls shouted, "We're almost out. Do you have any to spare?" I said, "I've been through some shit. I'm running on empty at the moment, but I'll need to raid a pantry tomorrow, if I can do it without getting killed."
"I can probably drop some surplus off if you like."
"You don't have to.
It was Amy speaking again.
I know. Hey, can I give you some advice? About what? You're naked and you look pretty beat up. I think we're doing better than you are. Maybe we should give you some. I could hear the smile in Amy's voice on that one. She wasn't being mean. I need to tell you a bit of a story first. Brittany asked, "Is it about why you're naked?" Yeah, but it's a long story. We've got lots of time and no television to entertain us. I smiled. Maybe that was the worst aspect of the post-apocalyptic world for the modern human. No entertainment. How difficult would life get with no iPhone, no television, and no internet to fill in the boring parts? I told them about my experience at Sarah Mansfield's house, taking extra time on the part about how quickly the naked horde had overrun what had seemed like pretty strong defenses.
I think you should take your ski boats and tie them up alongside, one midway on the starboard side and one midway on the port side. Leave one in the back, I guess. Why? I don't know if those naked ones can get at you in the boat, but if they get some boats or start swimming at you from one bank or the other, if you have an escape boat hidden from their view, then you'll have a better chance of getting away. But they're afraid of the water. Don't underestimate them if you see them on the shore looking at you, I pleaded. They are a very dangerous group. Chapter 28. I woke on a pallet of flat seat cushions next to the tool chest that Murphy had left on the pontoon boat a week or more before. It was late on a brilliantly sunny morning, and my head was throbbing. My joints were stiff and my stomach was rumbling. When I sat up, I had to throw out a hand to steady myself on one of the benches that ran down the length of both the port and starboard sides of the boat. I was sorely missing regularly scheduled meals. At least the warm morning air felt good against my skin. Looking downriver, I saw that one of the girls was fishing near the bow of their big boat, and I wondered how boring their daily routine must be, cooped up all day on that boat. Oh well, not my problem at the moment. I checked both shores for anything that could be a danger, and, seeing nothing, went to the stern and jumped into the river to clean myself up. The water was cold, of course. It was always cold, no matter what time of year. The water in the river flowed out of the bottom of the big dam upstream, so it came off of the bottom of the lake, where all the coldest water settled. After a few minutes, my skin got used to it, and I lay back, floating on the surface, truly relaxing for the first time in a week. It felt good, and goodness had become such a rare commodity. As I lay there, gently bobbing on the few waves and watching the puffy, white summer clouds, I noticed smoke. Raising my head and starting to tread water, I spun in the direction of the smoke. The fires on Mount Bonnell that I'd started the night before with my fizzled bomb had grown. Hopefully, some of the naked infected were still there, screaming and burning as their skin crisped black and flaked off. It was a dirty, murderous thought, but the imagining of it didn't feel bad. I climbed back aboard my pontoon boat, sat my naked body out of sight of the young girls on the riverboat, and thought about the day ahead. Food, clothes, weapons, friends, and fucking Freitag. Food needed to come first. I was going to fall into uselessness if I didn't get a lot more calories in me pretty soon. Clothes were a nice luxury. If I was going to be in a house collecting food, there'd surely be a closet with something to wear. Some kind of weapon would be a necessity. Again, if I was in a house, a kitchen knife was kind of the least I'd expect to find there. And being in Texas, the sky was the limit in terms of potential firearm availability. Then it came down to Freitag versus friends. If I knew where my friends were, I could get past my desire to get some vengeance on her. Really, all I wanted was to reunite with my friends and know that they were all okay. Everything else on my list was just a necessary step in the direction of seeing Murphy,
Steph and Mandy, distasteful Dahlhover, and simple Russell. Freitag knew what had happened to them. That meant that the most expeditious path to my friends was through her, because wherever she was, and I hoped she was still on the river, the ski boat would show me exactly where she'd gone ashore. I was betting that she'd be close by. The river between the dams couldn't be more than 15 miles long, and I was somewhere near the midpoint of that stretch. So 7 miles of river going upstream was what I had to check for the ski boat.
Depending on how much of the morning I burned off finding food and weapons, I could find Freitag, and with any luck, my friends before sundown. I got up off the deck and checked my boat's fuel gauge. There was about 3/4 of a tank. That seemed like a lot, though I had no idea how much fuel the tank held, or how far the pontoon boat could go on 3/4 of a tank. It had to be enough to scoot up and down my 15-mile section of the river many times at least. As I stood there by the boat's wheel, I noticed 5 bloated bodies drifting downriver toward me. One wore a brilliantly colored turquoise skirt that spread out around her body in an enormous flowery semicircle with graying white stamens. 2 were children, and their skin wasn't infected white. They were Hispanic, and they floated face down in the water, with black halos of hair spread around them. Another woman, a big girl, was of no consequence to me, because I noticed at that moment that one of the flotilla was a man with a broad, hairy back, and he was wearing a pair of khaki cargo shorts, which, if I cinched up the belt, would fit me well enough. Thinking back to my fight with the alpha in the boathouse, who'd made the bad choice of victoriously dangling his manhood where I could grab it, a pair of risk-free shorts suddenly moved to the top of the necessity list. A quick glance around the pontoon boat's deck was enough to inventory my resources. The big red toolbox, of course, and several dozen seat cushions that I'm sure doubled as flotation devices. 2 life preservers and a rescue hook, the kind found by nearly every swimming pool in the country. It was a 12-foot-long aluminum tube with a rounded, body-sized hook at the end, perfect for fishing infected corpses out of the river. But what really caught my eye were a couple of things I hadn't noticed and hadn't thought to look for previously. Just below the cushions on several of the bench seats were latches, giving away the presence of storage bins beneath. At least one of those storage bins had to be a cooler. And a cooler might contain something edible, or at least a warm drinkable. My stomach concurred with a growl. First things first, I grabbed the aluminum hook pole and went to the port side of the boat and waited for the corpse with the shorts to float near enough by. I didn't have to wait more than a minute. I reached out into the river with the hook and looped it around the big man's torso on the first try. When I tugged it to bring him closer, the hook compressed his bloated gut, and his head, face down in the river, bobbed up on an eruption of bubbles, stinking gases of rotting flesh that floated my way on the wind and nearly made me vomit. The shorts were risk-free, but there was still a price to be paid. Hand over hand, I pulled the body toward the boat until I had it pressed up against the hull. In a quick move, I unhooked the man and dropped my pole to the deck as I got down to my knees and grasped, with no small measure of disgust, one of his ankles. I didn't need my prize drifting off. A slippery film covered the man's skin, and if not for the thick hair on his leg, I might have lost my grip on his ankle. I pulled his foot up onto the flat deck of the boat as I reached for his other. I didn't have any desire to have the spewing end of the man in my boat. Pulling and tugging, I had to get the legs up onto the deck if I was going to have any hope of reaching the shorts. As I was working, the man's belly pressed against the hull, and several more puffs of gaseous rot belched out. Remaining naked was starting to have some real appeal, but I was close. One more tug put the man's thighs flat on the deck, the belt within reach. In a most unflattering way, I straddled the man's thighs,
feeling the slime from his skin on my legs, to hold him down. I bent forward to reach down around his belly so that I could loosen the belt, then unbutton and unzip the shorts. I thought I heard giggles across the water, but I ignored them. More gas seeped out of the man's mouth and nose and bubbled up past his ears, giving me a full dose of the stink. The shorts came loose and I pulled them off hurriedly, somehow getting the underwear as well. For some reason that really grossed me out. I jumped up off of the man, and as he slid back into the water, his dirty underwear fell out of the shorts and onto my feet. I yelped and shook my foot to get them off as I hopped around the deck in utter disgust, making a complete fool of myself.
When they finally flew free and landed in the water just past the edge of the deck, I again had attention for something besides the violation I felt at having the wet underwear plastered to my skin. That's when I heard the laughter of the 3 girls coming from the other boat. The white skin on my face flushed red, but I held my hard-won shorts over my head in triumph. I spent a good while back in the river after that, scrubbing my skin and the shorts, and wishing for soap. A little bleach would have been desirable as well. Finally, the shorts were hanging over a rail to dry in the morning sunshine, and I was drying in the sun as well, when I recalled the storage bins underneath the boat's seats. Cooler time. Sliding a wide bench cushion over, I flipped a latch and opened the storage bin hidden underneath. Fins, snorkels, masks, inflatable water toys, ski ropes, nothing of immediate interest to me.
I stepped across the width of the deck, pushed the cushions out of the way on another bench, flipped the latch, and lifted the lid. Oh my God. It smelled so bad that I fell back on the deck trying to get away from it. It was just as bad as the smell that belched out of the hairy man's mouth. That was the cooler. It had been packed with meats, cheeses, ice, and other perishable items in apparent preparation for an afternoon picnic on the water that never happened. Now, the cooler was a sealed container in which all of those items had been rotting in the heat. Standing up and leaning over the rail, I spit into the water to get the remnants of the spoiled taste out of my mouth. As I was doing that, it occurred to me that in that cooler, in the putrid, warm liquid, there had to be bottles of beer or soda. What kind of picnic could it have been without those? And where else would such items go but inside the cooler? That, of course, led to the next question.
What about the dry goods, napkins, paper plates, cups, and chips?
Those things wouldn't be in the cooler. I looked around at the seats and, sure enough, there were 2 more storage bins. It turned out that one of those contained some tools, more rope, and an extra anchor. The second, however, held just what I was looking for. A dull paring knife, 3 big bags of chips, unopened jars of pickles, mustard, mayonnaise, and ketchup, and cookies. Manna from heaven, if there ever was such a thing. Resisting the urge to tear into the packages like an animal, I started with a bag of corn chips, and with deliberate slowness, sat in the sun on one of the cushioned benches and ate them one by one. I had no desire to barf everything back up after rushing too quickly to shove it all down my throat. After eating the equivalent of a few handfuls of the chips, I felt, for the moment, full, and I let myself bake for a while in the heat.
And for the second time that morning, I let my thoughts of adversity slip away, and I felt good. Deciding that a soda, a beer, or any liquid that wasn't river water would make a tasty second course, I walked over to the cooler that held the rotting meats, held my breath, and kicked it open with my foot. The lid leaned up against the side rail, and I stepped toward the bow of the boat, upwind from the cooler. Jumping up on one of the benches across the deck, I was able to see down inside from a breathable distance. The cooler was a disgusting cauldron of rot, but in the liquid, among congealed blobs of gray goo, floated dozens of canned sodas and bottled beers.
Warm or not, one of those beers would taste so good. Holding my breath, I bounded across the deck, fished out a can and a few bottles, and made my getaway.
Back near the bow, I leaned over the edge of the boat once again and spent a good long while washing the can, the bottles, and my hands, until I could no longer smell the cooler's stench on my skin. After that, I went back to my place in the sun and took my time drinking one of the beers and eating some cookies. Calories in my blood unloaded in my brain and bounced around my synapses as the taste of alcohol brought with it the most vivid memories of my last normal night. My buddies and I were at a yuppie sports bar in the suburbs with dozens of enormous flat-screen televisions and waitresses that wore tight blouses and skirts too short to take out in public. They always smiled sweetly with clean white teeth, though often their eyes were just as dead as the whites I'd seen, betraying the lie of how they loathed serving the likes of me. Because one thing they knew, just as I did, was that I was no better than they were. I didn't have a high-paying, high-tech job with a big future. We were all commuters, traveling serially to the same unsatisfying future, the same dead end. I was so hammered when I went home that night. I was so hammered after I drank that tequila the next morning and saw what the ogre had done to the harpy in the middle of their living room. Oh, why weren't those memories gone yet? I tossed the beer bottle, still half full, into the river. Chapter 29. Wearing only my warm, dry cargo shorts, I piloted the pontoon boat slowly up the center of the river, keeping a watchful eye on the banks and paying special attention to docks and boathouses. Occasional whites were lurking in the shade to escape the midday heat, or were on their haunches on the banks, sipping from the river. Much of the northern bank was undeveloped, an unbroken forest of oaks and cedars. The southern bank had regularly spaced houses, mostly of the opulent variety, and they slowly passed, turning mundane in their ubiquity as the sun crested in the sky. When I finally spotted Sarah Mansfield's familiar ski boat, it was docked in front of a Mediterranean villa-style house with stucco walls, a terracotta roof, and dying landscaping. Taking care to keep myself concealed between the pontoon boat's bench seats, I motored on past without seeing a single living soul. When I was a quarter of a mile upriver, I killed the engine. Drifting back down and staying out of direct sight of the house would be safest. Unfortunately, guiding the clumsy pontoon boat with a single canoe paddle was a nearly futile endeavor for which I had no patience. When I came within 30 or 40 yards of the dock, I dropped anchor and waited for it to catch on something as it dragged on the river bottom. The line straightened out, pulled taut, and the boat jerked to a stop, causing me to fall down as my momentum carried me forward on the suddenly motionless deck. Secure enough for me. I'd expected to have trouble pulling the anchor back up when I returned to the boat later on, but I'd deal with that problem when I got there. I patted my pocket to make sure the paring knife, my only weapon, was there. It was. Canoe time. Pulling the canoe's bow line, I took the loop off of the cleat on the deck, tugged it up beside my pontoon boat, and very carefully put a foot in. Well, carefully didn't work out so well. With nothing to secure it to the boat, the canoe slipped away from the pontoon boat, and my legs split wide apart as I lost my balance and fell into the river. The stupidity of it pissed me off, and I immediately feared losing the canoe. The canoe had real value in a world of hydrophobic cannibals. When I got my head back above water and got my bearings, the canoe was skating across the water and getting caught in the current. I swam hard after it, figuring I could catch it in 4 or 5 strokes. I was wrong. It took closer to 10 or 12, and I was gasping for breath when I finally reached out of the water to grab it. My fingertips, instead of catching the edge of the canoe, barely caressed the top edge of the hull and slipped down the curved side, pushing it further away from me.
Crap. When I did finally get a solid grip on the hull, before I could congratulate myself, the bow bonked into something solid. I looked up. It was the dock in front of the house. So much for a stealthy approach. If Freitag was in there, she knew I was out here. The water wasn't more than 4 feet deep, so close to the shore, so I stood up slowly and was able to see a good part of the lawn and the roof of the house. I tied off the canoe and considered how to proceed. Why not just get out of the water, do my best not to look like a threat, and stroll up the house? I'd lost maybe 10 pounds since Freitag last saw me. I was bald, scabby, and nearly naked. She probably wouldn't recognize me.
In front of the mirror in Sarah Mansfield's bathroom, I barely recognized me. I hauled myself out of the water and up onto the dock in front of the canoe. The ski boat was tied off on the opposite side of the dock, and I eyed it with a detective's curiosity as I straightened up. No blood, nor any evidence of violence. That was good. Neither were there supplies of any sort. The keys were also gone. It was just an empty ski boat waiting on the lake for its owner to take it out for a sunny day on the water. Satisfied that I'd learned all I could from the ski boat, I turned to head up the dock. A rifle cracked and shattered the shoreline's bucolic facade. The canoe's aluminum hull rang from the impact. Before I even had time to think about it, I was doing some combination of jumping and falling back into the greenish water beside the dock. I let my momentum carry me down to the bottom under less than 3 feet and struggled through the duckweed as I put some underwater distance between me and the dock. It was so hard to remember to see myself through the lens of others' prejudices. It didn't matter whether Freitag did or did not recognize me. It didn't matter that I was acting like a normal, unarmed person. I was white, and she hated anyone with the virus. In my anger over losing the canoe, I had overlooked that. When I popped my head back out of the water nearly 20 feet from where I'd splashed into the river, I heard another gunshot and saw a burst of splinters on the surface of the dock. 2 more gunshots followed in rapid succession. Freitag thought I was hiding in the water under the dock and was hoping to kill me with little more than luck. Out of sight from the house, I let the current carry me down, and I waded in chest-deep water toward the trees and undergrowth that bordered the property. In the frighteningly close distance, I heard the howls of the infected. They'd heard the shots too. They were coming. Stupid Freitag. Before the infected got their hungry hands on her, I needed to get to her and find out what she did with my friends. I climbed up out of the water and took the paring knife with its meager 4-inch blade out of my pocket and looked at it. As a weapon, it was better than nothing, but not by much. Dragging my thumb over the edge, I tried to gauge how sharp it was. Sharp enough for a stabbing weapon, but I had doubts about what I could cut with it. Skin, maybe. Jeans? No way. I was in the undergrowth about 20 feet from the shore when I saw the first of the infected run off of the street in front of the house and start searching the house's walls for a way in. Choosing to wait and watch, to know what I was getting myself into instead of walking in stupidly, again, I spotted at least 20 of the infected. Half of those lollygagged around the yard, seemingly unable to figure out what to do next. Some of them looked around, searching for the tasty source of the sound they'd heard. A handful were working their way around the perimeter of the house, touching walls and pushing on windows. Whether smart ones, or just smart enough to know that houses sometimes contained food, those whites were my biggest concern at the moment. A heavily vined trellis was anchored at right angles around the front corner of what I guessed was the garage. The flat roof of the garage appeared to have some sort of patio on it. That looked to me like a way in. As quietly as I could, I crept through the bushes, trying my best to avoid thorny vines and prickly pears. My appreciation for shoes was growing by leaps and bounds. When I came out of the trees, I caught the apathetic attention of several of the whites on that side of the house, but they quickly deduced that I was one of them and left me alone. I crossed the yard quickly in case Freitag was stupid enough to take another shot at me with so many whites so close. But no bullets came. I arrived at the trellis and examined the vines. There were no thorns. Good. The wood framework looked strong enough to support my weight. My biggest worry would be that of getting shot when I topped the wall and made for the doors that I presumed were on the other side of the patio. With any luck, Freitag was still looking for my floating body out of the back of the house. Glancing left and then right, I figured I had enough space to get to the top of the trellis before I caught too much attention from the lackadaisical whites on my side of the house. So I climbed. I was halfway up when I heard a noise below me. Damn it. An infected woman was doing her best to follow me. I moved up as quickly as I could. When I reached the top, I peeked over. I saw patio furniture, big potted plants, and a gas grill. On the wall of the house, there were 2 sets of French doors and a couple of large windows. There were no blinds or curtains on the windows, and I was able to see into the room beyond. Not a single thing moved. Assuming that Freitag was still alone, there was no way she could cover all sides of the house on her own. With a few quick heaves, I threw my legs up over the edge of the wall and got my feet planted before looking back down. The woman on the trellis was just a few feet below, and another white was halfway up. Ugh, grizzly duty was up next. I glanced back toward the house to make sure that I wouldn't be surprised from behind. I waited for the infected woman to arrive. As soon as her head popped up over the wall, I jammed the paring knife into and out of her eye in one rapid motion. She stiffened, and at the same time seemed to open both of her hands to lunge at me. But her balance was gone, and she was falling. Whether it was the knife thrust or the fall that killed her didn't matter to me. It didn't even matter whether she was dead. She hit the ground and didn't move. That was all I really cared about. To my right, the other white climber gave her a look and seemed stuck in a moment of indecision over whether to go back down and feed or to keep climbing for the real prize, tasty, uninfected flesh. He chose wrong. When his head came up over the edge of the wall, I stabbed the blade hard into his temple, a move that was a mistake. As the white lost his grip and started to fall, my paring knife wedged in his skull, and I was barely able to keep hold of it as he fell. But I did. The infected man hit the ground near the woman's expanding pool of blood. That problem was solved. Infected were running toward the 2 downed whites by that time, and I faded back toward the French doors to let them all forget about me while they dined. I bounded lightly across the patio and came to a stop with one hand on a doorknob, peeking into the windows. Still only furniture and fixtures in the room. Nothing moved. I turned the knob. Locked. Damn. Well, no big deal. I hurried over and checked the other doors. Locked as well. To break the glass would be a mistake. The sound would alert Freitag. I couldn't have that. Checking further, both windows were locked as well. Quietly making my way over to the edge of the patio that overlooked the front of the garage, I stealthily peeked around the corner of the wall and quickly pulled my head back. No infected eyes on the front lawn spotted me, but neither did I see anything that looked like an alternative way to get into the house. Across the patio again, I peeked around the back wall on the side of the house that faced the river and saw something that might work. It wouldn't be easy, but it was my best chance of getting into the house quietly. A sloped roof extended out from the back side of the house, and the eaves overhead provided a path to a smaller patio further down on the back of the house. As I jumped up onto the wall, my thoughts went, of course, to 100 movies I'd seen in which the hero was running across a tile roof, only to have the tiles slip loose before sending him on a perilous skid to the edge of the roof.
Perhaps the guys who built this house had seen the same movies, learned a lesson, and had done a good job gluing these down. I tested the stability of the first roof tile as I very, very slowly put my weight on it. It held. Away I went, slowly, so slowly, taking great care to check my footing with each forward step. Before I knew it, I'd uneventfully arrived at the other patio. I hopped down to the concrete floor and made no sound at all beyond that of my bare feet slapping the cement. A quick, deep breath and a quick look around were all I afforded myself before I checked the glass French door.
It was open. I smiled. I found myself in what appeared to be the master bedroom. It was decorated in a rustic Mediterranean style to match the house's exterior. Lightly closing the glass door behind me, I listened but heard nothing of importance. The infected weren't inside the house. They didn't know how to mask their victorious feelings with silence. On the dark wooden floor, bare feet were a stealthy advantage, and I crossed the room noiselessly. The bedroom door opened with the slightest of creaks, and I looked out into a hallway that opened at the end to the large sitting room I'd seen from the patio. In the house's silence, every buffet of the wind against the windows, every yowl of a wight outside, was magnified. My heartbeat pounded its drum, and my breathing shouted in my ears. Trusting in the solidity of the floor, I stepped out into the hall. No boards sounded a complaint under my weight.
Still, I stepped slowly, letting the weight of each of my steps come down gently on the bare wood. Off to my right, a wrought iron rail looked over a curving stairway that led down to the first floor. I suspected that the shots had been fired from downstairs, but I checked another upstairs bedroom and a couple of bathrooms to see if anyone was on the upper floor before I proceeded down. The bottom of the stairs was hidden from view as I started around the curve at the top, so I stayed close to the wall, knife at the ready for Freitag, or anyone she might be with, or any infected. I expected whites to be noisy, but assumptions kept getting me in trouble. With each step down, the sound of rapid breathing from below became more distinct. My muscles were tense, and my palms were sweating. It could be a white's breathing that I heard, or it could be a fear-filled Freitag.
What came into view was the back of a petite, dark-haired woman in camouflaged fatigues, holding an assault rifle in her hands, pointing it at the back of the house. It was Freitag. Step lightly. Stay quiet. The whites were not in the house. If they were, she wouldn't be standing out in the open at the bottom of the stairs. Just 4 steps to go, nearly in arm's reach, and Freitag was getting nervous. She hurried a glance at the kitchen off to her right. Maybe it's a sixth sense that people feel when someone is watching them that gives their spines the tingles. Maybe in Freitag's case, it was just nervousness about the infected outside, coupled with an ominous sense of powerlessness and vulnerability. Either way, when I took another silent step down, her senses triggered and she looked back up over her shoulder like she expected something to be there. What she saw was a gaunt, bald creeper. She screamed as she tried to bring her rifle around to shoot me. I pounced, blocked the rifle barrel toward the wall, and landed on her as she crumbled under my meager weight. The gun went off, destroying the silence inside the house. We hit the floor with me on top, and I quickly wrestled myself into a position where I had her arms pinned under my legs with one hand pressing down on her forehead to hold her head against the floor. I pressed the warm metal of my dull blade against her throat. Her eyes were wide with terror, but not recognition. In a harsh whisper, I asked, "Are you alone?" That did it. She recognized my voice, and her mouth fell open in a sad, silent wail. Tears flowed. The price for her sins had come due, and her murderer was sitting on her chest, or so she feared.
It was a thought worth indulging, but I had more important problems to resolve than bleeding her stupid ass out all over that nice wooden floor.
"Do not scream," I hissed. "Are there any others in the house?" She was going catatonic, apparently focused entirely on her impending death. "I'm not going to kill you. You deserve it, but I'm not going to. Where are my friends?" Her continued silence made me realize that there weren't others in the house. If assistance was available, she would have screamed for it already. She was alone. I pressed the point of the knife into her throat until it broke the skin. She needed some pain to bring her back into the moment. "If you don't start fucking telling me where my friends are, I'm going to ram this knife through your throat and leave you for the infected to eat alive. Do you fucking hear me?" "Don't," she pleaded. "Talk!" You'd better come up with a lot more than one fucking syllable at a time." I sat up and took my palm off of her forehead and let off a little of the pressure of the blade on her throat. "You're a worthless bitch, but I'm not a murderer. At least, I don't plan to be. I just want to know where my friends are and what the fuck you did to them." "I didn't." "I will kill you if I think you're lying to me." Freitag looked to her right, out across the floor and through the windows. Whites were on the back lawn, and she could see them as well as I. "They'll be in here soon enough, and they're not going to be coming after me when they come in. I'm tired of asking. Talk!" Freitag looked back up at me and then looked away. "I didn't leave you on purpose. I was in danger. Don't." I pressed the knife against her throat again. "I don't give a shit what you say about anything except my questions. Do you understand that? Your bullshit tears don't mean anything to me. You are going to tell me what happened to my friends, and then I'm going to leave. And if you're lucky, I'll leave you a gun to protect yourself with. Then I never want to see you again. There's a whole big fucking world out there. I live on this river now. Go be somewhere else. You got it?" Chapter 30. We went upstairs where eyes peeping in windows wouldn't be able to see us, and whose owners, with any luck, might eventually wander off. Once we got to the master bedroom, she pointed at the pillow-laden bed and asked, "Are you going to rape me?" I just shook my head and instructed her to sit on the edge of the bed. The room was large, like all the room in all the mansions, on all the million-dollar lots on the river. I took up a position beside a dresser, well away from her, but where I could keep an eye on her and see the dock out across the back lawn. Unfortunately, the canoe, hauled by one of Freitag's misplaced shots, had sunk. I had her pistol sitting on the dresser, along with an extra magazine. 2 full magazines for the M16 lay beside those. The rifle I kept pointed at Freitag. "Here's the way this is going to work. You'll tell me everything I need to know. If I'm satisfied that your story isn't completely bullshit, I'll leave you a weapon. The more cooperative you are, and the more truthful I think you are, the more bullets I'll leave you. As for the boats, I'm taking the ski boat and the pontoon boat I came in. You can have the canoe." Freitag barely nodded. She hadn't seen yet that she'd sunk the canoe with her bad shooting. I raised the rifle with one hand and pointed to the pistol with the other. "Which one?" "I can have either one. Makes no difference to me." "I'll take the M16. "Fine." I removed the magazine from the M16, tucked the pistol into my belt, picked up one of the M16's magazines, and started removing the bullets, lining them up neatly on the edge of the dresser. "Speak. Do you want to know what happened at Sarah Mansfield's house?" "No. Scratch that. First, tell me about Murphy." Freitag shrugged. "What do you want to know?" "How is he?" "Steph said he was going to be okay." "And how was he when you ditched him?" "I didn't ditch him.
How is he? He was a little out of it.
But he was walking and talking. I think he'll be fine. I tossed Freitag a bullet. I watched the archived video at the house. I saw what happened when you guys got overrun. So just tell me what happened after you left together in the ski boat. Everybody was hating on me. I huffed to show my impatience. Freitag glared at me. I know you think I'm some kind of evil bitch, but it's not like that. You need to understand why I had to do it. I rolled my eyes. They all blamed me for what happened to you. Duh. They didn't say much about it. Mostly, they just gave me dirty looks when they thought I wasn't looking. Sergeant Dahlhover, though, he gave me dirty looks all the time. He frightened me. I repressed a smile about that. Once we were all in the boat, and Murphy realized that you weren't with us, well, he got very angry. I thought he was going to hurt me. Steph and Mandy calmed him down and made him sit in the back with Russell. The way he looked at me after that, I think he was going to do something. I tossed her another bullet and started emptying another magazine. So far, the bullshit sounded true enough. See, I didn't have a choice. Back to the facts, please. Freitag looked down at her feet. Murphy told us about a safe house and that we should go there or something. I asked, the one that he and I had been to before? Yeah, I think. And that's where you went? Freitag nodded. Describe it to me. Freitag did, and went into enough detail that she removed any doubts I had about her having been there. I tossed her several bullets. Her eyes filled with fake tears again, and her sad mouth said, when everybody was inside, I was supposed to go out to the boat and bring the supplies inside. Steph had laid the boat keys on a counter in the kitchen, and I took them when no one was looking. I shook my head. Defiant, Freitag hissed, You said you wanted to know. Go on. Once I was back on the boat, Don't you understand? I didn't have a choice. I didn't want to be alone, but I couldn't stay with them. They all hated me. Go on. I just started up the boat and left. They didn't try to stop you. I don't think they knew I was gone until it was too late. I didn't see them come out of the house. I shook my head in disbelief. And you didn't run the boat around in circles for 10 minutes to draw in every white in the neighborhood? Freitag looked at her feet. Well, I didn't do that. You did it to me. Still looking at her feet, Freitag started to say something but didn't. She started to cry again. I'm sorry. I didn't believe that. If anything, she was sorry that nobody believed her bullshit. She was sorry that she got caught. She wasn't sorry she ditched me and called in the infected to kill me. Did you circle the boat and draw in the infected when you ditched my friends? She shook her head. I didn't know whether to believe that or not. The only way I was going to know would be to head back down the river to the safe house and see for myself. At least I knew where to look, I hoped. How deep could Freitag's vindictiveness run? I brushed the rest of the free bullets onto the floor. One magazine was still full, and I left it on the dresser as I headed for the door with both weapons. You said you'd leave the rifle. I stopped and turned. I will. You have the bullets. I'm leaving your M16 on the grass in the backyard. You asshole. You promised. She jumped to her feet. I gave her the coldest look I could pull together, and with the pistol, I gestured for her to sit back down. Here's how that's going to work. I'm going to leave this rifle out there in the grass. I'm going to get in the ski boat and get the pontoon boat, and then use one to tow the other down the river. When I'm heading back down, I'll get the attention of all of your friends outside and get them to follow me along on the bank. Once you see them go, run out and grab your M16.
It won't be far. But what if some are still out there? Be careful. I hate you. That's nice. Listen, when you put the magazine in your rifle and you get back inside, be really careful about choosing to shoot it. Gunshots are like dinner bells to them. Oh, and don't be such a duplicitous cunt if you find some other group of survivors. We were trying to help you guys when you came to our compound. We were ready to take you in. The whole deal with Harvey and Murphy was fucked up, but like Dahlhover said, shit happens. So grow the fuck up. I turned and headed out the door. She stood up, following and rattling on about something I didn't care to hear. I hollered back up to her. I'm not listening to you. Don't follow me.
If I don't see you standing in the window up here when I go across the backyard, I'm not leaving the gun on the lawn, got it? And I'm taking a couple of the pillowcases full of food that I saw in the kitchen. I scavenged that, and you stole it. Oh, and you shot a hole in your new canoe. So fuck you.
Chapter 31. It is always a surprise to me when everything goes as planned. So when I left the M16 in the yard, picked up the ski boat, tied it to the stern of the pontoon boat, and still managed to get the anchor free, all without getting shot at again by Freitag, I was surprised. And since she didn't take any more shots at me, I fulfilled my promise to her and pulled the pontoon boat close to shore to get the attention of the infected around the house. The whites weren't as cooperative as I'd hoped they would be, so I took a few shots with the pistol. After all, why not kill a few if I was going to use some bullets?
It turns out that shooting moving targets from a distance with a pistol is a whole lot harder than it looks on TV. What a fucking surprise. I didn't hit any of them, but I did get their attention, after which they were more than happy to tromp through the woods on the bank and keep pace with me as I slowly motored downriver. After half a mile, I pulled the pontoon boat away from the shore and watched them fade into the distance behind. Apropos to the situation, I gave them the finger for my own amusement. Looking south and east, I saw billows of heavy gray smoke several miles distant. It had to be coming from the Mount Bonnell area. Those fires of my making had grown. More of Austin, perhaps the rest of it, was going to burn. That saddened me a little, but I rationalized away the guilt with an argument of inevitability. All of Texas was a dry tinderbox awaiting a spark. I hoped that a good number of the naked horde was roasting in the conflagration beneath that smoke. If that was the case, then the bomb hadn't been a total waste. My stomach rumbled, letting me know that the cookies and beer from earlier were digested, and it was ready for a refill. Oh, and I had 2 pillowcases full of other items. My personal stash of food had, for the moment, grown into a big enough hoard to keep me fed for 2 or 3 weeks. It was time to kill the pontoon boat's engine and drift. I was anxious to get back to my friends, to see Murphy's grin and Steph's smile. Even seeing Russell, Dahlhover, and Mandy would do me good. But I knew where they were. At least, I hoped that my confidence in my ability to tell the difference between Freitag's lies and half-truths wasn't misplaced. But the last thing I wanted to do was motor up to the dock in front of the safe house in broad daylight and alert every white on that side of the river to my presence. It would be better to arrive after dark and to drift silently in, as Murphy and I had done in returning to Sarah Mansfield's house after that first trip out. Given all of that, there was no point in running the engine to get down the river. If I drifted, I would likely arrive at the safe house after dark, and in the process, I'd conserve the fuel in the boat's tanks. Conservation of our limited resources was something that all of us would need to start giving serious thought to, or we'd waste our way right back into the Stone Age and bemoan our stupidity when we arrived. Flipping open one of the dry food storage bins, I carefully dumped the contents of one of the pillowcases in and took an eyeball inventory of the items as they fell. When a blue rectangular can with a big graphic of greasy pink meat fell past,
I perked up. Spam. The lowliest of meats suddenly seemed to me to be the most delectable of entrees. It was high in fat and high in salt, two things my body sorely needed.
A can of green beans was going to be my side dish, and along with those, another bottle beer would go quite nicely. Both the Spam and green bean cans were designed to require no can opener, and I popped them open along with my beer open and sat in the shade on a cushioned bench with a plastic fork in my hand and a faint but satisfied smile on my face. Things were looking up. There's something about sitting on a gently rocking boat in cold water on a hot summer day that is supremely relaxing. Birds were in the trees on the banks, some singing, some squawking. Sure, there were occasional gunshots, usually far in the distance, but I was learning to tune those out the same way I used to tune out traffic noise from the highway that ran right past my apartment. I slowly filled my stomach and savored each salty bite as it went down. Even the beer was kind enough not to bring any unwanted memories with its flavor.
Eventually, my lazy thoughts turned to more serious matters, and the problem of the smart ones, King Joel and Mark. Murder Plan A, my bomb, had failed. I'd had such high hopes for that. Ratios of gasoline vapor to oxygen, barometric pressure, wind speed, and even humidity had likely played into the poor result. Perhaps on another day with even slightly different conditions, it might have worked exactly as planned and rid West Austin of its infestation of human roaches. The failure was demoralizing, but it couldn't be the end of my efforts. The thunder of an oncoming brainstorm started me thinking. The snipers with the silencers, the ones that had killed Jerome, have done well for themselves. The number of infected bodies in that intersection was impressive. Surely those guys were all dead now, and their weapons were lying by their corpses, or lying where they left them after getting infected and wandering off. But still, they'd done well while they lasted.
I wasn't much of a marksman, but I'll bet Murphy was, and I had no doubt Dahlhover could shoot. But bringing Dahlhover out on hunting trips among the infected was too dangerous for him. As for Murphy and I, with a little care and a little planning, we could blend in and out of the infected population without any of the smart ones ever noticing. Heck, we could follow the naked horde like the Indians used to follow the buffalo herds on the Great Plains and hunt the smart ones into extinction. That brought up the next question: how to identify the smart ones. Could we identify them based solely on their behavior? Possibly. And if we made a mistake and killed a dumb one, well, no big loss. They all needed to die eventually. I wondered if night vision goggles or an infrared rifle scope would be helpful in sorting out which of the whites downrange was burning cooler than the others. The cooler ones would be the smarter ones. But was the equipment sensitive enough to allow us to tell the difference of a couple of degrees? Probably not. That would leave us with behavior-based identification. I wondered if Murphy would go along. It would be great, so much safer, to have him as a partner in the venture, but I would go it alone if I had to. I understood the danger posed by my list of targets. I was convinced that it was a matter of life or death for anyone with a normal capacity for thought. When my pontoon boat drifted around a bend and the faux riverboat came into view, it surprised me. I'd been so lost in my thoughts and plans that I'd lost track of time. Hours had passed, and it was late in the day. I wondered if I'd dozed off without realizing it. Well, no harm done. At the moment, I felt better than I had in many days, and I was on my way home, so to speak. As I drifted closer to the riverboat, I waved and smiled. The girls recognized me and waved back. Good. We needed to talk. I started the engine on the pontoon boat and made a large U-turn so that the ski boat would be behind the pontoon boat in the current as I navigated up to within 10 feet of the tourist boat. "Hey," I called over. "I need to anchor here for a bit so that we can talk. Is that cool?" By this time, all three girls were up on the top deck, curiously watching. It was Amy who answered,
Yes. What happened to your canoe?
I traded it in.
That looks like your old ski boat.
It is.
Should I ask about the girl who took it?
Amy's smile disappeared. I shrugged. She's fine. I mean, she's got a rifle, she's got food, she's in a nice house, and she's probably got a few extra bruises, but I didn't shoot her or anything, if that's what you're asking.
That's what I'm asking. What do you want to talk about?
Well, there's a long, long story, but at the end, I'm going to ask you if 4 of our people can stay here with you guys. The younger girls were excited over that. Amy wasn't.
I think maybe you guys have too much drama for us.
I don't think it's a good idea. I think we're past the drama part. Have you got some time to talk? Amy looked around in a gesture that seemed to ask if I was kidding about that. So I dropped anchor and secured my boat. I told the 3 girls about our group, about our attempt to take in Freitag and the others. I told them about my experience with Mark at the dorm and with the smart ones at the hospital. I told them about Nancy and Bubbles and King Monkey Fucker, and I told them that I planned to go out and kill the smart ones because that plan, of all the ones I'd schemed since the virus took down civilization, was the most necessary for giving us normal people a chance at rebuilding our old lives. That last part sounded just as corny when I told her. In the end, she seemed ready to agree.
I'll be straight up with you, Zed.
I get the impression that you're a good guy, but it seems like you're a trouble magnet.
I couldn't argue with that. If you want to bring your friends down here, we'll meet them. I'm not going to make any promises, but we'll meet them. You just have to be sure that they know before you bring them that we might choose not to let them come aboard. Of course, I understand. I think that's a perfectly reasonable approach. I'll tell you what, though, if it helps with your choice, Murphy and I can keep you guys stocked up with food and other supplies between our hunting trips. It's safer for us to go ashore than it is for you. Amy laughed out loud. Based on what you've told me, I'm not sure about that. I laughed too. It was hard to argue, but I did say, when he and I work together, we're safe. And you know that even if it's dangerous for us, it's a lot more dangerous for you.
You know that's true, right?
In the end, we agreed that I'd bring everyone by the next day, and we'd go from there. The sun was getting close to the horizon, and I was drifting down the river again. At one point, when I was standing on the deck, watching the shore slide by, I caught a whiff of a familiar smell. But it was a smell I hadn't sniffed in so long. I found myself walking around the deck, trying for a better whiff. It was near the stern, out in the sun, that I breathed in a full dose and sighed. Rain. Somewhere over the hills and out above the blazingly hot dirt and dead grasses, a thunderstorm was pouring rain down on a land whose need was beyond desperate. The smell of the ozone from the lightning and the water evaporating off of the hot ground and streets had a distinctive scent that floated on the wind, down between the hills, over the river, and to me. It smelled like hope.
Energized by the possibility of rain, I used the time on my hands to clean out the cooler and salvage 22 bottles of beer and 34 cans of soda. Thankfully, none of them were diet drinks. Diet food and drinks were made obsolete the moment that dining in America changed from recreation back to a matter of survival. The sodas and beers got packed into the pillowcases, tied off, and lowered into the cold river, hanging by a rope off of the deck railing. It was the only refrigeration I had. As I neared my destination, I sat down on the flat deck at the bow of the pontoon boat, dangling my feet in the water and using a paddle to nudge the boat in the direction I hoped to go. I use the word hope because I'm not sure if my paddling had any significant effect on the direction of the boat. Eventually, I spied the boathouse, emerging out of the darkness on the peninsula,
where I remembered it to be.
So it was back to sweating and struggling with the paddle to urge the pontoon boat to a place in the current where I had a chance of catching one of the posts in the boathouse with the rescue hook when I floated by. As I reached that point, I jumped up to the starboard railing, took the long hook out, and braced myself against falling into the river. It all went in slow motion at first, and I was thinking it would be too easy. But everything seemed to accelerate as the dock drew closer. I hooked the end of the rescue pole around a thick wooden pier and gripped it tight as the starboard railing pulled back against my torso, anchoring the boat at a spot in the water and creating a pivot point around which it slowly spun. The ski boat had a slow-motion collision with the stern of the pontoon boat, then slid out and around in a wide arc. As soon as the bulk of both boats was out into the river and roughly perpendicular to the shoreline, I hauled in hard on the rescue hook to bring the bow of the pontoon boat closer to the dock. A rope was lying at my feet, attached to my boat and just waiting to be looped around a cleat or piling. Maybe a minute or two after catching the pole, I found myself attaching that line. It had all come off just as planned. Both boats straightened out into the flow of the current. I gave a thought to bringing them both into the boathouse to secure them more thoroughly, but decided against it. It would be better to do that after I checked the house for whoever might be inside. My arrival at the house was predicated on the truth of Freitag's story. A hurried exit could still be in the cards, and I didn't want to lose my boats if that became necessary. Without hesitation, I jumped onto the wooden dock, naked except for my shorts, with my knife in one hand and my pistol in the other. The house ahead was dark. It looked abandoned. But then, that was the smart way to make it look from the outside. No attention was good attention these days. At the end of the dock, I stepped up onto the grassy lawn and walked under the deep shadows of the live oaks. The stone patio that surrounded the pool was up the slope 50 or 60 feet ahead. The kitchen door was my target. I'd go there and knock. If my friends were inside, they'd see me through the glass. From there, the story in my head jumped unrealistically to happily ever after. It was the kind of thought that could only be entertained on a full stomach and a slight alcohol buzz. The ground sloped up a little more steeply as I got near the pool, and I froze because I spotted something moving in the shadows on the other side. An alabaster Aphrodite with blazing red hair. Or Steph. She moved gracefully along the far side of the pool, but didn't give any indication that she saw me. I wanted to call to her, but there was a chance that the redhead wasn't Steph at all, but just an infected monster, morphed by my imagination into Steph. There was a chance that other whites were lurking in the shadows around me, ready to pounce if I risked a single syllable. With that thought, I looked into the shadows to my right to see if anything was over there among the thick oaken trunks. Nothing moved. I glanced to my left. Oh shit. It all happened too fast. Something was moving at me with a well-timed attack from my left side, taking advantage of the fact that I was transfixed by the pale, red-haired goddess across the pool. It was a trap, and I'd foolishly stepped into it. I spun hard to my left as I bent low, trying my best to roll through the knees of my attacker before his hands and teeth could clamp onto my flesh. My attacker, not expecting my evasiveness, stumbled into me, but instead of going over my bent back and giving me a chance to sprint off to an escape, he came down on top of me, smothering me with his weight. My knife jammed into the dirt as I collapsed into the grass. I struggled, squirmed, and tried to push the heavy monster off. My only luck was that he was still trying to recover from the fall, so he didn't have his massive hands on me. But once that happened, I was dead. I kicked and pushed and punched and wrestled and grunted and beat the beast with the butt of my gun. If I was going to live through the next seconds, I came to the realization that I was going to have to shoot it and pray to God that his white companions wouldn't get to me before I got out from under him. I felt a blow to the side of my head and saw stars. Too late. Still, I struggled and tried to raise my pistol to fire, but my wrist got pinned roughly to the ground just as the big man on top of me figured everything out enough to sit himself on my chest and raise an axe to cleave my skull. Recognition. "Murphy, stop!" Everything froze. It was fucking Murphy on top of me. It was Dahlhover pinning my pistol hand to the ground and pointing a rifle barrel at my head. "It's me, Zed!" Without pause, Murphy grinned wider than I'd ever seen. "Zed? Damn, you look like shit." Dahlhover rasped, "I'll be goddamned." Footsteps came running across the grass, and I suddenly saw Steph leaning over Murphy's shoulder, looking down at me, her face draped in her red hair. Through tears that were just starting to flow, she said, "Wow, you're still alive." As I bore the weight of my struggles and thought every day about the moment when I'd finally find my friends again, it never occurred to me to see the situation through their eyes. They, very reasonably, assumed I was dead. Each of them in their own ways had been grieving, crying, perhaps missing me, and doing what they could to move past it, filing the memory of my face away in the mental scrapbook of all the dead they'd known or seen. But suddenly, there I was, alive. Murphy jumped off my chest and, in standing up himself, yanked me up to my feet and engulfed me in a smothering hug. "God damn, motherfucker, I thought you were dead!" I tried to croak the same back to him, but the lump in my throat was too big to allow for speech. When Murphy eventually let go, Steph draped her arms around my neck and buried a river of happy tears in my shoulder. I put my arms around her, squeezed back, and did my best to keep my own tears sealed up tight. Dahlhover laid an arm on my shoulder and joined the embrace as much as he could ever be expected to. "Good to have you back." I thought maybe his voice cracked just a little bit. I was home. When I went into the house through the familiar kitchen door, Mandy shrieked and smiled as she jumped into my arms. Russell, glued to Mandy's side by then, seemed ready to explode with emotions that couldn't be contained or expressed. Having used the pillowcases to bring my food and reasonably cold beers and sodas into the house with us, we gathered around the dining room table and, for the moment, chose to let our guard down. The peninsula where the house had been built was remote and secure because of it. No one stood watch. A celebration of my rebirth was called for, and we all wanted to share in the joy of being together again. We ate cookies, drank beer, and shared stories. We drank to Freitag's solitude upriver and laughed at Murphy's impression of her scrambling across the lawn to get her rifle while fearing that the whites would return and have her for lunch. Of course, I don't know if it was funnier watching his impression or watching his attempts to re-stick the bandage that kept coming loose from the side of his head as he goofed. The frequency of good moments was trending positive. It was easy to be happy in the moment. Only thoughts of tomorrow darkened my moments between laughs. Chapter 1. In the pontoon boat, Murphy and I had been drifting with the slow current of the river for a few hours. We passed a row of mansions built onto a man-made peninsula just upriver from Sarah Mansfield's mountaintop compound. That's when we spotted our first whites, glimmering in a sheen from a light rain in the morning's gray light. At least 40 of them squatted in a tight huddle in the short brown grass under the backyard oaks of one of the estates, silent. As we neared, I saw many had oozing burns flaking with blackened skin. Some had faces scorched so badly that all human features were gone. Skeletons wrapped in immolated flesh, by some vicious miracle, not yet dead. It was difficult not to see them as the people they used to be. In that moment, it was harder still. Without the howling or attacking, chasing and killing, they were docile, suffering with the most human misery on their faces, tragic eyes pleading for mercy. And, in a curse perhaps worse than any other,
The virus left them with the capacity to know their wretchedness and wallow in their tears. Naked on the bank, they looked like refugees waiting for the mercy of sepsis. It was growing in the pus under their scabs, soon to assist death in finishing its work and ending their torment. No doubt they were burned as a result of my work, but in my imagination, as that gasoline vapor bomb came together, I thought only of them blowing up, disintegrating in a supersonic rush of hot gases. Even afterward, when it was clear the blast had been a dud, I hoped the resultant blaze would burn them, make them suffer.
Just as they were, on the edge of the river. But while wishing the horror of fire-seared flesh on another living creature was relatively easy in the abstract, the reality felt as though something from the blackest depths of my hate had come to swallow what was left of my soul. I turned away from the dying whites and sat down on one of the pontoon boat's long, padded benches. The motor wasn't running. We were conserving fuel on our downstream journey, but Murphy was at the helm, alert. I looked ahead into the distance for a while, trying to let the gentle splashes of raindrops on the river bring me comfort. But before long, I found myself sitting up straight, watching my hands as they rested on my thighs, willing my fidgety fingers to remain still. I was thinking of my conversation with Steph earlier that morning.
A couple of dead grandparents, the former owners of the house to which we escaped, had built a deck at the highest point of their roof, maybe 50 feet up from the sunburned lawns. Accessible by a staircase that ran up through the center of the house, it was a square, 15 feet on each side, beneath a roof built to protect from the sun rather than the rain. The old couple had probably taken their grandkids up there in the late afternoons to share smiles and watch the sun cast its red glow over water skiers trying to get in their last runs before dark. But Grandma and Grandpa had turned white with the virus and slaughtered their grandkids in the living room, 2 floors below. Murphy and I put them both down a few weeks before when we'd discovered the mansion and decided to make it a safe house for our band of survivors. Unable to sleep in the wee hours of the morning, I'd wandered around through the dark house and eventually found my way up to the deck.
Steph was up there alone, taking her turn watching for ghostly whites that might be creeping toward us across the peninsula. "You're up early?" "Yeah," I said as I climbed the last of the creaky cedar steps to join her. Without looking at me, she said, "You were supposed to get a full night's sleep. That's why you weren't given a watch assignment tonight." Was she scolding me? I think I passed out for a nap on the boat this afternoon. It threw me off my sleep rhythm. "It's still 2 hours before sunup." "And?" "And maybe you should go down and try to get some sleep." "I'm tired of trying. You're being motherly about this." I smiled to let her know that I wasn't completely serious. Steph glared at me before turning back to look across the stretch of dried-out lawn between the river and the back of the house. "I'm responsible for keeping all of us alive, and that requires discipline, Zed." "Yes, ma'am." I sat on one of the empty chairs and took in the view. The Black River snaked off to the west. The sky flashed dimly with far-away lightning, but only scattered clouds rimmed in silver moonlight hung in the sky above. Steph changed her position to look up the road that led to the bridge at the end of the peninsula. The smell of rain blown in on the breeze earlier that day was gone. The dry taste of dust and lingering smoke was back. To make conversation with a seemingly impervious Steph, I asked anyway, "Did it ever rain?" Steph shook her head and gently snorted as if to say, "Of course not." "Do you mind if I sit up here with you?" "It seems like you've already decided. Is everyone else still asleep?" "Yep." Steph strode over to the railing that gave her the best view of the front of the house, and then, without a word, walked over to me and laid her hand across my forehead. "What?" I reached up to push her hand away, but her stern expression told me I'd better let her go about her business. She pulled her hand back. "Last night when I hugged you, I thought you felt hot." I get that a lot. I pasted on a grin. I'm serious. I put a hand to my face, then to my forehead. What? I feel fine. You have a fever, Zed. I know. We both knew the virus left me with a permanently elevated temperature. Have you had a chance to check your temperature since? Since? When was the last time you checked it? I'm fine. She was in Captain Leonard mode by then. The last time I saw your temperature was after you got injured at Sarah Mansfield's house. I'm guessing you haven't touched a thermometer since? I shook my head. Do you think you should have? I shrugged, getting a little miffed. Sure, she was a nurse by training, but her tone didn't sit well with me. I think you're hotter than you were. Maybe it's just that you're used to the cool air out here tonight. Cool?
It's got to be at least 85.
That's cooler than 100.
Nobody thinks 85 is cool, Zed.
I shrugged and tried to look for anything interesting out in the darkness to divert her attention. I have a thermometer in my bag downstairs. After my shift, we're checking you. Steph looked back across the grass toward the mountain and examined the near-vertical face of the white limestone cliff. How would anybody be able to see the infected climbing down the jagged, pale-colored rock? We need some night vision goggles. You can change the subject if you want, but I'm still taking your temperature when we get back downstairs. What's the point? We need to know. Why do we need to know? We can't do anything about it, can we? That's not the point, Zed. Of course it is. If the virus is progressing, I don't want to know. I don't want to dread the morning I wake up half brain dead.
I'd rather just stick my head in the sand.
Steph turned away from the cliff and came over. She looked down at me. Her stern face had softened, and, for the moment, she stopped being my boss and was just green-eyed Steph, a girl with guarded emotions and a big heart. Please, I said. I don't want to know. Steph reached out and laid her hand back on my cheek. Just as I started to think it was something more than another temperature check, she slipped it up to my forehead. Zed, please understand. I have to do it for the safety. I huffed as I pulled back. Her hand fell off of my face. For the safety of the others. I jumped up and stomped over to the railing, anger boiling. I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I white-knuckled the railing and stared at the cold black water, wishing things were different. Steph's hand came to rest on my shoulder. Please, Zed, don't be like that. You know how much we all care about you.
Please don't be an ass.
I motioned my head out towards the darkness. The words got caught in my throat. I didn't want to be out there on my own again. I'd gone through too much finding my way back last time. Steph's other hand found a place on my other shoulder. Please, Zed, please look at me. She turned me around. You have to know, this isn't going to be like it was back at the dorms. You know that, right? Nobody here would ever do anything to hurt you or to push you out. I nodded. I knew she was right, but it felt like it was going to happen anyway. Let me take your temperature, please. Let me protect our friends. I know you're not a danger to any of us right now, but I have to do more than just hope it stays that way. She paused. How about if I check it and I don't tell you if it's gone up? Her hands were on my face by then, and though the moment was full of emotion, there was no romance in it.
I was dealing with a fear that haunted me every time I glanced at my stark white skin. Perhaps she was as well. And as much as I feared turning into one of them, I couldn't help but sympathize with Steph's fear that I'd wake up one morning as a mindless monster and she'd have to put a bullet through my heart. Without indulging any thoughts about the awkwardness of it, I pulled her into a hug and whispered, Okay, but I don't want to know. I never want to know.
After that, our silence had no room for words. I pulled away from Steph and put myself back in my chair to watch the Black River's lazy current in the reflection of the moonlight. Cicadas pulsed their rhythm, and nocturnal frogs chirped. I thought only of my burning desire to move, to do anything kinetic. With motion, paddling, running, shooting, even toting heavy bags of costume jewelry, came a solace in which the strain of effort consumed my attention and washed away all of the blackness. To move was to live.
To live. Well, living was better than not. Being a brain-dead flesh-eater was some kind of hell in between. Anything but that. I'm not sure how long I sat there absorbed in my fears, but it startled me when Steph interrupted with a question.
"Are you okay?"
I nodded out of habit. I wasn't.
"What are you doing?"
I gave her a look that silently asked for an explanation. Thinking. She looked down at my hands, which were resting on my thighs.
"I mean, what are you doing?"
I followed her gaze and watched my thumbs tap out a sequence across each of my fingertips, before repeating the sequence again and again. Fuck. I clenched my fists tightly. I hadn't realized I was doing it. Just fidgeting. I've always been fidgety. Fidgety. Just like so many of those fucking white monsters. A tear ran down her cheek. Neither of us believed the lie. In a steady rain, the gray sameness of the morning made time flow as lethargically as the river's current. Only the passing of trees, houses, and hills gave us any sense we were moving forward with the day. Eventually, we came to a wide inlet on the port side of the boat. It was something of a harbor for the marina that was to be where we left the safety of the river. The marina was part of a smallish country club at the foot of Mount Bonnell, right where Mount Bonnell Road cut hard east and changed names before it led past Camp Mabry on the way into central Austin. From the country club, Camp Mabry's munitions bunkers were only a few miles. Those bunkers were our destination. Murphy and I paddled the boat toward the inlet, making as little noise as possible. It was no small effort to get the boat out of the current and into the mouth of the harbor. At that point, it became much easier to guide the boat, though no less difficult to move it. Looking around for potential dangers, I saw a group of the infected huddled together against the rain in a grassy picnic area beside the docks. Just like the group I'd seen earlier, they all had burns, mostly bad, some horrendous. Not a one made any effort to look at our boat. They stared at nothing. In their rotted brains, they all knew the last days of their lives would be consumed by a single, macabre task, awaiting death. A pier that stuck prominently out into the marina was our target. Once close enough for our momentum to finish the job, I climbed up off my side of the boat and dropped my paddle on the deck. Murphy did the same. Guessing the rain would kill my words before they drifted too far across the water, I softly asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Even in a world of bloody horrors, one could never be fully prepared for what might lie around the next corner. Murphy's was transfixed on the burned whites. Absently, he answered, "This is fucked up, man." The boat's port side bounced against a rubber bumper attached along the edge of the dock and started to drift back out into the water. I jumped across the gap with the rope in hand. Kneeling down on the dock near where a cleat was bolted, I looped the rope and pulled it taut. I glanced at the huddle of burned whites to ensure they were still disinterested. Another glance up the length of the dock showed me it was empty. Using the rope, I then pulled the boat in close and wrapped the rope around and across the cleat several times. It would hold. Stepping back onto the boat, I took up a position beside Murphy. I peeled off the t-shirt I'd gotten from one of the kids' rooms and laid it on the bench seat. Looking down,
I saw my toes hanging off the ends of my canvas tennis shoes, cut away so they'd fit my feet. I figured I could get away with wearing them among the infected. They looked enough like dirty, bare feet at a glance. I intended to keep my shorts on as well. My pistol and one extra magazine were hidden in the big pockets. In two other pockets, I'd rolled up a couple of the kids' school backpacks.
We'd need those if our trip to scavenge some ammunition was to be successful. Murphy shook his recently shaved head in disgust and looked down at me. He was more than willing to come along, but he thought my method of disguise was pointless. Without a word, he laid his rifle on the seat cushions and went to work removing his molly vest. Once that was off, his shirt followed. He looked down at his pants and boots and shook his head again. He picked up his rifle to make it clear it was staying in his hands. "That's all I'm taking off." "Okay." I kept my voice as neutral as I could. The rifle was a bad idea. He removed several magazines from his molly vest and stuffed them into his pockets, then stowed the vest under the seat. He stood with his rifle in one hand and his hatchet in the other. "I know we talked about it, but I can't leave my rifle. I'm not going out there without it. The only way we're going to fit in perfectly is to go naked." "Knives are cool, but nothing else is," I said.
"What are you saying, man?" "I'm not going naked either. I'm not going to tell you to leave the rifle, though I think you should. We just need to be discreet." "Discreet," Murphy grinned. "You crack me up, man." "You know what I mean." He nodded. "It's not like we were going to walk down the middle of the street looking for attention." "Yeah." I looked down at my shorts and gave some serious thought to removing them and going out with just my knife. But what would I do with the school backpacks rolled up in the pockets? "Don't be a worrywart, Zed. You're my lucky charm. Everything'll be cool." I couldn't help but smile. "Your lucky charm? Bad shit never happens when we stick together." Murphy's ability to see sunshine through the thickest clouds almost made me laugh. "You did get shot in the head when we were together." "Ain't nothing.
"I'm fine now. And I got blown up in that bunker."
You're my lucky charm, not your own." Murphy's big grin brightened the boat. "Besides, you didn't get blown up. You're just a drama queen that got knocked down is all." I shook my head. Whatever. Together we exited the boat and walked quietly down the dock. The burned infected continued to ignore us. At the end of the dock, we crossed over a paved boat ramp and a parking lot. Near the back of the country club's main building and out of earshot of any infected, I said, "We should check this place out to see if there's a kitchen. If we could score some food in bulk, that would help out the supply situation." "Right now?" "No, let's stick with the plan today." "I'd be cool to come back. Tomorrow?" "I've got no plans." We skirted the building, crossed some wet grass, and came to a sloped driveway with a few inches of flowing rainwater. In front of us was a bend in Mount Bonnell Road at the base of the mountain.
A month before, that road would have been funneling the last of the morning commuters to their soul-deadening cubicles in the city. Besides Murphy and me, the only thing on the road that morning were some naked whites, near and far, busy in their day of scavenging for something. A dog, a cat, an armadillo, anything to eat. I looked around, paying extra attention to the thicket of cedars across the street. Nothing was moving anywhere within 100 yards. If we cross the street and get into the trees, we can still follow the road, and with any luck, we'll avoid attention, I whispered, pointing to my right. When we cross, I'll keep an eye on the ones down there. You watch the ones up that way. Murphy gave me a nod and let me lead. Doing my part to watch the whites down the road to our right, I hurried across with Murphy at my side. It was clear that we caught the attention of several. They weren't shy about staring, but they made no sounds of alarm and made no move to come after us. Perhaps Murphy and I had enough bare white skin on display to assure them we were as infected as them.
But something wasn't right. Murphy and I had been through enough together that I was tuned in to any tension in his body language, his breathing, even the sound of his steps. And that's how I knew. I shushed him with a hand gesture and crept back out to the edge of the covering trees to peek up the street. Kneeling to keep myself hidden behind some scrubby bushes, I peeked out at the whites who'd watched us cross from up the road toward Mount Bonnell. They were motionless, except their poses had changed from when I first saw them. They were all looking in our direction, save one who was leaning in close to a female, cupping his hands over her ear. He was whispering. A smart one. Damn. With hushed urgency, I whispered to Murphy, "Follow me,"
As quietly as you possibly can. I turned and ran through the trees, not along the road, but deeper into the forest. Breathing heavily after 10 minutes of dodging hanging branches, cacti, noisy shrubs, and thorny vines, we came to a stop. All I heard was the heavy shush of rain falling through the cedar's needles and the steady dripping of water onto the ground. The rain was killing our ability to hear anything at a distance. But that meant anyone following couldn't hear us either. Advantage us? Murphy wore a question on his face, but I held a finger to my lips. I put another to my ear to indicate he should listen. It was possible we had pursuers. He hefted his hatchet and slowly scanned for movement in the forest around us. After listening, looking, and hearing nothing, we traded speed for stealth and proceeded deeper into the forest, me in the lead, Murphy behind. The roads in that part of Austin snake around the rugged terrain and along the crests of hills. Though our path took us away from the most direct route to Camp Mabry, we were bound to come across an alternative road soon enough. Once there, we'd need to be much more careful when crossing. We were showing enough naked white skin to camouflage our relative normalcy from most whites. But something about us, our choice to wear pants or the rifle Murphy carried, had piqued the interest of a smart one. When we came to a 6-foot privacy fence, we followed it for the length of 4 or 5 houses. We stopped at an empty lot and saw a residential street on the other side. I whispered to Murphy, "If there aren't any whites in the street, we'll head up the block in the front yards, staying close to the houses, so we have some cover. We could stay in the woods." I looked down at my legs and arms, which were scratched and bloody. "Let's check the street and then decide. Cool?" Murphy glanced down at his arms, saw plenty of the same, and gave me a nod. We crossed the empty lot and skirted a house sided in white limestone with little dead shrubs, bouquets of twigs and brown leaves that looked to have been planted that spring. With no time to develop a root system before the automatic sprinkler systems ran dry, they never had a chance. Back down the road in the other direction, 4 whites squatted on a porch out of the rain. They were clothed, probably not a danger to us. Besides those 4, the street was empty. Off I went. Murphy followed. We kept close to the walls of the first house we passed, and paused in the narrow gap between that house and the next to look up and down the street and make sure all was still safe. We leapfrogged our way to the gap between the 3rd and 4th house up the block, and were looking back down the street behind us when Murphy thought he saw movement. Whatever it was disappeared so quickly, we couldn't identify it. Unfortunately, I was growing confident with our stealth, and discounted the apparition as a trick of the rain pouring out of a roof gutter. That was a mistake. When we got to West 35th Street, Camp Mabry lay just across 60 feet of bare right-of-way, gravelly shoulders, and 2 lanes of wet asphalt. We were positioned among some bushes, with a view up and down the street. Both near and far, whites loitered, enough of them to make me uncomfortable about making another crossing. I gave Murphy a silent look of worry. He understood, and cast a glance both up and down the street, before sinking back into the bushes and pulling me down with him. "Damn those naked fuckers," I whispered. Murphy scooped up a handful of blackish-colored mulch from around the base of the bushes and smeared some on his arm, and then some on his pants. It wasn't enough to color him black, just enough to make some dirty spots. He looked over himself before grinning and whispering, "If we smear some of this around on ourselves, the black spots is what they'll see from up the street. They won't even notice we're wearing pants."
"It's raining, Murphy." My tone didn't do much to mask my disdain for the idea. "It'll wash off." Without losing a bit of his smile, Murphy said, "Don't be retarded. It'll take an hour or two for the rain to wash all this off of your skin, and you'd need some Tide and a long wash cycle to get it out of your pants." Retarded? I was a little offended. Don't turn into a bitch on me, man. I rolled my eyes, scooped up a handful of the mulch, and started making smears on myself. It took only a few moments to camouflage ourselves as two dirty cannibals. When we were ready, Murphy said, "When we head out, walk beside me real close."
"I'm going to hold the rifle straight up and down between us so they can't see it from either direction." "Good idea." As a matter of course, I looked around behind us. Nothing was there. Nothing was on our flanks. The apparition from the rainwater hadn't materialized. Only the whites up and down the road were visible. We stepped out of the bushes together and started a comfortably paced side-by-side walk across the street. Of course, our movement caught the attention of every white on the road. All froze and stared. Murphy and I continued walking, doing our best to look like we belonged, which, in a way, we did. We were just as infected as those watching us, just not as symptomatic. One by one, each of the whites I saw turned away, busying themselves with staring at nothing and trying futilely to stay dry under the boughs of the oak trees. Without incident, we made it across the street and angled our path toward a large section of chain-link fence pushed over flat, just as the wall in front of Sarah Mansfield's house had been. We stepped carefully through the tangled mess of barbed wire that once topped the fence. We crossed a narrow band of brown grass and made it into the cedar forest on the undeveloped land inside the southern border of the base. Together, we squatted between some trees. I looked up and down the road we'd just crossed. "That went better than expected," I said, just as I noticed Murphy wasn't looking at the street we'd crossed. He was focused back down the side street we'd just snuck up. "What?" "I think I saw something down there again." Through the rain, I didn't see anything that aroused my suspicion. "We should get moving." "Do you know where we are?" "Yeah." I looked around. I was familiar enough with the road from all of the times I'd driven it on the way up to Mount Bonnell to see my old girlfriend, Jackie. I was confident where we were, and my confidence in my ability to move unmolested among the whites continued to grow. "I wish we could have looked at those satellite maps that we put together back at Sarah Mansfield's house," Murphy said. "Me too. We'll get to some place with solar power again. Based on that map that Dahlhover drew of the base, if we cut straight north through these woods for a mile or so, we'll come out pretty close to the ammo bunkers." "Yeah, but he said the last time he was on the base was 20 years ago. "Dude, they're not going to move the ammo bunkers. You were right there when he told us Harris told him they left the bunker doors open after their last ammo run. They're still there." I took a glance at the thick woods behind us. "What's up with you all of a sudden?" Rainwater running down Murphy's face gave it a peculiar animation that underscored his unease. "I feel like we're being watched. I think we're being followed." Of course, that flew in the face of the confidence I'd been cultivating. I looked back down the street we'd come up. "You think what you saw was something other than water running off the roof?" Murphy nodded. I was pretty sure Murphy was overreacting. "What are you thinking?" Murphy shrugged. "I don't know, man. I've got a bad feeling about this." I huffed and looked around again. "Fine. We can go back to the boat today and try another time." Murphy looked down at me the way he'd look at a petulant nephew, but didn't say anything for a long time. "No,
We've come this far. Let's get this done. We're light on weapons and low on ammo. We need this stuff. Are you sure? I tried my best to get back to my neutral tone. I knew I was prone to unrealistic certainty when it came to pursuing my mistakes, and I knew that certainty carried with it a viral charisma that bulled its way over others' doubts.
I wanted to move ahead, but I was trying to apply a two heads are better than one solution to the question at hand. Everything we do out here is risky shit. If you're not comfortable with moving forward, then let's get back to the boat. Any ideas how we're going to get the stuff out of here yet? I patted the rolled-up backpacks stuffed into my pockets. Besides these, we can't get much in those. I grinned. We'll figure something out. Murphy stretched a smile over his concerns. Just my kind of plan. We may be able to get some ammunition and, with any luck, some grenades in the backpacks. But a lot of whites are around, and that smart one we saw a little bit ago is a worry. We can't be loading up and just walking out of here with armfuls of rifles. Murphy nodded. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's go check things out then. We'll get what we can, and then get out of here. This'll have to be just a mostly recon mission. Cool. I stood up and backed deeper into the forest. I was in the lead again as we worked our way through the trees. I realized then something had changed in the social dynamic between us. Somehow, I'd been promoted from rifle-toting novice to squad leader. I still couldn't shoot worth a shit, but Murphy could, and that gave me comfort. Besides, if the situation got desperate enough that shooting became necessary, the whites would be so close and numerous, I wouldn't have any trouble putting my bullets into them. Before long, we came to a curving trail through the woods and stopped. Looking up and down, I whispered, "What do you think? Jogging path?" That made sense. You want to take it? It looks clear. Murphy was still worried. It'll be faster. It's up to you. I surveyed the trail again. The ground was all mud, cedar roots, and outcrops of limestone. Even without the rain falling, it would be near impossible to tell if anyone had recently passed. What do you think, Tonto? Murphy asked. Tonto? You're looking at that trail like you're some kind of Indian tracker. Ignoring the comment, I pointed to the left. There's a north-south road over that way. I pointed right. This is mostly woods over here. I think if we go that way, it might lead us up to the part of the base near where the ammo bunkers are. Might? I shrugged. It was hard to tell where we were. Murphy nodded in the direction of the path away from the road. Works for me. I stepped out of the trees and started moving at a pace that I could quietly maintain. After a short distance, we rounded a sharp bend to the left. The underbrush bordering the trail grew thick, and the overhanging oak branches darkened it in dusky shadows. Murphy reached up from behind and tapped my shoulder. When I looked back, he made an urgent gesture toward the bushes among the tree trunks beside the trail. It was time to scoot.
Chapter 4. Murphy hurried into the woods to our left, and I followed until we were well away from the trail. He squatted among some thick bushes and looked at the trail, pulling a finger to his lips to indicate quiet. I didn't need that much direction, but an immature retort could be disastrous if Murphy's sense of danger was accurate. I squinted between the branches and leaves, but saw nothing, felt nothing but wet. I knew my intuition for danger wasn't as sharp as Murphy's. All of the trouble I'd gotten myself into when he wasn't around was proof enough. Drawing my pistol from my pocket with one hand, I gripped my kitchen knife in the other and checked the woods behind us and off to our sides. Murphy was focused on dangers that might be on the trail, so checking our flanks for sneaking infected or possible escape routes became my responsibility. Noise from the direction of the trail got my attention and sent my heart racing. Moments later,
I saw movement through the trees.
Murphy crouched lower behind our concealing bushes, as did I. A troop of whites, maybe a dozen strong, came into view, moving on the trail, slowly, quietly, on the balls of their feet. Their heads swiveled, looking forward and back, peeking through gaps in the cedar fronds on the right and left. Holy shit. They were hunting. As we watched, a runner came up the trail from the other direction and stopped in front of the group's leader. All halted. Most stood there doing nothing, staring at nothing. Some stayed alert, scrutinizing the woods. The runner cupped her hands over the leader's ear and whispered something brief. The leader whispered something to the runner and pointed up the trail in the direction from which the runner had come. With a confused look on her face, the runner looked at the leader of the group. This visibly angered the leader. His body language turned aggressive, and when he was no longer able to contain his frustration, he slapped the runner hard across her face, dropping her to her knees. The runner tried to escape, pushing herself backward on the rough ground. The leader caught her by the shoulder, bent over, and whispered again into her ear. He punctuated his message with another slap and pointed up the trail. The girl crawled some more before standing up beyond the leader's reach. Blood flowed from her mouth and nose, but she didn't run off to deliver the message she'd been given. The leader took another aggressive step toward her and raised his fist. The girl finally seemed to understand. She turned and ran back up the trail. The leader of the group looked around, listened, then followed the same path, taking the time to place his feet noiselessly as he moved. Murphy and I waited. When I felt sure the hunting party was far enough out of earshot, I whispered to Murphy, "I'd bet your balls they were looking for us." "Me too." "Do you think that was that smart one that saw us cross the road by the country club?" Murphy nodded. "I don't see who else it could be. When I was naked among them, they thought I was one of them. I think that's the only safe way to do this, to be just as naked and bald as they are. And without weapons," Murphy added. It was clear from his tone that he didn't have any intention of being in their company without a rifle. "Why do you think they didn't come after us on the road if the smart one knew what we were?" "I think they're learning. If we have guns and if they don't have numbers on their side, they know they shouldn't come after us." "If they know what guns are, why don't they just pick them up and kill us?" Being smart enough to know that a gun can kill you isn't the same as being smart enough to use one. Murphy looked around a bit before he said, "I think they're getting a big pack together to come hunt us down." "Uh-huh. I hadn't thought of that, but it made perfect sense, considering what we'd seen with the messenger girl. Something was being coordinated. What do you think we should do? We could bail out, and I could come back later in spy mode." "Spy mode?" "Naked, with a knife. Alone." Murphy shook his head. "Being out here alone is too dangerous. You should know that better than anybody." "I just need to be more careful." "You don't even know what that word means." I shrugged, looked around between the trees, and listened through the sound of the rain. "I say we see what we can see on our way back to the boat and call it a day," Murphy said. It was a disappointing choice, but Murphy was right. We were in danger. Weapons, ammunition, and maybe even MREs were available somewhere on the base. But without a better plan to find and get away with some of it, we weren't likely to have a happy outcome. We should stay off the trail. I agreed on that point as well. Murphy pointed through the woods. "I think the boat is back that way, if we're cutting straight through the woods." I'd lost my sense of direction. I looked around as though that might help me get my bearings. "Sure. Lead the way." So I did. Murphy followed me through the dense cedar branches as I grew more and more nervous. While stealth was necessary, it was slow. If those smart ones were gathering their numbers for a hunt, time was definitely against us. The smell of wet death embraced us in a clammy hug
as we neared the edge of the forest.
When we finally came out, to our right stood a row of widely spaced buildings of painted cinder block and 50-year-old brick. Among those was a gravel road with vehicles scattered about. Human bones, with all but the smallest bits of rotting flesh gnawed off, lay in puddles and on the grass across the empty space. Thousands had died there. "Can you tell where we are?" Murphy whispered, aghast at the sight of so many dead. "Deal with it later. You've got more immediate problems." I tried not to look at the bones. "I don't know where we are. You have any idea?" "Nope. This is my first time here. But I think on the other side of those buildings is the parade ground, the one you see when you drive by on the highway." "Loop 1, you mean?" "Yeah." "Then we must be completely turned around. I thought we were heading back toward the river." Murphy shrugged. His face looked aged under a burden of worry. Directly across the clearing stood some sheds, perhaps for maintenance. Behind those, another growth of cedar forest. "I think if we cut through there, those ammo bunkers might be on the other side," I said.
"And?"
"I think I can find my way out from there."
Murphy looked left, then right, and took a long, hard look at the distance between the sheds and us. "Are we running or walking?" "What do you think, about 100 yards to get us into those trees?" "About that. With smart ones around looking for us, I think it's best to keep out of sight as much as possible. Are you up for the run?" "I haven't been this thin since I was in the army. Don't lose sight of me. I might just run all the way back to the river." "Let's go." Murphy took off at a sprint across the killing field. I lit out on his heels, glancing left and right as I went. Better to see coming danger than to simply run and pray, though I could make a pretty good case for run and pray. Murphy stumbled on a slippery skull and nearly fell, but caught his balance and kept his feet moving.
I slowed to wait. We had to stay together. We had just crossed over a gravel road and were nearly at the maintenance sheds when a line of whites snaked out of the trees in front of us. Shit. Murphy slowed to a jog. I matched his speed. The whites saw us. We were upright and running across a flat field. They each cast glances our way as they formed a helix and paralleled the tree line, blocking our way with 50, then 60 and more. And they kept filing out of a gap in the trees. We veered to our right and moved in the same direction as the whites. They didn't come after us. I guessed nearly all of them were of the variety with limited intellectual capacity. To them, Murphy and I were nothing special. Through his heavy breathing, Murphy said, "I say we shoot the one in front. He's the smart one." I shook my head. "Then the rest will charge us." "We need to do something pretty quick, or we're fucked." He was right. Of that I had no doubt. Another helix of whites snaked out between the buildings off to our right. "They're hurting us, Murphy." I came to a stop and looked back. Whites were coming out of the woods behind us. We were surrounded, and they had more bodies than we had bullets. Murphy's eyes went wide with the adrenaline. I was sure my eyes were just as wide as I raced through options in my mind, trying to come up with an escape plan. All three of the helices changed direction on some silent cue and started to spiral in on us. My panic rose under my attempts to quash it. Murphy shouted, "Fuck this, come on!" With his weapon on his hip, he took off at full speed toward our original destination, the forest behind the maintenance sheds. My feet were moving before I even had time to think. Our sudden choice to run sent the helices into turmoil, as the leaders, presumably smart ones, each angled directly toward us. I had my pistol up, ready to shoot, but was determined not to use it until the last moment. Once a gun sounded, all of those whites running around in their helices would lose all sense of order, scream like bloody hell, and rush us. Gnashing teeth and tearing fingers would be the last thing I'd see.
We were on a collision course with the leader of the first helix we saw, and the trees were just 15 or 20 feet behind him, but so were a whole line of whites. With just a few steps between them, Murphy ripped out a guttural wail, braced his weapon in both hands across the front of his body, and charged the Smart One. The Smart One's brain made the sudden, instinctual switch from predator to prey, and fear hit him almost as hard as Murphy did an instant later. The white never had a chance to react. Murphy bowled over him and barely slowed. The helix fell into disarray, but only for a moment. A wave of howls tore through the rain, a call to charge, and the disorganized, jogging whites boiled over with berserk rage and came at us.
Murphy, with better instincts for fighting than me, immediately fired his weapon at a white in front of us. As that one was falling, I popped several rounds toward the whites between us and the trees. As for those behind, I'd outrun them or I wouldn't. With our path momentarily clear, Murphy crashed into the cedars with me on his heels. Branches tore painlessly at my skin. The horde hit the trees a handful of seconds behind us, breaking branches and jamming themselves into the gaps in the foliage. The dense branches would only give so far. The whites tripped over one another, screaming in frustration. We got some distance on them, but ran at a careless speed. The thicket of trees was not as wide as the clearing we'd just crossed, and before I knew it, we broke out on the other side. We were on clear, bone-strewn ground again, with another helix of whites coming around a bend off to our left and bearing down on the ruckus. We were right in their path. To our right, I saw a rectangular section of barbed wire-topped chain-link fence surrounding two berms with flat concrete walls at the front of each. Centered on each wall was a doorway large enough to drive through. One bunker was sealed by a heavy metal door. The door on the other bunker was slid to the side on its tracks, leaving it open. "The ammunition bunkers!" I shouted. Murphy veered right, willing to accept any idea, any direction. It was a foot race between us and the helix rounding the bend. We ran, demanding every painful spasm of speed we could wrench out of our lungs and legs. Our lives depended on it, and it was going to be close. Without breaking stride, and with the leaders of the new helix just a few dozen feet away, Murphy let go with several bursts of his rifle, and 4 or 5 whites at the front fell. Those behind tumbled over. That bought us the time we needed. We crossed through the open gate in the chain-link fence and headed toward the open bunker. That's when it occurred to me. We can't go in there. Fuck that.
Murphy crossed through the threshold and turned to make an attempt at closing the door. "We'll be trapped in here if we shut that door." "I don't know what the fuck you want me to do, but you better figure something out, Professor." Murphy ran a dozen paces inside, turned, dropped to a knee, and brought his rifle to his shoulder. He started popping off rounds as the first of the infected tried to come in behind us. The open door was nearly 10 feet wide enough to drive a vehicle inside for loading and unloading. Murphy wouldn't be able to hold the mob at the door for very long. Once they massed outside, they'd overwhelm him easily. My pistol would be of no help when that happened. Near frantic, I looked around as my eyes adjusted to the darkness. Breathe, breathe. The place was disorganized, not full, but more crates, boxes, and canisters were there than I imagined we'd ever need. Many were open, some were spilled.
Whomever had been in here last had been in one hell of a hurry. Then I saw them. Grenades. A box of fragmentation grenades laid broken open on the far side of the bunker. Those were probably the only weapons in the whole place we could put to lethal use in the short seconds available to us. The fact that they'd also alert thousands of whites within a mile to our presence didn't matter. If we didn't use them, we'd die. I ran over and grabbed as many as I could cradle in my hands and forearms, bounded back across the bunker, and dropped a half-dozen on the ground at Murphy's feet. His face turned from grim to grin. He reached down and picked one up. "Grab one, toss it,
Then get the fuck out of the way. He was already pulling the pin on one when I got my finger through the pin on mine. He tossed his through the open door and moved to the side to get out of the direct line of any fragments that the blast would send back in our direction. A half-second later, my grenade followed his, and I ran back over to the open box of grenades on the floor. The twin blasts knocked me off of my feet, and I landed roughly. Fragments sizzled the air. As I picked myself up, Murphy was already pulling a pin from another grenade. Writhing bodies of screaming whites, their dead and their dazed brethren, lay in the mud outside the door. Murphy threw the grenade through the rainy smoke and squatted to gather up more. He'd only just gotten out of line with the doors opening when the grenade exploded. Seconds later, I'd pulled a Hello Kitty backpack from my pocket and was loading it with loose hand grenades. The other bag got its share of grenades just as quickly. I yelled to Murphy, "We need to get the fuck out of here and make a run for it." "How many grenades you got?" "Fuck, does it matter? Give me the word and we'll make a run for it." Another grenade blast rang my ears.
Having stuffed my pistol back in my pocket, I jumped to my feet with a bag in each hand. They were heavy and awkward enough that running would be damn difficult. "Ready." "Beside the door," Murphy shouted, running to put his back to the wall just inside. "We'll toss out 2 more, and as soon as they blow, follow me out." "Right." I was beside him in a flash and passed him a bag. We both pulled a pin from a grenade. Murphy tossed his around the corner. I did the same and immediately stepped around the corner to run. Murphy threw an arm around my neck and jerked me roughly back, pinning me against the wall just as the first grenade detonated. As the second one exploded, it occurred to me I'd forgotten to wait for the grenades to blow before chasing them through the door. Murphy had just saved my life. Again. With ears ringing and my brains rattling, Murphy yelled, "A grenade in each hand, pull the pins. If any motherfucker gets in my way, I'm gonna run him down." Throw a grenade at any bunch you see, whether they're coming or not. Stay on my ass, now.
Murphy ran through the door and into the smoke. Blood, body parts, shrieks of the dying, ripped torsos spilling intestines, shattered bones, white skin that ran with red, severed arteries spewing fountains of blood that made the ground slippery under our feet. Murphy was the devil, and I was a demon. Together we'd created a little hell at the entrance of the bunker. Dazed from concussions, whites limped through smoke that hadn't yet been washed out of the air. True to his word, Murphy shouldered the first white that crossed his path, and she bounced face first into the mud. 30 feet out of the bunker, we made it through the gate in the chain-link fence, and still not a hand had touched me. To our right, though, a group of whites looked wide-eyed at the horror outside the bunker's door, stunned. Unfortunately for them, too many of their eyes were watching Murphy and me run by.
That earned them the first of my grenades as I shouted, "Faster!" Like we could run any faster. Murphy caught sight of the grenade flying toward the group and veered left. The explosion thundered behind us, and I didn't look back to see the damage I'd done. We were headed for a tree line with no whites in front of us. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears, and my bag of loose grenades was beating bruises all over my back. But I had a moment to hope. Murphy crashed between the squat cedar trees, stopped, and turned to assess the situation. Whatever the smart ones were doing at that moment, they weren't leading the charge after us. Whites were all over the clearing, most in a state of confusion, some looking at us and more than a few moving to follow. Across from us, at the tree line from which we'd come into the clearing, 2 helices of whites were exiting and making no move at all toward the fresh feast at the bunker doors. They were still on target.
Murphy tossed a grenade at a small cluster of disinterested whites not far from us. They'd be in the path of the helices coming out of the woods. A distraction for some of them, perhaps. He dug another grenade out of my bag,
pulled the pin and took off through the woods. Just as the foliage grew thick enough to obscure any view of the clearing behind us, the sound of howling and crashing came from somewhere off to our right, and it was so damn close. Murphy stopped and looked at me, asking in urgent silence if I could pinpoint the direction. With the shrieking whites everywhere, I felt no compunction about yelling. "Throw them up high over the trees in the general direction! We don't have to come close to anything! The noise will disperse them for a moment!" I heaved a grenade with all the force I could put behind it. Murphy lofted 2 grenades into high arcs in the same direction. Before the first explosion sounded, we both had more grenades in our hands and were pulling the pins as we barreled through the trees with no idea where we were heading. We were running for our lives. That's all either of us were thinking in that moment. When we broke out of the trees again, under a blanket of stink, we were back in another field covered with decaying carcasses. A large building lay off to our right, with corpses piled high near the walls, probably the last stand of those who had died at Camp Mabry. Several vehicles sat about, some military, some civilian. One was an armored Humvee, with the front door swung open and a machine gun mounted on the top. Nothing in the world could have been a more beautiful sight. On the far side of the clearing, several hundred whites were coming at us, both organized and not. Behind us, in the trees, the infected were thrashing their way through. Off to our left, 2 long helices were interspiraling toward us.
Murphy said, "We're so fucked." I shouted, "The Humvee!" I ran, knowing without looking Murphy would be right behind. It was another race we had to win. It was the only thought I could afford to entertain. My legs carried me faster than I thought possible, and when I was just 10 feet from the Humvee, with dozens of whites closing in, I tossed both of my grenades in rapid succession. Murphy did the same and jumped in through the driver's door. I hopped in the passenger side. The infected were closing fast. We had to get moving. The wet ground would compromise our traction. We'd be dead if they hemmed us in. I slammed my door and set the battle lock just as a white bounced off the glass. Murphy already had his door buttoned up and was waiting for the diesel's glow plugs to warm up. "Murphy, let's trade places." "What?"
"No time. God damn it, just do it." Under the duress of my urgency, Murphy squirmed up out of the driver's seat and tried to push into the back to let me get around. But the back of the Humvee was stacked full of boxes. It was awkward getting past one another in the cramped space. We earned more bruises for doing it quickly. But we could afford the bruises. We could barely afford the dozen seconds it cost us. As soon as my butt hit the driver's seat, the glow plug indicator flashed off and I cranked the engine. The Humvee rocked against the impact of several more whites. The engine rumbled and I mashed the accelerator. The Humvee lurched and started to roll. Across the hood, I saw whites coming toward us from all over the clearing. I plowed into them as I turned the wheel to angle away from the buildings. They thudded against the grill with crunching bones and desperate screams as I ran them down. The mob was thick enough to slow the Humvee, and whites were climbing on top. But it wasn't thick enough to stall us.
"You know where we're going?" Murphy hollered. "Yeah." Rolling out of the muddy field, our tires finally grabbed asphalt, and we accelerated down a long, straight road. "Where?" "This way." One of the infected fell off Murphy's side, rolled across pavement, and tumbled over the rocky grass. As the mass of whites receded behind us, up ahead a group of a dozen infected stepped out of the cedar forest on the left. I let my foot off of the accelerator and braced myself for the impact of the bunch, as I guessed they'd all jump in front of the Humvee or charge it from the side. But they didn't. They walked purposefully toward the road, stopped, and stared. It was more than weird. As we passed, the closest of the group was just 2 feet outside of my window, glaring at me with cold, cruel eyes. It took a second for recognition to kick in, but as I looked at him over my shoulder, I was sure it was Mark. Fucking Mark. My toe touched the brake.
Murphy felt the deceleration and shouted, "What the fuck, man?"
That was fucking Mark. Mark? What the hell are you talking about? That was Mark back there, the one right by the road. I looked back and forth across the road and the grassy shoulders. I could make the turn and go back to run his ass down. Dude, it wasn't Mark, just keep going. The Humvee was slowing. Mark was standing in the center of the road by then, daring me to come back. Oh, to feel his bones break on my bumper. Breathe. Think. My experience at the hospital, trying to drive that Humvee through the mass of white bodies, was a lesson that screamed at me not to be tried a second time. It was by little more than luck I made it out of that one alive. If I did a U-turn to go back and run down Mark, and if there were whites in the trees in sufficient numbers, they could trap us on the wet ground. We'd die.
Murphy was trying to look back to see what he could, but the crates and boxes in the back of the Humvee blocked most of his view. All of those bald-headed motherfuckers look alike, man. Let's be smart and get the fuck out of here. The Humvee shook against several impacts. I looked forward and cursed myself for focusing so much on Mark that I never saw them. Whites were pouring out of the trees on our right, already climbing on top and trying to destabilize the Humvee with their weight. The Humvee was picking up speed again. "How many on the roof?" "More than one," Murphy shouted. "How the fuck should I know?" I mashed the brakes hard. Murphy hit the dashboard as 3 naked white bodies rolled down off the hood. I accelerated again and ran them over. The Humvee picked up speed, and we passed the bulk of the ambushes. Several were still clinging to Murphy's side of the Humvee. I swerved and scraped them off on an abandoned car. And we were free. Occasional whites came out of the trees in front of us, a stupidity that cost them their lives. Some tried to catch us from the side. We were moving too fast by then.
Murphy exclaimed, "Holy shit!" I tensed and jerked my head around to look. Nothing. Murphy was grinning. "What the hell, Murphy?" He nodded toward the back of the Humvee. "What, the boxes? Jesus must love us. It's all ammo and shit." "No way." "Way. Do you know how to get back upriver from here?" I laughed out loud. "Yeah, but you're not gonna like it." We reached the base's southern gate and turned onto 35th Street, headed west. "This is the way to Sarah Mansfield's house, right?" "Yeah." "Man, don't smile like that. You're worrying me." "We're not going to Sarah's house." "Cool, man." The fork in the road was just ahead. Right led up the crest of Mount Bonnell. Left led into the country club parking lot. It was time to commit. I cut the wheels left and entered the country club grounds. Murphy was alarmed.
"Dude, there's nothing down here. We can't get out this way." He turned in his seat. Whites were coming out of their hiding places behind us. I swerved around the driveway, ran down a few of the infected, got to the parking lot, and lined the Humvee up with the boat ramp. "Hang on." That's when Murphy figured out what I intended to do. "I can't swim," he said. "I know." The Humvee pitched forward as it rolled onto the ramp, and I braked to slow it a little. I didn't want to hit the water so fast that we'd be injured by the impact. A giant white splash exploded in front of us, and my chest hit the steering wheel as my body was thrown forward. I pressed my foot to the brake more firmly, but not enough to stop us as we rolled down the boat ramp. Before I knew it, the water was up to the bottom edge of the windows and running in through the floor drains and inadequate door seals. Murphy was freaking out and trying to open the door, but it wouldn't open. I expected that. "Be calm."
Be calm.
"God damn it, Sid! God damn it!"
He was panicking. I lowered my voice and spoke slowly as I reached over to put a hand on Murphy's shoulder. "Be cool, Murphy. Be cool."
"I can't get the goddamned door open."
"Be cool, Murphy.
It won't open. He spun around in his seat, near frantic. What the fuck? The water was more than halfway up the windows outside, then only a few inches from the top edges of the doors. The 6-ton vehicle, still rolling slowly down the boat ramp, lurched to a halt when I pushed the brakes all the way down. The water inside was up over our legs. Murphy stood as much as he could and tried to get his face as close as possible to the roof. God damn you, Zed. Murphy, I said calmly. We've stopped. The Humvee isn't going to roll any deeper into the water. We're still on the ramp. We just need to wait a second before the doors will open. They won't open. They will open, just not yet.
We're gonna drown. No, Murphy. We'll still have air up by the ceiling when the water stops rising. Look at where it is near the tops of the windows. Once it's level inside with the water outside, we'll be able to open the doors. The water had risen to my chest at that point, and I deliberately got up out of my seat to get my face near the ceiling. How do you know that? I just do, okay? Trust me. You should have asked me to trust you before you drove the damn truck into the fucking river, because I would have told you hell no. That's why I didn't tell you. I swear to God, Zed, if I don't drown. The water was nearing the ceiling, and Murphy was nearly hyperventilating. Be calm. It'll be okay. The water stopped rising. Moments passed before Murphy figured out I was right. The rising water had stopped. He looked at me, surprise etched into his face. Try the door, but be careful. You don't want to fall out into the river. You can't swim, remember? Like I'm ever going to forget that. Murphy turned away from me and reached down to pull on the handle of his door. It opened with ease. He stuck his head out and looked around. I'll be damned. You gotta trust me sometimes, Murphy. Okay, Lucky Charm, what's next? He pulled his head back in. We're in the middle of the marina, and about 100 whites are back there on the ramp and more coming. Okay, listen, I've got to swim over and get the boat before they start coming up the docks and get on it. Are you going to be okay if I leave you here for a minute? Whatever, man, I'm cool. Just get the boat. And just so you know, I'm going to punch you in the face when this is over. Chapter 8. I worked my way around the nearly submerged Humvee until I was on Murphy's side. The pontoon boat was tied to a dock at least 100 feet from that side. The mob of whites collecting on the shore was growing rapidly. I took my pistol and extra magazines out of my pocket and laid them on the roof of the Humvee. The extra pounds of grenades in my Hello Kitty bag would make for hard swimming, so the bag stayed on the roof of the Humvee. I kept the knife. I inhaled deeply 3 times before submerging and using my feet to push myself off of the Humvee's fender. I intended to cross the distance completely underwater. Any surfacing would get the attention of the white mob and might lead to their welcoming me when I reached the boat. Staying just a few feet beneath the surface, I stroked with my arms and scissor-kicked my legs. The wails of the whites barely transmitted down to me through the water, which was noisy with raindrops falling on the surface. Surrounded by cold green, I had nothing to guide me but the hope I could swim in a straight line. As the distance dragged at me, my lungs cried out for oxygen. The need for breath grew, and doubt sat itself on my shoulder and whispered faithless, discouraging words. But to come up for air was to advertise my presence to the whites. To come up for air was failure. It was tantamount to stranding Murphy in the Humvee in the middle of the river. I stroked through the cold green. I thought about my buddy, Benny, the one I'd eventually beaten up in junior high. The summer before that, we were at the community pool with a couple of other kids from the neighborhood. We were all standing on the side when somebody said, "I'll bet you can't swim all the way across underwater." Without even taking a moment to brag, I dove into the pool and glided under the surface, kicking with my legs and using my arms to pull myself along,
as I watched the black lane markers pass beneath. I reached the other side of the pool, popped up and turned around. It was easy, but my friends were amazed. I swelled with pride. Benny, however, was having none of it.
I can do that. He dove into the water and followed my path. My pride dribbled quickly away as Benny's wiggly form beneath the water closed the gap between us. The last smidgen of that pride winked out of existence when Benny's grinning face popped out of the water beside me. The little fuck had made it. The guys on the other side of the pool started to talk. I climbed up out of the pool, looked at all my buddies and said, "Well, watch this." I drew a deep breath, dove back in, and swam the width of the pool again. Only this time, instead of stopping at the other side, I turned, pushed off of the wall and, starting to feel a compelling need for air, swam across the width of the pool again. I made it all the way back across and popped up next to Benny, breathing deeply to get some fresh air back in my lungs. The guys were back to being amazed, but Benny wasn't giving up. He'd felt the pride, too, when the boys seemed amazed at the initial feat. The chance to feel like a winner is a rare thing. Benny was determined to feel it again. He climbed up out of the pool. The boys were making noise. They were spectators to a challenge and loving it. Benny drew a few deep breaths, just as I had, shot me a defiant look, and dove into the water. I climbed up and sat on the edge of the pool so I could better see Benny's shimmery form beneath the wavy surface. Just as before, he made it to the far side of the pool without coming up for air. And, just as I had, when he reached the other side, he turned underwater, pushed off, and swam the distance back. On the way across, I wished he'd come up for air and grant me the victory. But he didn't. He wanted victory as badly as me, or so he thought. When Benny emerged from the water below me after swimming 2 widths of the pool, the boys cheered and shouted. They were impressed with us both, but I wasn't willing to share the victory. I drew in deep breaths and prepared myself to try for 3. Benny saw what was coming next and climbed up beside me. It was then that one of the kids from across the pool scoffed, "You can only do it because when you dive in, you go halfway across the pool before you have to start swimming." True, but fuck that kid anyway. I shrugged and jumped down into the water. "I can do it either way." Some other kids said, "At the same time, do it together." I looked at Benny. "Do or die, buddy." Benny, with a touch of worry on his face, jumped into the pool beside me. I hollered back across the pool, "Somebody has to say go." I grabbed the lip of the pool's edge with one hand, pulled my legs up, planted my feet on the wall, and positioned myself for the biggest push I could. Benny watched me and followed my example, letting no advantage slip by. From across the pool I heard, "Ready? Set." I looked at Benny. He looked at me. I didn't know what he was thinking. It didn't matter. I was going to win the challenge, or I was going to suck in a lungful of water trying. Go. Off we went. In an ideal world, the challenge should have been each of us against ourselves to see how far we could push ourselves beyond our beliefs and fears. But that world is a fantasy. Nothing like it has ever existed, nor will it. Under the surface, I watched Benny and kept even with him as we swam across the pool. When we reached the other side, it had indeed taken longer without the advantage of diving in. I was feeling the stress of insufficient oxygen in my blood. I made my turn and started to swim back, expecting Benny to quit at the turn. When I looked, though, he was coming up beside me. He hadn't quit. Persistent fucker. No biggie. I could make another lap. Benny wouldn't make it to the other side. No fucking way. The black lane lines passed beneath us and kept passing until I saw the bottom of the pool curve up to the wall ahead of me. My lungs were screaming for air, but Benny was still beside me. He would stop at the wall. I was sure of that. I only had to make the turn, swim a few strokes, and I'd win. I could do to it. I knew I could. I hit the wall, negotiated my turn, pushed off with my legs, and glided over a few of the black lane markers below. Just before I surfaced to finally grant relief to my lungs, I saw Benny glide on past me, stroking as he went. Shit. Every muscle in my body demanded I surface and breathe, but every ounce of my soul refused. Win or drown. I swam on. I sped up and came up beside Benny. I'd laid claim to something when I jumped into the pool the first time, and whatever it was, whether pride or something less tangible, it felt better than anything I'd ever felt before. I would not lose, no matter how much my muscles begged to quit. We made it to the halfway point, and we were still underwater. Despite my resolve, I silently begged Benny to quit and end the irrational pain screaming in my head. Surface, surface, breathe. But Benny swam, and swam. I swam. At 3/4 of the way, my prayers were answered, and I saw Benny's body change its position in the water just before he pushed his head above the surface. Victory. But not enough victory, not yet. Only 1/4 of the way to go. I swam on. I'd make 3 full widths. To my surprise, my body complied. Stroke, kick, stroke, kick. Black lane markers passed beneath me. The pool wall curved up, and I hit it with my outstretched hand. But I wasn't done. I turned, pushed off with my feet, and let my momentum carry me back out into the pool. 3 full widths had passed underwater. I knew I wouldn't make a 4th, but I pushed myself anyway and watched the black stripes slip past. Then I saw Benny, just ahead of me, standing on the bottom with his head above the water, feeling his defeat. With the last anything that was left, I stroked past Benny and swam another 10 feet before surfacing. I hadn't just beaten Benny. I'd beaten him in legendary fashion. The boys on the side of the pool were silently amazed. I felt fucking fantastic. So in that cold green water with a seemingly impossible distance to swim, I knew I could make it. No matter how much my lungs, my muscles, my brain protested, I knew I could. I'd made an unspoken commitment to myself and Murphy when I chose to drive the Humvee into the river. And no way was I letting Murphy down. But it was rationalization and the fear that almost beat me. In the murk, every direction looked the same, just green fading to darker green. Distance passed without measure. Direction existed only in degrees of hope. Had I swam past the pontoon boat? Had I veered so far off course that I was swimming up the boat ramp and into the greedy hands of whites brave enough to wade into knee-deep water for their supper? It was at the end of a stroke, with my arms back at my sides, that I realized how little visibility I had. One of the boat's pontoons materialized from a lighter green color in front of me into silvery aluminum. Before I could react, my bald head collided with a thin metal fin that ran the length of the pontoon just under the surface. It nearly knocked me silly and pissed me off to the point I grabbed my scalp while yelling my anger into a flurry of bubbles. I ducked under and quietly surfaced between the pontoons, beneath the boat's deck. Neither the burned squatters under the trees nor the infected on the boat ramp could see me. Grabbing onto a piece of the boat's deck support to catch my breath, I reached up to evaluate my latest wound. The gash felt deep and enormous, but probably wasn't. Warm blood flowed down my face. Damn it. After several deep breaths, I slid back beneath the water's surface, swam over to the far side of the boat, and went under the other pontoon, and came up under the dock. I heard feet on the wooden planks overhead. The footsteps belonged to whites. Whether they were working their way around the marina trying to find a way to get to Murphy, or they'd seen me go underwater,
and had deduced my destination, my time had expired. Retrieving the pontoon boat was going to get difficult. After positioning myself near the rope I'd used to tie the boat to the dock, I reached up with my knife and started to saw at the rope. I wasn't quick enough. First 1, 2, then 3 noisy whites jumped from the dock to the boat. More feet were coming when the rope finally separated. I wasted no time in using a support post for leverage to push the bow of the boat away. The whites on the boat's deck, seeing the widening of the water that separated them from dry land, started a whole different kind of yelling. They were afraid. When the whites on the dock reached the end just above my head, the pontoon boat was 10 feet out into the water and drifting slowly toward the center of the marina.
Given that my boat had unwanted passengers, a hard task was ahead. Climbing up onto the deck and starting the engine was not an option. I swam out to the front of the boat and grabbed the rope. From there, it was slow going, dragging the heavy boat through the water with only the power of my kicking feet and a stroking arm. After a lengthy effort, the boat neared the submerged Humvee. I looked up and saw Murphy had climbed up on top and had his rifle at his shoulder. With his feet on something solid, his big smile was back. My 3 infected passengers were going completely nuts over being surrounded by water. Murphy gave me a nod and a wink, but waited before shooting. Good enough for me. He'd taken ownership of that problem. By the time I was 10 feet from the Humvee, the effort of tugging the heavy pontoon boat across the marina was taking its toll. I was starting to wonder whether Murphy was going to deal with my passengers.
They were all leaning over the front railing by then, stretching their grasping hands toward me.
"Damn, dude, any time," I said between breaths. In rapid succession, 3 shots blasted across the water. The whites on shore started to run up and down the banks, frenzy driving them to find some way to reach us. I turned back to look at the boat. All 3 whites were down. I looked back up at Murphy. He smiled and shrugged, as though he'd fully expected to get them all so easily. Between my heavy breaths, I managed to say, "Fuck you." Murphy chuckled. He understood it just as I'd meant it. It was a compliment, and I was envious he was a better shot than me. I stopped swimming, figuring the boat had enough momentum to float up next to the Humvee. Just to be sure, I asked, "They're dead, right?" "Yep." "You sure?" "Yep," he nodded. "Your head's bleeding." "I know." I swam around to the back corner of the boat, where I'd be able to climb up the swim ladder.
"It looks like it hurts."
"I have the virus. It doesn't bother me." Once on the deck, the wet wind gave me a shiver. I'd been in the cold water too long. Near the bow, the 3 whites lay across one another. 2 shot through the center of the chest, 1 through the head. I'd deal with that mess in a minute. First, I retrieved a rope from one of the storage bins beneath the bench seats and tossed one end over to Murphy. "Tie it off to something and I'll pull the boat over." "Tie it off?" Murphy asked. "So we can get all the stuff out of the Humvee." While we weren't in danger of sinking, the pontoon boat was riding low in the water and we were making good progress. Still, Murphy spent a good deal of time looking down at how close the water was to washing up over the deck and gauging the distance to the shore. "If you can't swim, does it matter how far out we are when we sink?" I asked, putting a subtle emphasis on the when. "I'm checking how far you'll have to pull me."
Keep us close to the shore. Make it easy on yourself. When we came down river this morning, almost no whites were on shore, I said, changing the subject. Now I'm seeing lots of them, and most of those seem to be interested in us. Maybe they like to sleep late. I started to retort, but realized Murphy's comment, intended to be funny, and it was, could be true. That would match my experience with the whites when I was on Nancy's chain gang.
Besides, Murphy said, this morning we were drifting. Now the engine is on. That's bound to make them more interested. You're probably right, I said. You only say probably because it bothers you when you're not the only one with the answers. Murphy was smiling, so I knew he was just giving me a hard time. I'll bet in school you were one of those kids who always raised your hand first so you could answer the teacher's questions. It's no wonder you get in lots of fights. Hey, don't be reminding me of fighting.
I think I still owe you a punch in the face.
More like a thank you for saving your ass again. Murphy laughed out loud. Like when I kept you from blowing yourself up again? You mean that time? I swear to God you'd be dead if it wasn't for me. I shrugged. That's a two-way street, buddy. Don't get your panties in a wad. I grinned back at Murphy. I'm not wearing any underwear. I don't need to know that. The rain started to fall heavily again, and Murphy moved to a seat on the other side of the boat to stay out of it. I watched the naked whites on shore as I steered. To me, they seemed too interested. A mile or two had passed when Murphy asked, "How do you think things turned out at the riverboat?" On our way down river that morning, we'd stopped by the riverboat where Amy and the two tweens were living. I'd introduced everyone and then headed out with Murphy. I guess we'll find out when we get back whether we've been invited to stay.
I think I'd feel safer sleeping on that boat than I would sleeping in that house tonight.
Me too, Murphy said. How are we set for fuel? Still about a half tank. We should maybe try and fill it up on the next run. One of those marinas probably has gas. I nodded. We should get some gas cans to keep on the boat. I wonder how much fuel is in the riverboat. I shrugged. I'm sure it's diesel anyway. This is a gasoline boat. We should get diesel, too. I'll bet that boat has some big-ass tanks. We can store diesel there for using with the Humvees later on. We don't have a Humvee. 'Cause you drove ours into the river. I rolled my eyes. Besides, you keep saying that most of these white-skinned fuckers will kill each other off eventually. When we get there, having a good supply of gas to get around will come in real handy. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. Scrounging up everything we can get our hands on while we're out killing smart ones is a good idea. An awkward silence followed. Zed, you know I'm not thrilled about that idea, right? I hear you, but it needs to be done. If we don't, then we'll always be at risk. They aren't going away, not completely. They might go away. That big bunch came here from Houston. What's to say they won't just keep wandering west and die of thirst somewhere on the way to El Paso? What if they decide they like it here and stay? Murphy shrugged. Mark was up there, you know. So you said. He screwed us over once already, and would have killed us if you hadn't been on your toes. And he needs to be killed. Murphy looked away from me and watched the waves float by for a minute. Are you sure this isn't about something else, Zed? Murphy, playing coy isn't your game. Don't bother to sugarcoat it. Just tell me what you think. The world is fucked, Zed.
But we've got it all right at the moment. I mean, we don't have it like we did at Sarah Mansfield's mansion. That place was just a couple of cheeseburgers and a hooker short of heaven, if you know what I mean. Right now, we're safe. At least if they let us stay on that riverboat, we will be. We've got good people with us. You've even got a hot redhead who likes you, if you'd pull your head out of your arse and do something about it. Forget the past. Forget revenge, man. Try to put on a smile and move ahead. That's all you gotta do. Go with the Murphy plan. I didn't respond. He looked back at me and after a long time said, So you've got nothing to say about that? I didn't think you were finished. Of course I'm finished. I stopped talking, didn't I? You said my desire to kill Mark and the other smart ones wasn't about our long-term survival, but about something else. I was waiting for you to tell me what that was. Murphy shrugged. No sugarcoating.
It's about Amber. You want to kill him for what he did to Amber. But what you don't know is, revenge is pointless. Sure, he was a prick, but he was just a prick. You can beat people up for that, but you can't kill them. What? Let me finish. He turned into Mr. Psycho Killer Dude when he got the virus. You know the virus makes some people crazy. You've seen that. Now he's just a crazy fuck. He does crazy fuck bullshit. He doesn't have enough brain cells left to be normal. Getting revenge on him for killing Amber is like killing the neighbor's crazy pit bull for shitting on your lawn. That's what this is, right? Revenge? No, I lied. At least, I partially lied. Sure, at first it was revenge, but that turned into, or rationalized its way into, a necessity. I told you, it's about our survival. The smart ones are too good at using the rest of the whites to hunt us down and kill us. Left unchecked, they will succeed.
They'll kill every last one of us. And you're going to go all null spot and save the world. Is that it?
Fuck you, Murphy. Murphy grinned. You're getting all bitchy again, man. You said no sugarcoating. I wasn't angry about it, not really. I meant it in the most loving way. So what then? Level with me, man. Tell me what's really going on inside that big, white peanut head of yours. I laughed. I don't have a peanut head. That reminded me of my earlier collision with the boat. I touched the place where the metal had cut my skin. It was still bleeding, lumpy and icky. I know, man. Like I said, it's a fucked up world now. If you don't lighten up, you're gonna go nuts. If you don't learn to let all of this shit go and be happy about what little we have left, you're gonna explode one day.
Or finally do something stupid enough to get yourself killed.
I know. Well, if you know, then why are we out raiding National Guard bases full of crazy white fuckers instead of staying back home under the blankets and getting some pussy? You know Steph wants it, right? You can see that, right? I'm not so sure about that. Well, who cares, man? This isn't 7th grade. Why don't you just ask her? Or do you want me to ask her for you? Murphy busted out laughing. Do you? Want me to ask her, I mean? I think I can handle it myself, thanks anyway. Man, lighten up. We might not be around much longer. We need to enjoy life while we can. Let's talk about something else. What? You remember those guys I told you about, Nico and Mr. Mays? Yeah, the old guy and the dude you escaped with. I think we should stop by Mr. Mays' place and see if they want to join us. Murphy nodded, but didn't agree. Steph's the boss.
Shouldn't we run it by her, or at least ask the others first?
I shrugged. Okay, tell me why this is a good idea.
Sure, but can we at least stop by and see if they're interested before we try to sell it to the group?
We?
Yeah, look, their place is just up here on the left. To give you the short story, that old guy looks old enough that he was probably raised on a farm around here back when people still grew their own food. And if he knows how to farm in Central Texas, he might be the most valuable person we're likely to meet.
Fine, but you better practice that shit up before we get back to the boat, because you're selling it to Steph, not me. Chapter 10. With the pontoon boat tied to the same tree where I'd secured the canoe on my first visit, I knocked on Mr. Mays's back door. Murphy stood a few paces back, rifle at the ready, keeping an eye out for any infected lurking nearby. Nico, Mr. Mays, it's me, Zed. Anybody there? I didn't want to yell, and I didn't want to beat too loudly, but impatience came easily while exposed and making noise. I knocked again. Nico! Mr. Mays! Hello? A voice came from the other side of the door. Nico? Yeah. It's me, Zed. Who's the big dude?
That's my buddy, Murphy. I told you about him. Man, are you going to open the door or what? It's not safe out here. The long pause that followed made me uncomfortable. Something wasn't right. I looked down to make sure the safety on my pistol was off. Finally, I heard the heavy banging of some kind of braces being removed from the other side of the door. A moment later, it swung open, and Nico retreated into the house. I stepped inside. The old man smell still hung in the air, but something else was there too. It was familiar. Too familiar. It was death. My eyes darted around, looking for danger I felt sure was waiting for me. Nico was at the far end of the kitchen by then with Mr.
May's rifle resting awkwardly in his arms, dry blood crusted on his shirt and pants. Murphy came in behind me. Man, it stinks in here. He spotted Nico at the far end of the kitchen. No offense, man. Murphy closed the door. I looked at Nico. He looked to have eaten, but was otherwise unsettled. Nico, what's wrong, man? Where's Mr. Mays? Nico looked away without answering. I stepped closer. Nico? He was different, skittish, odd. Dude, what's wrong? Nico shook his head. They got in. Murphy asked, The whites? Yeah. Nico looked through a doorway into the living room. They got in. They killed Mr. Mays. What? I'd heard what Nico said. I just wasn't willing to accept it. What happened? Nico looked at the floor, at the cabinets, at the sink, and then back into the living room. There wasn't anything I could do. I tried to stop them. I tensed. They're gone, right? Nico nodded. I stepped closer to Nico's end of the kitchen. You shouldn't come in, he said, looking out the kitchen window. It's bad. He looked back into the living room. He's in there. I tried to soothe him using slow, calm words. It's cool, dude. We've all seen it. You know what I mean. Nico turned almost manic for no apparent reason. Take me with you, Zed. Don't leave me here. Please, take me to your friends. Please. Nico had tears in his eyes. Outside of anger, after I implied he'd hurt his daughter a few days earlier, it was the first significant emotion he'd expressed. I can't do this alone. I just can't. I need to be around people. I'm losing it in here. It's cool, Nico. I had serious doubts about Nico's mental state, but I couldn't bring myself